22, and one more Nick. Just fifth, damn it.
But the level 3 comes out. Mike's back.
Gosh.
Muscle dudes keeping up the pressure.
Issei has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, then hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. We already know that we the coldest. Watch me heat it up, let me focus. I'm going toe to toe with foes. I know they notice. I kick in doors, they only hope for closing. Why? Cause they know I go again. And when they in a drought, I'm the one that can make it flow again. Talk to me nice, my team, they ready to go again. Running into us, we'll gladly send you home again. Yo, we don't talk, better know the grind, gon' match my walk. I'm a cheat code, I don't take no loss. Making no sense, run up the scope. Cause all I do is win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I'm winning again and again and again, and it's all on repeat. I'ma just sit at the top cause I'm running it, dog. On me, I don't know defeat. Had to get back on the phone. I told them don't play with my name cause I know that it rings. They want my spot at the top with the crown and they ask who's the rocket. I tell them it's me. I'ma always win. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time, let me check my wrist. You can never get my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the tip top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back cause I'm feeling like Chris, bro. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics cause they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm about my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay. And bet the bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. I don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. I don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Swag go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal want it too, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat. Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? Flying away, with or without your end. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, cause I'm flying away, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away. Now I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the goat is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to say? But I'm flying away, with or without your end. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, cause I'm flying away, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, cause I'm flying away. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. The game is in trouble, I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle, I got it for real. Still keep me going, I wake up and hustle, you won't see me buckle, I've been in the field. Man of the town, you been in your fields, I'm adjusting this crown. Call me your majesty, either that or your tragedy, we shutting everything down. I've been high like somebody put a candle on them. Off top, I don't really stand opponents, this mine. The moment is, run out and start a bunch of pandemonium. More game, I got some, the skill is bar one, y'all done, the game in the coffin. Referee screen, rest in peace, so think twice if you next to me, it's West. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean, this for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion. It's
without repetition. I'm stacking these trophies, I'm good with addition. I spit like a pastor, I give you the vision. Up early morning, enough of the sleeping. My life is a dream, but you wishing you lived it. Haters get livid, my pocket's Pacific, that's deep if you get it. So Tempur-Pedic, I sleep on the critics. Don't feel like competing, I'm hearing these crickets. Whoa, let me switch the flow, a new bounce. Coming to the den with a lion, I'm gon' pounce. Know I've been a king for a while, got a ring and a crown. That's the bling with the blow, what the team is about. Champions, you can tell by the ambience of this sound. Referee scream, rest in peace, and think twice if you never see me, just no doubt. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. If you talking, it's hard to me nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right. This ain't no regular thing, I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Shift mean green, sip lean, and the ops don't know. Free up my team with a big, big dream, and a me man never go pro. See man up in the trap, but I know how to react, po-po, no, I never so cold. Come run up in the back, get a bap, 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 you don't want this. Sexy, sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Sexy, sturdy, come and get murky, got girl begging up mercy. Sexy, sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Come run up in the back, get a bap, 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 you don't want this. Loving them thick and them juicy. Airless, Chris Akabusi. Got 5 links like Tyrone. Now they all trying to recruit me. Pop sherry and cherries, I'm fruity. Got Sally and Debbie and doobies. On Monday it's Megan and movies. On Sunday it's Steph and them groupies. Too easy. I come and they leave me. I'm the boy that they see on the TV. If it's me on the cake, they would eat me. Now they want a slice for the appetite. Yeah, honeys, they be where the bees be. Don't give the ring to them Gollum guys. My precious, they wanna believe me.
God, that was a bad bitch. Looked in the mirror, oh my God, I'm a bad bitch. Give me what I want, ooh yeah, I'm a savage. No, that's right, XYZ, I'ma have it. You know that's right. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go now. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go, wow. It's all over before you finish when I show out. Got 'em staring at me when I pull up, roll out. Yeah, hold up. business. I hate what they think about me, I don't care though. Too busy getting money, getting pesos. Big business, bitch, I'm stacking on my Legos. If you ain't up on my level, then just say so. I'ma paint the town every color of the rainbow. She thought she could do it like me, but she can't though. Still a bad bitch in designer or in plain clothes. They love my husky ass voice, so they wanna throw me bankroll. Forgot I was a bad bitch. Looked in the mirror, oh my god, I'm a bad bitch. Give me what I want, ooh yeah, I'm a savage. No, that's right, XYZ, I'ma have it. You know that's right. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go now. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go, wow. It's all over before you finish when I show out. Got him staring at me when I pull up, roll up. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through. I hate what they think about me, I don't care though. Too busy getting money, getting pesos. Big business, bitch, I'm stacking on my Legos. If you ain't up on my level, then just say so. I'ma paint the town every color of the rainbow. She thought she could do it like me, but she can't though. Still a bad bitch in designer or in plain clothes. They love my husky ass voice, so they wanna throw me bankroll. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute, hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. I see me coming through, yeah, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business.
And it don't make sense. How you living it like that? You just gotta progress. Is it snowing outside? You just tryna be a flake. Damn, yeah, okay, let's go. Said you need a little help, yeah, I think that is evident. If you think that's easy, then it says a lot about you. When you feel a little slumpy, that's a part of reality. You better gotta let it go before you do something.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it blow as I go, cause yeah. If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it blow as I go, cause yeah, that's how I roll, yeah, that's how I go, yeah, that's how I roll, yeah. If I leave it, then I go.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go. Yeah, I was building on a lecture.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A ball big sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so good for the go. There's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Don't got no heart, I got an icebox. Brand new roller, swipe at the G-Shock. Moving slowly, I know the street hype. No more double, go ahead and detox. Yeah. Came from the trenches, they ain't showing us no love. Thugging in the city, all we wanted was a hug, yeah. We on the block like every night to catch a buzz. Get the cash and take my family out the hood, that's a must. Was a hood baby with no soldiers. Bad past never left my mind, it's taking over. No, I should've died, that's why it's hard to stay sober. Glad to see the sun, but my heart getting colder. Life's so crazy, what we been through. When you die, the only time that they gon' miss you. Tell my mama no more tears, no more tissue. Ooh, just some hood baby with some issues.
Take it, I'm getting it back. And if they hit me, they gotta get taxed. I'm making hit after hit after hit, and I promise you, boy, every one of them slap. Show me the best and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown. Oh, you should go ahead and write over. I was in a 4, leveled up to the Rover. Feeling like Blake, I'ma put him on a poster. I don't really play when it come to my checks. I've been in the gym, so you know I gotta flex. If I shoot a shot, then it's gonna be a wet dog. I'm coming for these meals, I ain't taking no less. Yeah. I ain't really taking no less. Now they tryna send me that text. I ain't hit them back, they stress. I'm needing hundreds on hundreds, cause that's what I'm worth. Show me the finish, I'm getting it first. Show me the best, and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown.
Gosh!
Muscle dudes keeping up the pressure.
EC has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to another Street Fighter week at Breakout. Hope you guys enjoyed yesterday hitting the streets of Southtown, but now it's time to get on over to Metro City and to hit the streets over here. I'm NM, joined here by Non-Factor. How you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm ready to go, man. I'm locked, loaded, fueled up, and ready for some Street Fighter 6 action.
I couldn't say it any better. Last night, of course, we had a lot of fun with Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, but it's nice to get back into some better matchmaking, some more easier stakes here. But I mean, Street Fighter 6, it's still a game that everyone's still very hyped for. One of the bigger fighting games out on the market right now. It's the other one, other than Fatal Fury, we have the Esports World Cup. And as we're looking into the monthly top 5 to see how things are kind of developing in February, noticeably, we got Mai at the top. Makes sense. New character. A lot of people were playing them when it first dropped. I know Liquid O and some other fighters that usually are on other characters went on Mai. So that's expected. And something I want to point out, though, is that Jury actually kind of shot up to second place before, like a little bit on the under, but Jury's popped up.
Yeah, just one of those characters that never fails in this game, really able to use the drive system in ways that are, say, a bit more in her favor than other characters in this game. So not surprising to see her still as one of the more popular characters picked.
It definitely has a lot of good tools to use, definitely a good movement, good solid rush down. And the other characters we have here in this top 5 are no-brainers when it comes to Breakout. We got Blanca, which is always represented by Ruffian or Zombie. We got M. Bison, always represented by Jazdero. And we got, of course, the Luke, always represented by the Rookie. Characters that you sometimes see a lot of in the meta, sometimes not so much. But in terms of Breakout lore, they're always here, always putting up a fight.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Luke is just that all-rounder character. Even if you're coming new to the game, it's just that base Shoto character that you really want to be looking out for. Good player, I mean, good character with good spacing, good footsies, and like I was saying with Jury, just really uses that drive system to the best of his abilities.
Honestly, both of them do. I mean, there's been so many weeks at Breakout where, especially Rookie, with that Luke will go crazy. It'll be like flash knuckle, flash knuckle, flash knuckle into a level 3 or triple those into a rising uppercut. It's insane the amount of just absolute driving power you can have, especially going for a drive rush after that third flash knuckle in order to kind of close that distance after you splat on the wall. It's perfect.
Yeah, even through all the nerfs, that character is still hitting like a truck as well. Doesn't really fail when it comes to outputting that damage.
No, it doesn't stop for a sec. I mean, Ken too. You got the Dragon Lash kick in order to create some insane mix-ups, and now it's going to be added to Fatal Fury City, the Wolves, and with Rev Excel and Rev Blow, I feel like Ken will just take over the streets of Southtown. Oh wow! I guessed it. I didn't even know.
All right, well, we're going to get a double dosage of Ken to start the tournament out. It is going to be Polynesian Sauce and Isabella.
Okay. I mean, both of them on the Ken, showing off those new ranks too. We got added of Ultimate and Grandmaster.
Yeah, I believe that's the new rank color too. That purple one's looking a little swaggy. You might have to pick it up myself.
Yeah, I got it too. I mean, they're both kind of like in contention with each other. It seems Polynesian Sauce is starting to get some nice mix-ups. Look at that crossover too, the mix-up from the jump into the Tatsumaki, but getting stopped by the Odie Shoryuken here.
Yeah, it's one thing. Ken players are used to kind of just busting out of jail whenever they feel like it. When you put both of them in a room together, they're going to keep their foot on the gas pedal right now. Isabella carrying Polynesian Sauce into the corner. One more mix-up is going to do it after the throw.
Oh, yeah, the raw super, that might have been like, definitely seemed a little bit out of desperation. What the Polynesian Sauce was trying to do, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's one of those tone-setting decisions too, especially at the beginning of a tournament. You kind of want to assert dominance in that first round of the very first match.
You just already want to go crazy. I mean, we saw some moments for Polynesian Sauce, especially when that cross mix-up action happened, where they were able to get some nice damage. And they're getting some nice damage this match here, too. You saw the Shoryuken getting out of a bad spot. But they're always going back in the corner. That's something that Isabella keeps doing here. Grabbing or just throwing them into the corner in order for them to be able to get out. Polynesian's starting to get something here, but again, just wide rushed into that corner again. And that level 3 coming out from Isabella, that's most likely going to kill it first game.
Yeah, very smart to cash out there. This is one of those games where, like, if you have the round, you kind of want to close it out. We've seen people get greedy before and try to save that meter, and it ends up coming to bite them, but Isabella leaving nothing to chance there.
No, not at all. And now we're taking it out of the safety of the training room into the streets of Metro City, the downtown, to see who's going to be becoming the champion of this match here.
Yeah, it's just basically Ken's home at this point. If you guys have caught up with your Street Fighter lore, he's not doing too well.
Yeah, I hope he's doing okay. Terry had to come all the way here in order to check on him too.
Well, he's got bus fare to get to Southtown, so he's doing all right, maybe.
Yeah, he'll be fine. But it looks like Polynesian Sauce is not doing so fine. But they're okay though. They're doing the Dragon Lash and Shoryuken, and now they have the corner advantage here. Just has to break the defense on Isabella, but they're keeping it. They're holding it down.
Be careful here in the corner. Only a few more guesses left. And we see one more throw to close this out. Actually, one more after that. Was looking for it. Gets met with the jab out of it. The pressure continues. No reaction on the DI, and that'll close out the round. Polynesian Sauce looking to put himself on the board.
Absolutely insane. I like just in that corner there, you can't be guarding too much because as you saw there, Polynesian just easily did a drive impact, and because of that, you know, if you're at the wall, you're gonna splat. You're gonna make it so easy for your opponent to get something here. It looks like Polynesian Sauce is not stopping for nothing. Guarding that Shoryuken after the other one, with nice anti-air, we're already drive rushing into the corner, and we might take this round here. Yeah, Shoryuken into level 3, okay.
And the blink of an eye, just like we were saying earlier, puts himself on the board finally, and it's become one of those things. Mirror matches are always interesting because you don't really leave any more of those secrets on the table. It comes down to those fundamentals, those bigger guesses in the corner, and that's exactly what carried Polynesian Sauce to taking that game.
Yeah, when you're in this type of situation, it's less of like what secrecy you have and more of how better am I at this character than my opponent? What signature things can I do? Because they're gonna know my set play. They play this character.
Exactly.
And literally on display here.
Getting some corner carry there for Polynesian Sauce. No super meter on deck. Can we see some more throw loops? It worked out for him last time, but he blocks another DP. Isabella has taken I think 1 or 2 swings with that OD DP, but it hasn't worked out for her just yet.
Not worked at all. Ooh, they were trying to parry so much and then just getting thrown like that. Isabella is 1 round away from losing it all. Polynesian Sauce has the sauce right now. We're already starting off the signature Ken crouching medium kick.
Yeah, that's the Evil Award winner right there. The ODDP finally finds home for Isabella. Let's see if she can get any momentum going using the Genrai to try to get herself back to neutral. Great DP there from Polynesian.
That was the perfect answer right there. Ooh, got their Dragon Mash kick parried though. That's fine. They're just going to drive rush in. And there we go, the signature Shoryuken into the level 3. Still a little bit of health, but it's looking like this is going to just be a little below.
Yeah, one more guessing opportunity. There is a little bit of gas still left in the tank for Isabella, but another DP on reaction for the jump is going to close it out in Polynesian Sauce, taking it 2-1 over LDG Isabella.
Felt like at the end there, Isabella just tried to get something out of desperation, trying to find their way out of the corner, especially with that little health. And jumping against a character like Ken was definitely the wrong answer because Ken has such an easy DP. They can throw out, they can Shoryuken off the jump, they can OD Shoryuken. Like, Polynesian Sauce could have done anything there in order to spend their bar, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, being very smart with the resources. I love the spacing that he was playing at in the corner. There was many opportunities for Isabella to jump out, but Polynesian Sauce was just in that perfect range to kind of just have her land on the DP. And as we see right here in the replay, just continuing with that pressure, fully optimal, finish things out multiple times with that level 3.
With that, Polynesian Sauce going to be moving on. They did such a good job in those matches after that first one, just knowing how to bunker down, not to leave themselves open, not doing anything out of desperation. And because of that, they were able to go in there and get the win they wanted. Congrats to them. But of course, as always, we move on, and we're going to be seeing a lot more matches tonight from this.
Yes, sir. I cannot wait. I see a lot of familiar names in the bracket. Just to name a few, I see Rufian MX. I see Jazz Darrow, the legend Jimmy DR himself. So a lot more high stakes, high impact Street Fighter 6 matches coming up in just a bit.
Yes, and something to note too about Polynesian Sauce, which I did not even realize until I noticed their clan, like their little clan name. They actually come out from the state above me, South Virginia.
Right
and
on.
those guys go ham over there for Street Fighter. I always cast their sets over there. So I was like, I knew that name was familiar. I just didn't recognize it because I've never seen them on the Ken. Never.
Right.
What have I usually seen them on? I'm probably mixing it with somebody else, but maybe I don't know. I don't want to guess and then say it's wrong, but I know I've not seen them on the Ken.
Yeah, if that's not their main, they look pretty solid. You see that I believe they had the Ultimate Master rank on there. So, I mean, they've definitely been putting in their time with the character.
Oh, yeah, no, either way, they've been putting in the work. Like, we're not going to undermine that. That was such a good Ken we saw coming out there, especially in the mirror match, too. I mean, great stuff. They're going to be moving on against Rey Del Tequino to see who gets into that top 16. And, of course, Isabella is just going to be waiting to see who their next opponent is going to be in the losers bracket. But it looks like next up for our next set, we got okay.
Yes, sir.
We got a Blanca mirror.
All right.
Ooh.
Quick pause. I gotta show everyone at home something. For those who have not seen me, casters, you gotta know that I am the man with the Blanca tattoo. I am the Blanca guy around these parts over here on the West Coast. So I'm a little excited to see two green dudes beat the heck out of each other in just a bit here.
Oh, I know you are because yeah, this is Ruffian and Zombie. I have
Mhm.
casted their mirror matches before. Yeah, if you want to see some Blanca gameplay, they are going to give it to you. If
Yeah.
you love vertical rolling attack, regular rolling attack, just rolling attacks, just a bunch. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of those in this upcoming match. They'll literally just like mirror it over and over against
Mhm.
each other.
Never get tired of seeing it. I
Yeah.
believe the last time I checked the leaderboards as well, Rufian, I believe, is top 5 Blancas over in North America. So definitely been putting in that time with them.
Yeah, and on top of that, has 7 wins in the breakout. So they know they're Blanca. They
Yeah.
know they're Blanca. Granted, though, last time I saw them duel, it was actually Zombie that took the win.
Okay. Okay. We got a little back and forth here. Excited to see it.
hmm So there could be a little bit of contention. So it'll be nice to see who wins on that. Definitely
Mhm.
two for two. That's the funny thing. 2 for 2 on the mirror matches
Yeah.
tonight.
And seeing here
Yeah,
in the
you think?
pick rates, Blanca's kind of staying pretty popular, surprisingly, even throughout the nerfs. You've seen a lot of the higher level pro players kind of drop him, but in the online circuit, he just continues to be this like pestering little thorn in people's sides. I know no one likes playing Blanca. Playing against Blanca, excuse me. No one enjoys it, so it's nice to see that people are still rolling and trolling out in these streets.
I agree. Usually it's Ruffian or Zombie playing them, and they get so far into the bracket. That's what we see. They're always on the Blanca. They're always, bringing it out. So I imagine they're the main ones in playing those numbers.
Mhm.
But still, I imagine there's other people down there seeing that and being like, okay, okay.
Mhm.
I love to see it. Love to see it. It would be nice to see what happens in that match, of course. But I mean, Street Fighter 6, there's a lot of exciting stuff coming up for that game, of course. And especially, I know the Capcom Cup, we're very close out to that. I'm pretty sure we're,
Mhm.
what, 2 weeks away from seeing who wins the Capcom Cup?
Yeah, I believe this weekend as well as the US SFL playoffs. So there's a lot of Street Fighter 6 action going on right now. It's going to be a good way to close out the season this year.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we're already in the FGC having our 2025 seasons start to kick off as some other games
Mhm.
are starting to close. We are having, next week, Tekken 8 is going to be having its whole cast talking about season 2 and potentially talking about its world tour for 2025. Pretty sure the first stop for that is Evo Japan. I know Mortal Kombat has already announced that they're starting up. I think this weekend they have their first stop over in Mexico for like
Right
their
on.
their own like tournament. It's like Pro Competition Mexico for Mortal
Mhm.
Kombat 1. So a whole tournament for that too. Of course, Arc System's got to wrap up soon too.
Mhm.
SNK's got to wrap up soon because Fatal Fury is definitely going to be making a big splash.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball had a little bit of a delay, but that's wrapping up soon too. So it's a lot of wrapping up
Mhm.
this upcoming month, and then we're going to be seeing a big boom in terms of tournaments and people coming out, flying for tournaments, stuff like that. So we're coming into like the finale point, the finale season, and then we're going to be getting to the big boom of like, all right, what's next?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing right now. I almost feel like I was talking about it maybe a few months ago with a couple of friends of mine. It almost feels like the brand new, like second golden era in fighting games. 2X KOs around the corner, City of Wolves in beta right now, and then coming out in a couple of months. It seems like Guilty Gear just will not die. That game is going to live way longer than I think a lot of people expected. Continuing to get DLC, and the pro circuit is still just as strong as ever. I mean, just watching Nitro finally win his Evo title over in Guilty Gear last year was just it brought new life into the game. It made it exciting once again. So it's nice to see all these fighting games getting refreshing matches and refreshing content over and over.
Yeah, it is. Even for some of the more retro stuff, like the Evo Awards, that little
Mm.
exhibition matches we had for even Marvel vs. Capcom 2, that was probably some of
Mhm.
the most hype Marvel I've ever seen. Every single time that Cyclops did their super, I just screamed in my head, "Get off my lawn!" I love that moment in Astonishing X-Men. That's one of my favorite moments from
Yeah.
Cyclops. It just has so much aura to it, especially when you're going up against the Sentinel. It's just perfect. I feel
Mhm.
yeah, we're in that golden age. Fatal Fury is back. Street Fighter is up. Tekken
Mhm.
is up right now. And with the I heard the Olympics is starting to look at like esports to become like an
Mhm.
actual thing, like actual Olympic medals for this
Yeah.
type of stuff. If we get fighting games in there too, like we're set. We're just set.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's such a beautiful community and a beautiful like way we come together. Last year was my first Evo, and outside of the tournament and all of that, one of like the best moments was when the tournament closed out and like I'm walking out of the building and I just see so many people shaking hands and hugging because it's going to be the last time they see most of these people until the next calendar year. So it's just like outside of the games, it's just everyone's still just one big old family. We argue a bit. You see some arguments on Twitter, but at the end of the day, we're just one big happy family.
I'm so happy about that because from in terms of my journey, I've only been like in the FGC for the past few months.
Mhm.
I've grown up and done a lot of esports and like gaming stuff in like the Nintendo scene. And if you know anything about Nintendo, they hate that
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
It always felt like I had to do illegal stuff just to play
Mhm.
the games I wanted to play. So when I kind of transferred to the FGC after seeing like all the events I would go to having fighting games and then
Mhm.
seeing like I saw Capcom Cup having that $1 million grand prize and like you guys get circuits?
Right.
You guys get like because in the Nintendo scene, if you don't know, the grand prize for any of their tournaments is like a copy of a 6-year-old dead game of
Wow.
arms.
Yeah.
That's the grand prize.
Yeah.
So go from that to like actual money. It's like, whoa, you actually
Yeah.
care. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really cool when the actual developers of the game show up to these events as well, not only for announcements, but just to see the community enjoy their product. So I'm sure for you, it's got to be a complete breath of fresh air to see like the people who make the games really love their consumers in a different way than you're used to seeing.
Yeah, dude, it's so awesome. It just makes me feel like it feels like so warm inside, especially like the whole jump with Fatal Fury coming out from SNK is like, dude, that's
Mhm.
amazing that they're already like really wanting to make this a thing. Even back with Virtual Fighter and Sega, it's like every single FGC developer I see truly cares about their games and truly
Mhm.
cares about making it the best product they can be for everybody in their community compared to Nintendo, where it's like do you want to play this your way? No, you're playing this
No. Yeah.
our way. Like that, they talk about for fun, but we don't talk about what they do in
Yeah.
tournaments.
One of the cool things too is just the different events you can find, especially here with the online circuit and stuff, things like the Breakout series, and you see other guys like TNS and things like that. It's just there's always something going on. There's always access to like the best players that you could possibly find. You can watch Punk play 3 times a week in a top 8 somewhere, and it's like you don't really find that when it comes to like other esports to really see the best of the best just showing up to pretty much things that you and I could just enter on a random Wednesday when you get off of work and everything. So it breaks that wall of interaction that you can't really find anywhere else.
I gotta agree. There's literally always stuff happening. I feel like every time I always try to keep up with like big tier one or tier two FGC tournaments, no matter the game, because I just love watching these tournaments. It's something I never had before in other like esports stuff like that, especially like Nintendo stuff. I'd always just want to play, but I'm enthralled by watching it. And even like this weekend, like I'm casting at a convention over here, but I have like 8 different tournaments I
Mm,
want to watch going on online because we got like the
hmm
European Tekken Cup number 3, Master Cup, the last
hmm
qualifiers for that. Of course, Street Fighter US League that you mentioned that's happening. The Mortal Kombat Pro competition. There's some
hmm
other stuff that's forgetting off the top of my head, but like all that is literally this weekend.
Yeah.
Everything. It's absolutely crazy how much good content you can have in just like the span of a few days.
Yeah, it never gets boring. There are times where I'll sit here on my desk and I'll have like 3 or 4 different Twitch windows open, and I'm just laying back, and it's just like this paradise of a gamer because I'm just seeing the highest level of whatever I can watch, like at my leisure, pretty much. And even sometimes I'll go on Twitch, I'll pop into random locals just to see what's going on in Salt Lake City, just some random local in someone's like back of a restaurant.
Gotcha. Just got a little radio in from headquarters. We're going to be moving on to a different match. Zombie is going to have to DQ, which, that's okay. Ruffian's going to be moving on, most likely towards that top 16. But, like, just going off what you're going on earlier, it's just like I will literally have some moments too. Like, even for like big stuff like Frosty Faustings, I'd have multiple games on different
Mhm.
screens. It's like a whole event. Like even if I'm not going, I'll just be like, okay, what's the calendar looking like? What games do I want to pick? What games am I
Mhm.
fine with missing? And like I even looked on here to see, okay, I was like that was bothering me a little bit. Which tournament am I not remembering? But yeah, Casablanca Fighting Game
Oh.
Championships too for
Mhm.
King of Fighters and Samurai Showdown. So that's the SNK World Championships and Mortal Kombat and a big Street Fighter and Tekken. Yeah, there's crazy stuff going on this
Yeah.
weekend too. It's insane.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things too. Even if you're like a newer player, if you play Street Fighter but you want to get it into SNK, there's always players who are going to be playing KOF. There's always going to be guys who are playing Samsho. So it's like you kind of just not necessarily pick your poison, but pick your pleasure at some point. Anything you want to get into, there's going to be a community and a Discord out there for you to go ahead and kind of just get your roots really in deep with the game. Here locally, over in my region in SenCal, over in California, we have someone who placed in top 4 for Sam Show last year at Evo, so he's kind of been showing me the ropes there. So it's everywhere you look in the FGC, there's different resources. There's no excuse to be bored here. There's always something for somebody.
Not at all. I mean, I've been lucky that I've had such a nice local scene. Like, I gotta say, I feel like for every local scene, you might think, oh, there's nobody that plays my specific game. Trust
Mhm.
me, there is. I know somebody over here that's always in the local discords for North Carolina. Bar. They were literally in the Fatal Fury tournament yesterday here at Breakout. They are the one person that'll always be like, yo, you want to get on KOF 15? Yo, you want to get on KOF 15? Yo, you want to get on
Yeah.
KOF 15? Literally keeping SNK alive over here. And now that we're doing a big event for that, we got like, of course, Cherio's right over here from TNS. We also got Yurikov over
Mhm.
there helping out. Like, there's always people that want to play with others. Like,
Mhm.
don't leave yourself in a bubble. There's always somebody that wants to fight, no matter what game it is. It
Yeah.
could be literally a 15-year-old dead game that nobody has talked about in literal millennia. And there'll be
Mm.
somebody that's like, yo, get on Fightcade. I'm going to
Yeah,
try to
get off
fight you
Ike.
right now.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
said, if anyone wants to run Windjammers, hit me up because I will hop on Fightcade right after this.
Dude, there's so many people even over here that play Windjammers. I was literally, I
Mm.
think the other month watching a Windjammers tournament at my local from like, I'm pretty sure one guy that I'm gonna be love that guy, Taco Waffle, that I'm also gonna be at the convention with, which is just like
Right on.
everyone loves to play everything. It's a little bit of everything.
You said you came from a Nintendo background, right?
Yeah. Mainly from
You.
like what?
Oh, what were you saying?
What were you about to ask me?
Oh, I was gonna ask if you were familiar with the Smash scene at all.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Okay.
familiar with the Smash scene, all the stuff that's happened with that. Even did a little bit locally, still kind of in touch with it. So I
Mhm.
might do that over the convention this weekend too. Yeah, still in touch with the Smash roots.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I was doing some research. I saw you do a little Splatoon work as well. That's an underrated game right there, man.
As literally where I got my start. I did it for like 2 years. I've had so much fun with Splatoon 3, Splatoon 2. Very
Mhm.
good game, team shooter like that. I haven't done it as much lately, and I'm gonna be honest. That game is just, of course, I talked before about Nintendo really doesn't support the best in terms of the
Mhm.
competitive scene. And also, it's just a bit of a dead period right now. Not
Mhm.
really that future that really can be seen right now. And
Mhm.
on top of that, I got an opportunity for something that hasn't started yet. Plus, I said before how a lot of the lands are just having more and more fighting games. Fighting games are starting to
Mhm.
become bigger and bigger, seeping in. And then when Get on My Level was announced, and that was gonna have Splatoon, but mainly it like had that big title of Canadian Fighting Game Championships that
Yeah.
just like sent like a pulse through my body, like, okay, it's time to hop on the fighting game train.
Right
It's like
on.
I know I'm gonna come back one day, but for right now, I'm just chilling in the FGC until things kind of watch how that goes over there.
Right on. All right. Well, if you guys haven't checked it out over in chat, the Matcherino is live. I believe there's still about 45 codes to claim. So if you feel a little generous, go in there, click that free code, add a little bit of change into the pot for the players tonight. Not sure if there is a
hmm
command in chat.
Yeah, there should be a command in chat in order to check out that match arena, claim your codes. I know you just gave a $10 donation. I saw that a little bit ago. So, gotta respect the credit, gotta respect the credit. But of course, yeah, go donate over there. Make sure you show up because these people are putting in the work every week. And it looks like we're going to be seeing some more work happen here in this upcoming match between Blackmore Yaya and Mr. Karate and a Lily. Never see a Lily out here.
Yeah, definitely a character that doesn't get a lot of love. A lot of people say she's kind of, one track in the way that she plays, but I mean, she's still got those mixes. You got to play big guessies every single time she gets a win stock on deck.
Always feels like she has something new at the table, but of course we got the Mai here coming from the streets of Southtown, and ooh, getting your drive broken like that through the armor, it's gotta sting.
Yeah, right now, Blackmore Yaya just trying to hold on to that drive gauge. Got to walk Mr. Karate down while they're in burnout while you have the opportunity. Mai, one of those characters who's able to put on pressure a lot since she's been out. You've been seeing a lot of Twitter clips and everything where her corner carry is just out of control.
Oh no, it's crazy. I've had so many matches where I just blink and I'm already in the corner getting bodied by all of her projectiles. And it looks like there's no signs of that stopping, especially as the drive gauge is back for Yaya. But they're still getting kind of chipped out here by Mr. Karate.
Yeah, just looking like a freight train right now. Burning that drive meter pretty fast, but it's been working out for him. Has a nice life lead right now, but finds himself in the corner. Good little mix up there from Blackmore Yaya. Here comes the fans.
And ooh, the stun after that DI is going to be perfect there for Yaya, but just that sliver of health. We might see Karate trying to make their way back. Just needs a little more jab. It's so close right now, and that dive is actually going to save them on the sliver of HP.
Yeah, it looked like one of those situations there where Blackmore Yaya was out of drive gauge and just started trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat there. It ended up working out for Mr. Karate. Right now, let's see if they can carry that momentum going. We see a lot of those Condor dives just kind of finding their home right now.
Absolutely. Both just kind of jabbing each other out right now. Yaya trying to find their way in. Same thing with Karate. Diving in. Trying to, ooh, perfect parry off of the OD, but doesn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, it's one of the trickier things. If you don't expect it, it is a multi-hitting move, so you kind of try to break it up in the middle of it. And speaking of breaking up, Mr. Karate is going to go ahead and spend that super to try to get themselves some space here once again in burnout with their back to the wall, but continuing to build these win stocks. And an air grab for his troubles. Blackmore Yaya on the attack.
And ooh, there we go. Another stun coming out from Yaya, but not being able to capitalize in the way they wanted. And we don't have a drive gauge here to have such little health. Gonna be able to get a nice throw. Ooh, and the whiff. Karate is on a little sliver of health, but they've been okay from that from last time. And there we go. A little bit of a cross up there in the sky is going to do it, giving Mr. Karate the first point.
Yeah, there's 2 times that we saw Blackmore Yaya drop a combo that looked like it was going to be in a situation to go for the kill, but Mai is a brand new character, so just looks like they're getting still a little more familiar with her. We see some good offense, but just those clutch moments, we need them to clean up just a little bit more, but Mr. Karate making the most of it.
Yaya is always having these clutch moments. They're getting stuns, they're getting perfect parries. We're having the corner carry too. It just matters off the capitalization and keeping that momentum up here. And there we go, another perfect parry off the dive, but getting your ODDP blocked is not something you want to see.
Yeah, it doesn't have to pay for it too much, and getting the pressure going with that Ryu Embu right there. Not too many fans though right now. You have to respect the Condor Spire when the win stock is up for Mr. Karate. Spinning the meter in the corner, not going to work out from another drop combo from Blackmore Yaya, but does have the drive gauge if he wants to go for a drive impact.
Ooh, getting thrown though. Now it's Karate's turn in order to keep in the corner. Getting blocked out a little bit. Yaya trying to make their way back in there. The projectile doesn't really do anything, but it forces a jump coming out from Karate in order to give that perfect opening for Yaya to take that round.
Yeah, I like the way they were able to capitalize there. Both players are using their drive gauge pretty fast. Blackmore Yaya using it right there to go ahead and get some corner carry. We were talking about that earlier. Mai is just a carry that's going to continue to put the pressure on. Nice shimmy there to go ahead and keep them in check.
There we go, DP2 going to be able to get that with an anti-air. It looks like Yaya is waking up here in this match, and we're already getting a level 3 off of this. A different story coming out from Yaya now, as they knew what to capitalize on. They knew how they wanted to do the corner carry, and they knew how they wanted to shut Karate down, as we're now 1-1.
Yeah, I love the way they just kind of went into a flow state there. That my level 3 is not something you exactly see too much just because the level 1 does give her a buff, but Blackmore Yaya able to close it out with it that time. Right now, continuing that momentum going. Let's see if we see more of this fancy footwork from Blackmore Yaya. Mr. Karate kind of on the back foot here.
They're finding their way out though on Factor, and they're trying to keep it going, but once again, Yaya able to find their opening, and we're back in the corner. Drive reversal, trying to make something happen. There we go, armor breaking. That DI is perfect, but that perfect parry is trying to do something different. There's so much happening right now, and we need an opening here, but the throw is going to say something different.
Yeah, I respect Mr. Karate as well. Got the back throw and didn't back up, waiting for that drive gauge to come back. Continues to go in, does have the level 1, can react to a DI, and they will. They pass the vibe check to go ahead and get themselves out of jail, and that's going to put Blackmore Yaya into burnout as they get their own meter back.
Oh, we're so close right now, especially with Yaya having no meter too. And yeah, because of that, Mr. Karate able to capitalize, and now they're 1 round away in order from taking the win.
Yeah, I love the way they stay composed there, was able to get out that level 1 as well in the face of pretty much losing there with the DI. Mr. Karate mining his P's and Q's, but continue to getting punished, countered another shimmy there for Blackmore Yaya.
Ooh, DI not able to break that block, and now we're back in the corner again. Oh, the super is going to be hitting off that. Yaya had to watch out there. Okay, now we got the space that Mr. Karate needs.
Yeah, the good thing for Mr. Karate there as well, had enough meter on deck to go ahead and get a few of his moves blocked to put another level 1 on the table if he sees another DI, but Blackmore Yaya finds the grab, and that's going to close it out. We are in final game, final round with Blackmore Yaya with a full stick of butter on the side of his super gauge.
Last game, last round, and now we're going to be trying to rush it down, as we're already seeing Mr. Karate getting some nice low jabs, finding a way to get through this defense, but Yaya is keeping it tight.
There we go, baiting the drive reversal there with the Yambu. There we're going to go Ninja Bees into the level 3 that's going to cash out big damage, and at the same time it should put Mr. Karate into burnout and in a world of hurt. One more hit away is going to settle that score, and the level 2 is on deck. We saw them react a couple of times to the drive impact, but not reacting to these shimmies. Doesn't pass the vibe check, and that should be, barring a drop, enough to close it out.
There it is. That was the redemption. Able to get that stun that Yaya has gotten before, but this time getting the win off it. Yaya making that redemption, going 2-1, and they're going to be moving on towards top 16. That was perfect coming out there, showing the true just energy of Mai Shiranui in this game.
Yeah, one thing I love seeing here in the replays from Blackmore Yaya, just able to keep themselves composed. Mr. Karate was continuously putting themselves in burnout, and they were able to make the most of it in game number 2 and 3 there. But definitely respect Mr. Karate for putting themselves in burnout, but keeping that level 1 on deck, so they were always threatened to get themselves out of bad situations.
It was just a perfect showcase off both of them. I mean, I got to give it to both of the fighters here, able to get off the perfect situations. I felt like Yaya was able to, especially those later rounds, get perfect corner carry here. Always able to use some of their more corner carry combos in order to make it happen. And I mean, we had a lot of moments where Mr. Karate were able to, get out of bad situation, use some dive kicks, use stuff like that in order to kind of make themselves more even. But after that, at the end of the day, it was just going to be that rush down that was able to rush it down more. And with that, that's going to be Yaya taking that win, and now moving on to Jazz versus to Inyoshi, which I don't think we've seen Inyoshi here, at least in a minute. That's why we got the TBD, but we know Jazz. We know it's mostly going to be that JP coming out.
Yeah, Jazz Darrow, actually a teammate of mine over on Team Lagger, so very, very familiar with this game. Also has that Bison in his pocket if he's not too comfortable with the matchup, but definitely one of the better JPs, I would say, in North America, and probably a top 3 player in his own region of Mexico, so definitely not a player to sleep on.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Whether it's M Bison or JP that we see Jazz on, it is literally always just pure zoning, and when they want to get in, they get in, and they get in hard. You might think going into the match, like, okay, it's going to be this type of character. They're probably going to try to stay back, try to put traps or projectiles, fireballs, stuff like that. But then when you have this JP rushing you down in your face, throwing you over and over and having you in a corner, you're like, whoa, what's going on? What am I doing?
Now, that's one of the things I always point out too. You're so used to seeing those JPs throw a lot of purple stuff, but Jazdero has this really particular play style where he's able to play at a very unfamiliar range when you're not used to dealing with, it, especially with JP, getting the most out of his disjointed hurt boxes, his low forward, and things like that, and kind of puts you in a blender in a way you're not really ready for when you're playing against a character like JP.
Exactly. That's why you gotta, keep a watch for it, especially when you're getting up close and personal with JP. You gotta be like, all right, what are they gonna try to do here? And how am I gonna change up my gameplay? Because, I might not have expected the JP to be rushing me down, getting some
Mm,
nice lows in there, especially the froze are perfect, especially when they want to set up with our level two. And off of that can be a monster, especially coming out from Jazz. I imagine whoever that in Yoshi is going to be trying to play, they're going to be having to play very, very floaty and very mix up worthy because I feel
yeah.
like that might be the way against the Jazz.
Yeah, and just Jazdero's region in particular, Mexico right now is just so surprisingly strong. A lot of players on there aren't probably getting the nationwide recognition they should, but we have Rufy and MX and Bracket. There's players out of there like Uriel Valero. There's excuse me, who am I thinking of? Liquid O is another Mexican player. These guys are really, really grinding out there, and not a region to sleep on whatsoever. So Jazdero is definitely getting his iron sharpened with some more iron out there.
hmm Absolutely. I mean, the people you mentioned too, like Liquid O, Ruffian, these are people that are always just showing up, especially to breakout tournaments, and not always just showing up or always getting the wins. Like I said before, Ruffian has 7 trophies under their belt
Mm,
here at Breakout. Liquid's got 2, and even when they don't, they still put on such a good show that you have to watch out for these players. That scene is just so big, that Mexican
mm.
scene. As with any other, especially in training up those fighters in order to take these wins, in order to put on a good show. And I mean, that's what we've seen before. I imagine that's what we're going to see again. Jazz, I know, is going to be cooking like they always do. And you know what? This might be their night. We're just going to have to wait and see on what happens with this match.
Yeah, if it is his night, I'll definitely be DMing him afterwards. That is the homie right there. He's
hmm
definitely no from stranger too to just playing in tournaments. He's traveled over to the U.S. to, I believe, play in the Capcom Cup Last Chance qualifier. The first year Street Fighter Six was out. I believe he made, I believe, a top 32 finish, and he's got a very high placements in other larger regionals and everything. So no familiar to the, not a stranger to the pressure. Very, very familiar with making those clutch calls when he needs to.
No, I mean, if you're traveling up to stuff like Capcom Cup from a different country, going up there just to go to the last chance qualifiers, I feel like that shows, especially putting on a good show there, that like you're good. You're
Yeah.
good. You're going to put on a show no matter where you go. If it's Breakout, TNS, going up to any country in order to play at a big major and stuff like that, you're always going to be going crazy. And I mean, we've seen it before with Jazz. We've seen even with stuff like Rookie or Ruffian, just the absolute mind games they're able to pull against them. Of course, that's
hmm
not going to be any different here. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a wild card too without knowing who in Yoshi is going to be playing. It's always leaves that little like, who I want to put my bison bucks on. You don't know until you see that character because it could be someone like we see Geef, not really one of the better matchups for JP. Once he goes ahead and gets those claws on you, it's kind of hard to escape there. So nice little surprise waiting in the wings for us.
If I had to ask, who would you think would be like not what you think Inyoshi will play, but like what you think would be the best choice for Inyoshi to play?
Okay, so the only character throughout my time of watching Jazz Darrow and being a teammate with him and everything, I've seen him struggle against characters who kind of just throw caution to the wind. I've seen him lose to Honda a couple of times. Not exactly a popular pick, but if Inyoshi pulls one out, I think that might be his best chance.
I know Jewel Man on another side of the bracket is a scary Honda that we keep seeing here at
hmm
Breakout. So, I mean, Honda is definitely somebody they have to deal with. So, in terms of like throwing caution to the wind, Honda could be a good option if they play them. And maybe they're watching stream right now, and I might have just given them a little leg in to see who they should play. Like, okay, Honda, got it. All right,
All right.
you're going in with that. But I mean, who knows? We haven't really seen them over here. That's why it's the TBD. So we're just gonna have to wait and see on like who they pick, who they feel comfortable with.
hmm And checking out the rest of the bracket right now, I'm seeing ISI heading to top 16. Jimmy DR, the legend himself, moving over to top 16. You were speaking of Jewel Man earlier. I believe he also just punched his ticket over into top 16. So there's a lot of high quality players that are going to be coming up in that second wave of matches.
Yeah, we got a lot over there. It seems both Isabella and Polynesian Sauce from our first match of the night, both of them made it to top 16 through the losers. We also got Mike with a Y over there too. So we're already getting some losers punched in there ready for some sets.
Yeah, it's one of the tougher parts too. Making the loser side top 16 in a tournament like this, it's you have that extra bit of pressure of just like, oh, I only got one more to like loss before I'm out of this thing. But for some people, it is a motivator when you're coming from that loser side. It kind of forces you to take that extra step of locking in. So very, very excited to see how Isabella and I freaking lost the name, Polynesian Sauce, how they fare over in the loser side of top 16.
Definitely be interesting too as we just wait and see on who our opponent is going to be picking. But I mean, I'm happy that I made it in time for street. A little bit of a traffic coming out. We just had a little bit of a big snowstorm over here in North Carolina, which is very important because we never get snow over here. And I think in like the past 2 months, we got snow like 3 separate times, which is crazy. So people are still kind of like driving a little bit caution, a little slow, and traffic, of course, happening. So able to make it in time.
I got the California luxury of just not having weather over here. It is a nice chill 62 degrees. You know, we're just hanging out.
Dang, 62. I wish I had some of that.
Yeah. I'll talk to my New York friends. They're like, oh, yeah, it was like 7 this morning. And I'm like, what do you mean 7? They're like, no, it was like 7 degrees this morning. I'm like, excuse me? A buddy of mine was like, yeah, come out to Frosty Faustings. And I was like, bro, did you see the weather report? I am not going to survive out there. When it's 45, I'm like, all right, bro, I'm not leaving my house.
Bro, it's the other way around for me. I grew up in New York. I'm in North Carolina now. It's like 30 degrees over here right now. I'm used to it being cold during the winter season. So when I like go out to like, oh yeah, come down to CEO, come down to like other like hot stuff in Florida, like we got next stuff like that. I am melting. I am literally melting. Doesn't matter how many little layers, because it's like if you're in the cold, you can always layer up. You can always put clothes on yourself, get like a bunch of coat stuff like that. You can't. I can't rip my skin off.
Exactly.
I can't de-layer myself enough for the heat, and because of that, it's just so much more unbearable in my opinion. I don't know how you handle it over there.
Yeah. I had ace up my sleeve over at Evo in Vegas because I had a bunch of guys from like Baltimore and stuff and be like, man, it's so hot because it was about like 110, and I'm like, man, I'm over in Fresno, California. 110 is just like it's a normal Wednesday for me, so I'm chilling, you know, long sleeve t-shirt and everything, so I don't get a tan, but a little bit of sweat never bother nobody.
I don't even know how you could wear a long sleeve shirt in that weather. It's being like no tan. I work outside, so like I have had like during the summer, I've had moments where like literally everything past my shirt would be like pale white, and then my arms would just be super tan. It would be such a different like contrast, but it's like there's nothing I can do about it. I have to work outside. I just have to live with that.
You got that permanent t-shirt on. Well, I think we do got word from Mothership. There is going to be a change up in the match. It is going to be Rasek and Rufian MX with the Blanca. Had to pivot out of that. So this is a matchup I think we're a little more familiar with. 2 characters that have been very, very popular, as you've seen in the picks from the Breakout series top 5. Bison, just one of those characters where they got, I'm going to put it in quotations, nerfed. Their damage got nerfed. So they're still looking very, very strong and very, very solid. One of the most pressure-filled characters in this game. Once they get that cycle mine on you, you pretty much have to stop playing the game and let them just go to work at a certain point.
I know that happens every time, even with like Jazz Darrow. We haven't seen too much of Rasek lately, at least when I've been casting. But like with Jazz Darrow from before, whenever they put a Bison Bomb, it always feels like they just rush down their opponent after that, always doing some cycle kicks, stuff like that. So That's going to be that. But it looks like, okay, we got word a little bit from headquarters, just a little bit of a fib again, as we're going to be actually moving on to Ray Del Taquino versus Blackmore Yaya, which seems like we're keeping the Bison. Everything we said, it's still true. But this time we're going up against the Maya instead of the Blanca.
Yeah, and Blackmore Yaya, we saw the first time they played here on stream, was really good at adapting. So they're used to the pressure of being down one game, able to find those clutch moments and everything. Actually, it's going to be, I believe, Zangief instead of Bison.
Oh, okay. We just switched to the Zangief there. So I feel like coming from somebody who plays, I know I play Rashid, shoot me, don't care. Hate me all you want. I don't play them because they're crazy. I play them because they're just my type of character.
No, you gotta own it. That's the thing. When people hate your character, you just gotta. I mean, like I said, I got Blanca tattooed on my skin. You gotta own it.
Yeah, you just gotta own it. You know, he's got somersaults. He's got crazy air movement. That's just my type of character. I played Chip in Guilty Gear. I played Lancelot in Grand Blue. That's gonna be my character. I literally play Lars in Tekken. So I can tell you in terms of like a Zangief matchup, Maya is more that, you know, you got very good carry pressure. You got a lot of good movement, especially with projectiles and be able to do mix-ups off that. Against Zangief, you have to be like flowing like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. That's literally the level 3 super quote. That's literally how you have to play. You have to be very mobile against something like Zangief. If you leave yourself open for just 1 second right in front and they grab you, that's it. That's already half your HP gone. You have to be like, you have to be here 1 second, over here the other second, flipping over them, coming in with dives, trying to set up with projectiles, never going in front of their face. That is how you have to play.
And this being one of the more interesting matchups too for Mai, because when she holds a full charge on her fans, because Zangief is one of the taller characters, I believe it's Zangief, JP, and Marisa, the fan is going to interact differently on the second bounce because of the height of the character. So let's see if Ray is kind of ready for those kind of knowledge check situations and how they're going to handle parrying and getting themselves out of the fan pressure. But like you were saying earlier, it's kind of a killed or be killed matchup. Once Zangief gets you in that blender, it becomes a slot machine at some point. You get the let's go gambling situation where are you going to hold up or are you going to hold this mix?
It's quite literally like, imagine if you're playing baseball and, you know, you got your free strikes. Grabs are strikes. You get free strikes, you're out. That is literally how we're playing here. That is how Yaya has to think of this matchup, especially against a very good grappler like Zangief. This isn't just a grappler. This is the grappler.
Exactly. And Zangief, one of those characters too, is kind of fallen out of the grace of popularity. There's still a couple of high-level players you see use him, but he's going back to being more of a character specialist archetype. But that's just grapplers, you know, to begin with. But Zangief, like you were saying, it just hits like a truck, but also has an opportunity to kind of chase you down. Once he gets an SPD and he comes in with the drive rush afterwards, you're kind of stuck in a situation of consistently taking that Oki over and over and over. And it is a 3 strikes you're out game, like you were saying.
I gotta agree. I've had so many matches like that where I leave myself open, then get grabbed with the SPD, and then they drive rough after, and we're in the corner, and I'm getting poked over and over and over. I can't get up. Yeah, they're Oki. I gotta agree with you. It's absolutely insane. But again, we've seen the carry pressure from Yaya being insane too. It's just a matter of who's just gonna have the better pressure.
All right, well, we're going to get that answer very soon. Zangief is one of those characters as well that is going to be a victim to Mai's corner pressure here. Not having that invincible reversal might end up being a death wish for Ray here. Doing a great job earlier of punching that non-charged fan. That's one of those pieces of tech I don't see a lot of people utilizing too much. But Ray mining his P's and Q's and able to knock that thing out of the air.
And look at that, getting a wall splat in the corner too, but jumping in the corner yourself, that's not what you want to do against Yaya, but getting that perfect parry, being able to get a nice throw, but reversal, DI is going to be doing a lot of good, but leaving that drive gauge depleted.
Yeah, that's exactly where you don't want to be against Zangief. That was a very clutch jump over the DI there. Right now, Ray does have the drive gauge, but in a world of trouble against Blackmore Yaya as they come back online. The charge punch is going to go ahead and eat the armor off of the DI. He finds a scoop to close it out. Ray is putting an exclamation point on top of it with the SPD to close out the first round of game number 1.
Absolutely, and especially leaving it on that and already getting another good grapple there. Literally, you cannot be just blocking against Ray. You have to be moving, and even with that, they're just going to cyclone you out of the air.
And there comes some more of that Oki we were talking about earlier, able to use the charge punch off of the drive rush to go ahead and put Blackmore Yaya back, and Burnout does have the level 3. Great air grab there from Blackmore Yaya.
But oh, here we go, and the level 3 after the successful DI, that is going to be putting the damage onto Yaya, and here we go, going to the sky, onto the ground in order to get our first game on the board.
Yeah, it seems there Blackmore Yaya just barely had a chance to fight back. Ray was able to find those SPDs we were talking about. It's 3 strikes are out, but it's not a strike when you go ahead and hitting a grand slam just like that. Blackmore Yaya sticking out a button and doesn't pass the vibe check, and here comes some more of that Oki from Ray.
Yeah, already just half of that health bar. OD Cyclone, we're already in the yellow here. Punish counter coming out from that drive reversal, and that perfectly timed DI2. Okay, this might be the answer that Yaya needs, trying to get some of that carry pressure into the other corner, but it looks like Ray is not leaving themselves open, but might, ooh, getting thrown there into the corner and has no drive gauge and is getting broken too. Able to kind of balance this health right now. This might be the perfect chance, especially with the stun. Yaya, there we go. Finally finding the answers and taking that round.
Yeah, great job taking advantage of Ray using his drive gauge there. There's some of that fan pressure we were talking about. An attempt for the level 2 here. The red Cyclone's not going to land, and he's going to pay for it with a big chunk of his life right now.
Especially with that level 3 coming out, flown like a butterfly, stinging like a bee, getting punished right there for that raw level 2.
See how Ray chooses to get out the corner here. There's the fan pressure we were talking about earlier. It's going to be a little more awkward for a character like Zangief. And Blackmore Yaya once again finding the standing heavy punch off of the shimmy. It's working out for him once again.
Each other out right now in just a few short jabs. Ray is just trying to make sure they put the damage on Yaya, but an OD DP is going to get him out of that corner there. Just needs one more good jab, trying to find it, but just keeps getting blocked right now. And this might be the chance that Ray needs, but
Gotta be careful with that. DI doesn't have the life to go ahead and counter it. Gets met with the DP there from Blackmore Yaya, and they're going to put themselves on the board. Now 1 game apiece.
This is a similar showing to what we saw before in their previous match. So we'll see if Blackmore Yaya is able to make it back, get the reverse sweep on Ray, or if Ray is going to hold their own here.
They've just been getting so much mileage off of just a micro walk back into button. Here comes some more of that corner carry we were talking about. A great jump out from Ray there. They just keep going back and forth. The turns continue to be tabled, and a baited DI is going to go directly into the OD SPD. You saw your life, and now you don't see it anymore. Closing it out big time. Now on match point.
Oh my goodness, that was literally blink and you miss it right here. And trying to go for the cross up after that too. Ray is proving that they are a monster right now, but can't seem to find their way in this round. Wait a minute, they're finding it with that SPD there though. Now we're getting the damage into the drive rush.
Yeah, grabbing the limbs there. That's one thing about that SPD. It has a lot more range than you really think it does. Right now, Blackmore Yaya trying to get the fan going and get some space. I love the range they're playing at. Close enough for some buttons, not close enough for the SPD.
Not close enough. I know that Ray wants to close in that distance, but they're getting from themselves by Blackmore Yaya here, but able to cross up, and now they have the advantage, and there we go. There's the level 3 coming out, rushing it down, knocking Yaya down, and that is going to be Ray taking the game 2-1.
Yeah, it just seemed like in a blink of an eye, the momentum just kept going back and forth and back and forth. But with a freight train like the big Russian muscle man, that is going to be a quick 2-1 for Ray.
Absolutely great stuff, especially in that last round. They just always knew what they wanted, especially after that OD SPD that we saw there off that first round. And then the second one, just jumping out of the corner into the level 3 is just such an insane power play there.
Yeah, as we see in the replays here, Ray was just able to get so much out of using his drive impact and his drive rush to go ahead and force some guessing options from Blackmore Yaya, and was catching out big time. We saw multiple level 3s going ahead laying big chunks of damage to close out rounds for Ray.
I mean, we saw a lot too from Blackmore Yaya, especially in this second match here, where they had so much carry pressure. But once we got to Paris, France, we just saw a lot more coming out. The OD SPD, of course, look at all that damage go, and then literally jumping for a cross up into the OD, into the level 3. Just how using the Street Fighter 6 mechanics to their fullest effect. That is what Ray did there, alongside using the power of Zangief And that's what truly got them that win there.
Yeah, that's one thing I tell people. You see a truly great Street Fighter 6 player when you start seeing how they work around and handle their drive gauge and how much they actually like maximize their resources right there. And Ray just giving everyone at home a quick class on how to be truly optimal and get the most out of the mechanics in the game.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to be seeing our next match. That is going to be Jewel Man versus Inyoshi. So we are going to be seeing what Inyoshi is most likely going to be doing next.
I believe I see a Blanca on the screen. So one way or another, we're going to get some Green Man at some point. He will not be denied today.
Yeah, we're going to be okay. We are actually
Oh.
are switching the characters. That is right. Jewel Man
There
does
we
play
go.
that Honda, and it looks like Inyoshi is actually playing the Ken. The question's been answered.
Yeah, I got shimmied there. I got excited for a second. They caught me grabbing.
Don't worry. Ruffian is still alive in their top 16 match, so there still is a shot of seeing that Blanca soon enough.
And Joel, man, just, a lot of people say like, oh, like he's a really great Honda player. To me, he is like the Honda player. When it comes to like Hondas in North America, there's only like 2 or 3 I can name off the top of my head. But the best one I can probably think of is Joel, man. Just over in the tournament series that I hosted a charity tournament in which he pretty much won it with flying colors, a character that people aren't really used to seeing. And when you're a specialist like Joel Man is, he continues to surprise me with the rabbits he pulls out of his hat day in and day out.
Honestly, same here. The amount of just pressure they're always able to get off their butt slams, torpedoing in, always able to break against their opponent, just always using their tool set to the fullest effect. I feel like that's what always gets Jewel Man the wins here. Every time I see them on Breakout or other online brackets, it's just such a good showing of E Honda that, of course, we're getting into it here. We're going to be seeing it, but we're also going to be seeing if this underdog in Yoshi is going to be trying to make a difference.
All right, let's get into it. He opens it up with a perfect parry off of the head, but if there's going to be one way you're going to shut down Joel Man's game, that is going to be how to do it there.
That was a perfect way to start, and we're already getting some kicks in order to keep Jewel Man in the corner, too. Trying to butt slam it in, but the OD Shoryuken is knocking them back.
Yeah, great guess there from Inyoshi to go ahead and keep the pressure going. Right now, Joel Man looks like he's out of answers. Inyoshi puts himself in a burnout, but continues to put on the pressure, misses the DP conversion. Let's see what Joel Man is starting to cook up here.
Left themselves open, especially with no drive gauge after that. Shoryuken might not have been the answer, especially with all these slams coming out here. Have to use a super in order to save your life, but that level 1 came in clutch there for Yoshi, leaving it more of a footsie state now.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, that's one of Ken's best tools when he is in burnout, is that level 1. It is going to be a quarter circle back motion, so he's able to buffer it while he's blocking, as you see there. Almost like he had a modern input reaction to go ahead and get Joel Man off of his back.
I mean, it was the perfect answer there. Pretty much, it was looking a little bit down and out, especially with how much Jewel Man was rushing it down. But off that level 1, they were able to make a difference. But this time around, Jewel Man looks like they have the corner pressure here, especially with those palming slap pawns. I am losing my words here, but it's fine.
Yeah, Joel Man is definitely not the player you want to find yourself in the corner. That command grab can be coming at any second here, but continue to stick out that standing medium kick. Yoshi has to break himself out of jail there, puts himself in a burnout in the process, but goes ahead and gets himself back to neutral.
Literally just rushing it down right now. We're already going to the other side of the stage, trying to see some butt slams make a difference, but there we go. There's that grab coming in, and oh, the OD grab coming out too. Okay, Jewel Man tying it up now, 1-1 in the rounds.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. That command grab can come at any moment. Joel Man has this kind of way of playing Honda where he kind of peekaboosh you to death. He gets you to sit still just like that, and then he comes and cashes out with the command grab. That's the Joel Man special.
Literally guessed it there. Nice little conversion there for Inyoshi, especially with that Dragon Lash, but didn't really capitalize off it though. But they're fine. They're playing a little defense. Has to watch out once again for that command grab that you were talking about a second ago, especially after that OD attack. And oh, the level 3 coming out too. Yeah, this might do it. This is going to kill here in the sumo ring.
Yeah, that's big damage, and Joel Man just continuing to pester with it.
Oh, wait.
Not enough damage to go ahead and go for the kill, but Inyoshi's almost in burnout, finds the grab either way, and Joel Man is going to take the first game up 1-0 over Inyoshi.
That was the perfect thing to do there. It felt like Jewel Man was using that first round in order to get a feel for Inyoshi, being like, okay, what are they going to do? How do they like to play? How can I take advantage of them? And after they figured out the rules, they were like, okay, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you can slowly see the confidence build for Joel Man as well as you see the OD headbutt to bust himself out of jail there. And Yoshi getting walked back down on neutral, but keeping Joel Man in the corner. He did a great job in the very first round of going ahead and playing good spacing and keeping Joel Man on his toes.
Ooh, looks like Jewel Man is trying to go a bit more on the aggressive this time around, not on the toes here, especially with that perfect parry into the butt slam, getting the hit, and another one too in the corner. Ooh, you never want to throw in the corner because you always leave yourself open, and that's exactly what happened here. The corner game was flawless for that round.
Yeah, just absolutely abusing Inuoshi's drive gauge and his life. Great call out there from the command grab that time, going with the neutral jump to go ahead and get himself some corner carry. Joel Man in the corner, forcing him to guess, finds the standing heavy punch, and you're going to be in a world of Ken right now. Big mix-up time.
Absolutely. That's what Ken loves to do. Rush you down and mix you up, trying to kick into the corner, trying to break the defense of Jewel Man here as they try to torpedo in. And this might be the change they needed. Trying to defend. Can they do an OD grab off this? No, they're not going to. Oh, might be the perfect answer.
And Yoshi and Burnout gets caught with the DI there. Jewel Man has been known to cash out early, but he's going to go ahead and take an Oki opportunity here. Level 3 is on deck for Inuoshi. Can bust out if he fills it. No answer, and he's gonna find the DI. Joel Man should be able to close it out with a quick 2-0, but drops the combo.
Wait! Oh, parried that into the command grab. The level 3 out of desperation. Raw would not be able to do it. Jewel Man breaking in to the top 8 2-0.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where you're probably buffering the super, waiting for the gap, but the gap came, but Joel Man was quick enough to go ahead and hold block on that one, and Inuoshi ended up paying for it with his life. Looking here at the replay, Inuoshi was able to find a good rhythm here in round 1, but Joel Man just continuously snatching that momentum back, landing those command grabs we talked about earlier, pretty much at will.
It always felt like those command grabs coming out from Jewel Man were just always at like those perfect right times. They didn't use it too much in order for Yoshi to be like, okay, this is something I have to worry about. This is something I have to guess. But they always use that at the right time. And especially always getting Yoshi in a rough spot. We see a lot of drive gauge depletions, a lot of stuns, a lot of corner pressure. And from that, I feel like Jewel Man was able to take advantage. And that's what's getting them the second seat at that top 8 now.
All right, so you are going to be seeing a lot more Joel Man action going up. Definitely a threat to take the entire thing. Now punching his ticket into that top 8, like you just said. Always dangerous in the online circuit. And Inuoshi had a great showing there. Very solid with the Ken. Is a little bit on, believe the 1300 MR range, but would have fooled me if he covered that up because he was playing some very solid neutral when he did have the space to work.
Oh yeah, no, especially in the rounds where I felt like Yoshi had a bit more an advantage. Even that last one where it was a lot of damage on Jewel Man at the start before they were able to make their return. I felt like Yoshi always had some solid quarter combos, especially mix-ups and rush down like Ken always does, especially off the Dragon Lash, especially their kicks, the 1-2, the 1-2-3, always being able to get the damage in. It wasn't like Yoshi had that 100-0 matchup. They had some solid stuff. They took some rounds, but in the end, they always just left themselves a little open for Jewel Man to come in, get a nice command grab, butt slam, of course, a lot of palms, a lot of punches. From that, take that victory there.
Yeah, every time I see Joel Man play, I always say, dude, where's my drive gauge? Because it seems about like 10 seconds into it, he's going to go ahead and land those headbutts, continuing with the butt slams, like you were saying, and kind of just make you always play on that back foot. It's kind of his preferred play style, is to make sure that you're always in retreat while he's always coming forward. He really embodies, play style-wise, that sumo mentality of controlling the space. He plays a lot bigger than the other player most of the time.
Which is especially surprising considering how much carrying that like both of them were doing. I mean, Jewel Man, of course, especially with the palms, was doing a lot with that. But Yoshi do, especially getting kicks, was just always going to the other side of the stage. But also with Jewel Man too, I mean, as you were saying, and like just earlier, drive gauge always depleted. I noticed that off the start in Yoshi, even in the first round where they were doing very dominant, we were already getting very close and sometimes depleting that drive gauge because we were either using a lot, which that might be in Yoshi's playstyle. They use a lot of that drive gauge. They use a lot of drive rushes, or they tried to get some DIs, but mainly it was Jewel Man just always kind of melting their bar a little bit, melting. You have to keep blocking me. You have to keep blocking me. You have to keep blocking me. Then I'm going to grab you. Just always having that advantage in terms of that style, in terms of the mind games with the drive gauge. was one of those other tools I feel like Jewel Man used really well there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, looking forward in bracket over to our top 16. We just saw Joel Man and Inuoshi. Joel Man going into top 8. I see Ray Del Tequino, who we did see on stream, punching their ticket over to the top 8. Over on loser's side, we see Blackmore Yaya and Isabella going at it in losers round 2. And a lot of other familiar names are going to be trying to get their selves into top 8. So there is a lot more Street Fighter 6 action coming your way. I want to remind you guys that Matcherino is still live, so you want to go ahead and use that Matcherino command in chat. We are at a $14.75 total. There is 31 codes still ready to claim, so if you're feeling a little generous, go ahead and head over there. Go ahead and throw some free money into the pot for the players.
Yes, I know I'll be claiming my code as I did last night right after we finish up casting here. But yeah, just always claim your codes. It's completely free. It helps the pot. It helps people, have that motivation in order to try to win these tournaments, claim that grand prize, claim that victory, and have a good time here in Metro City on the streets here. And seeing the bracket too, literally updated as you were saying that. We do have our third entrant into that top 8. It's going to be Isabella, able to 2-1 Blackmore Yaya.
Nice.
So we might be seeing Isabella on stream again. Just going to be waiting to see until top 8 what happens with that. And of course, some other interesting names. Like Inyoshi is going to be fighting Mike with a Y there in the loser side of the bracket. And Polynesian Sauce is going to be waiting for whoever loses between what it seems like we got coming up next, which is going to be back to Rosek versus Ruffian, which, yes, will be the Blanca.
There we go. Finally, he's gonna mess with me. He's gonna go ahead and pick Dalsum or something afterwards, just to spite me.
Ruffian. This is Ruffian. They don't play too much else other than Blanca.
Yeah, I respect character loyalists. I mean, I brought it up multiple times. The guy's on my skin and everything. Whenever someone sticks with the character throughout multiple games, I know Ruffian also played older Street Fighters before, but I always respect character loyalists because when it comes to the weirdo characters like Blanca, it takes a special type of person to play a character like that.
I mean, I've tried them myself, especially with some of the rolling attacks. When I initially started, I was like, oh, that looks kind of interesting. But it feels like there's so much depth to that type of character at Blanca where it's like you really have to stick with them for a good amount of time in order to truly master them. That's something I can feel even when going to like other fighting games and playing my mains. It's just like you can be good, but then you can be literally them.
Exactly.
It's really just that difference.
I believe they are going to be going up against ISI as well. ISI, another very strong player from the Mexico region. Usually we see him on the jury. I see a Bison on screen. Not sure who they will be locking in on, but always dangerous. Gets a lot out of their drive gauge every single time I see them play.
EC primarily plays that jury. That's what we usually see them on. So I imagine that's going to be the same here. It looks like we might be getting we are getting a match change because I was like, EC versus Ruffian. That's not something on the start.gg. It looks like we're actually going to be doing EC versus Jimmy DR. So yeah, once again, sorry.
I'm getting teased all night long.
I know.
One of these days.
We keep saying we're going to do the Ruffian match and then we don't do the Ruffian match.
That's all right. I just got to hop on afterwards. I got to put some Blanca on screen for myself. Gotcha.
M4. All right. Looks like either way, though, we're getting into it now. Loading into EC versus Jimmy DR, which, once again, going to be on the Marissa. I've seen them before. They can put on such a crazy show with that character. But it's going to be interesting to see how it goes up against. I mean, I've seen them go up against Rookie with the Luke. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes up against the jury. But already a nice throw to start out the game.
Yeah, we were talking about character specialists earlier, and Jimmy DR is just one of those people who continues to believe in Marissa. And every single time I see him play, he makes me believe. I'm not going to lie. Jimmy DR, I call him the legend for a reason. Definitely an online bracket demon. And right now, putting ISI into an uncomfortable position into the corner.
I'm going to figure out what to do here. Trying to get some nice lows, but not able to get out of the corner. Jimmy DR is playing a really patient boxing game into this corner. They're not like in their face, they're spacing a little bit, and the EC tries to jump out. They can't. This might be the perfect time. Literally, as I'm about to say it, perfect time to do a DI because you can stun and off the OD kick. Already Jimmy DR taking the first round.
Yeah, very smart to pull the trigger when he did as well. He had ISI right under the amount of super he needed to get that level 1, so not having the chance to reverse the DI there. Great call out from Jimmy DR.
Perfect there, but ooh, getting mixed up. It's EC's turn now.
Baits out the Scudum stance, finds the drive rush on the back of it, and that might be a perfect with an exclamation point on it. Going ahead and showing that, you know, I can hit a little hard too here. Now 1 round apiece here in game number 1.
EC pretty much said there, okay, you think you know what you're doing against me? You think it's going to be dominant? Nah, I'm going to come here. I'm going to say it perfect. It's not going to be that easy against me. But Jimmy DR is saying a different story because they already got EC in that corner again and slapping them back in, but the perfect parry might be the way to take it out of jail.
Using that drive rush too to continue the pressure. Here comes EC on the attack here. Nice air-to-air there from Jimmy DR. Does have that level 3 on deck. Just 1 hit confirmed into a drive rush. Should be able to close things out. Able to weather the storm with the pressure here. Nice air-to-air once again. Finds the clutch hit that he needed, and that should go directly into the level 3, and you're going to pay for it with your life. Jimmy DR finding a clutch air-to-air there to close things out.
You absolutely gotta love Marissa's level 3 super there because you could just see the mortal fear in your opponent before you just punch him straight into that wall.
Yeah, Marissa, definitely one of those characters we were talking about earlier with Zangief, where they're just a ticking time bomb. You have to really mind your P's and Q's and make sure not to get hit, because if you do, you're going to be paying for it with at least 50% on any interaction.
I mean, that's what Jimmy DR is putting on full display, but EC doesn't seem to care about that, though, since they already got Jimmy DR in the corner. The armor, though, gonna save them as we're getting back into the middle of the stage, and Jimmy is putting some nice target combo damage onto them right now. My goodness, we're keeping it going. Nice little lows, getting some more combo damage. Already in the corner again, but EC's starting to make their way out.
Yeah, busting out of jail there, cashing out with the level 1. One more guess should be able to do it. What's going to be the wake up here from EC, building those Fuha stocks, able to get themselves some space.
Trying to put some projectiles out here right now. There we go. Low kick is going to do it. Able to take a round. EC is putting themselves on the board, at least in terms of the round, but has a long way to go.
Yeah, it seems like both of these players have no interest in being in neutral right now, just continuing to put themselves back into the corner one by one. As you can see right now, EC getting slowly walked down. That's going to be a clutch block there from Jimmy DR, controlling the space very, very peculiarly.
Ooh, nice low there. We'll do a little bit of a punish counter. Trying to feel each other out right now. Tries to go for the cross up, not able to get it, but able to just jump up and get something else here as we're already back into the corner. EC on the up and up right now. And I was about to say, hasn't been hit once, but there we go. We got the hit.
Yeah, very interesting strategy from them this year. You saw them disengage as soon as they put Jimmy DR in the corner. This time sticking to him. Great air-to-air there from Jimmy DR. Might be the reason they're backing up, to go ahead and try to play a hit-and-run game. But right now, Jimmy DR is coming alive.
They're alive right now, but Jimmy DR has to know that they don't have their drive gauge right now. EC can take full advantage of it, but it seems like they don't care right now. But we're coming from the skies, we're stopping down, and the raw level 3 is actually going to be hitting. My goodness, that's going to be tying it up in terms of that health, and there we go, 1-1 in the rounds.
Yeah, respect pulling the trigger there, put it all on the table, and that put Jimmy DR right there in the match point. Definitely making a bit of a statement to EC right now, saying to mind your strings, because I am going to be buffering that level 3 at any point.
Absolutely, that was insane, especially the raw one too, but it looks like EC wants their own answers as we're going to be going into a combo into their level 3 right off the jump of this round to start to get a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, very smart, like you were saying, to go ahead and get their drive gauge back. A jumper from Jimmy DR, eats the fireball on the way down, puts himself once again into burnout, but as we've seen, that was no problem for him last round. Let's see how they handle in neutral here.
Ooh, nice little air interaction there. Another one here, able to put EC into a bit more of an advantage, trying to drive rush in to pretty much chase down Jimmy DR. We're in the corner again, and a stop off the top is going to do it, tying up the set 1-1.
Yeah, that jumping heavy punch, that stomp right there in the head, it's one of those harder tools to deal with, especially when you're a character like Marissa, who doesn't have anything that's going to really hit on top of your head to defend yourself. Kind of just got caught in between there, and looks like we might be taking a breather. That was a high velocity, high octane match right there. So let's see if EC is being a little breather after that one.
I imagine they are, especially as they're able to get that clutch win off that third round. I know that, like, okay, we're still in it. We're still in it right now. We can make it. We can make it. I wonder. I haven't really seen EC off the jury too much. I wonder if this might be a bit of a character swap that we're seeing here, or they're just taking a breather, like you said.
Looks like they should be rocking back with the jury. We're just going to go ahead and run it back. It is one game apiece. Winner of this one is going to be punching their ticket into top 8. So a lot at stake here, coming right back into it.
Ooh, nice. Pretty much ODDP to block the OD coming out from Jimmy DR there. That was nice on EC there.
Nice. EC getting a lot of mileage just off of their jump steer. Jimmy DR hasn't really been able to anti-air anything, just kind of getting their air-to-airs off the jump back.
Ooh, nice. Jumping over that projectile. They were watching for that. Went for their DP. Went for one more. Trying to get a stomp off the top. Trying to keep up the corner pressure. But there we go. Jimmy DR is starting to break out of EC's offense. That stun is not going to be what they want, as EC's just going to be playing with their food a little bit, but maybe a little too much.
Yeah, the tough part about dropping that combo is Jimmy DR was going to get his gauge back instantly, and now EC finds himself in the corner, does have that level 1 if they want to react to the DI, but there's no answer, no one's home, and Jimmy DR is going to go ahead and put a lot of damage on the table, doesn't clean his plate and drops the combo, though EC has a chance to fight back.
They got to get out of the corner. They do not want to be reversed like that, pretty much having the same situation happening to them, as they're going to be able to get that round. And for the first time in this set, EC is the one in the advantage in winning here.
All right, Jimmy DR back to neutral, holding parry. EC in the corner. Both low on drive gauge here, using the drive rush to try to get himself some space here. Has to be careful and mind it. Another jump in attempt, almost into burnout. Here comes Jimmy DR on the attack. How is EC going to get themselves out of this bad situation?
They have to find a way to keep Jimmy off of them right now and to get them back in advantage, but they're just in the corner trying to block. They get anti-aired. They're trying to find something to do, and yeah, they're going to get stunned. I was just waiting for it as they're blocking so much in that corner. We could see the level 3 coming off this combo, but we're actually going to be whiffing that combo as EC is just really trying to play it safe right now in the corner, not going forward for anything, but just getting slapped back because of it.
Yeah, I like the choice of the drive reversal. They're using it as an offensive tool to go ahead and keep EC into the corner. Continuing the pressure, though, does have a level 3 of their own on deck. Right now, Jimmy DR just taking some moments to breathe. As a one-hit situation, they choose to cash out the level 3 on EC here. Another air-to-air. We've seen that constantly from Jimmy DR. Ready for it.
There we go. Another low again, too. Always getting caught by these projectiles right now. But, ooh, another drive reversal. EC is slow, so slow right now. But they're getting some nice chip on Jimmy DR. Both of them do not have their drive gauge, so they're both on even footing here, just trying to break this chip. They're both just trying to feel each other out as we get to the last seconds of the match, and that level 1 is just going to get completely repaired.
Yeah, try to confirm it, didn't work out for him, and we are going into another final game, final round, but this time Jimmy DR sitting on a full level 3, and there seems to be a bit of a connection error there. Certified Street Fighter 6 moment. See what's going on that side of things. But as we head into that break, I want to remind you guys that the Matcherino is live. We just recently did receive a $15 donation from Burrito Supreme. A shout out to you, Burrito Supreme, for the lovely donation. Matcherino at a 30 even now.
30 even. You gotta love it to see it, as we're just getting that prize pool up and up. Of course, we just had a big tournament last night with Fatal Fury, but don't count us out. We're still here for some more of the FGC. So make sure, again, you can go into the Matcherino link, claim your codes, make sure you donate at least a little bit towards this prize pool in order to make these players feel a lot more special. And also, I did see that leapfrog. I am not going to take off my shirt. I think I'm going to keep it on. I'm okay. Don't think I didn't see that.
All right. You're saying?
No, you can speak.
I was just saying, let's see if we can get an answer here on what happened on EC's side. Not sure if it was a disconnect or if anything else happened there. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, it sounds like we looks like we're gonna be running it back as soon as they get back into the lobby.
Just gonna be waiting on that. Seems we have Ray in the lobby here too. Don't know. I guess he just wants to chill here right now while they wait for whatever happens next.
Always ready.
Yep. Yeah, always ready for another match. I mean, they're sitting pretty. Ooh, wait. I think I know what they're doing. If this is that match, I think, yeah, no, I know exactly what Ray's doing. They want to spectate to see who they're fighting. They're
Got you.
stalking their prey
Got
because
you.
whoever wins this has to fight Ray.
Yeah, that's that old school FGC tech. If you're at the local, you stand right behind the match of the guy that you're probably going to be playing next to go ahead and get that tech in.
Hmm. That's absolutely what Ray's doing right now. They want to stalk their prey early. I always call this out like in my own locals, especially with Tekken 8 brackets. There's always this TO that gets such good placements called Clam.
Mm.
And when they're watching the matches, they're always just like stanced up, literally crossed armed, locked in a seat, watching the Tekken match that they're waiting on for the grand finals. And I always call it out because like, okay, here we go. Clem's watching the opposition again, watching to see who's literally going to be their next victim on stage. That's always how it plays out.
Yeah, I definitely respect that. Anything you can do to get that edge on somebody. It's the same thing I do because I usually commentate at my local. So it's like, yeah, I'm commentating, but I'm also, downloading a little bit of information at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're always just like downloading like a little bit of information, seeing what people are doing, waiting for them for next time. Sometimes, you might even see some of those locals in a more of an online bracket setting, maybe a big tournament. And because of that, you might be like, all right, I know exactly what you're doing. I've been watching you.
Yeah. Well, that's the funniest part too is before Evo last year, like everyone in my poll, I like scoured the entire internet to try to find any possible footage of like these random dudes from like Oklahoma where I'm just like, all right, I need to see what this Diamond 3 Dalsum has up his sleeve. I got to make sure I'm like on my game for every single thing. That's just that competitiveness of being a fighting game player.
No, I feel you on that. I'll literally do the same thing. I'll look for their Capcom Fighting Network profiles, or I'll
Mm,
look for to see if they got some matches, stuff like that from like previous years. I do the exact same thing when I got a set coming up because I'm like, okay, how much do I got to prepare? How do they like to
mm,
play? Who am I getting beat down by? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You need to go back to the lab, but more times other than not, something you got to watch out for. And something you
yeah.
got to really do is like, I mean, you do it, I do it. I feel like as an FGC player, you really have to always keep a tab on your opponents.
Mhm. That's one of the more interesting things too with the online circuit here. There's a lot of players who are kind of used to playing each other. I've seen EC and Jimmy DR go at it in other brackets. I've seen Joel Man and Jimmy DR go at other brackets. Rufy and MX has been all over the place. So it's like you constantly get a chance to beat your bracket demon, week in and week out. So a lot of time to lab and, really study because that's how you get better at fighting games pretty much is not only improving your own thing, but kind of getting used to seeing those players and their habits and their patterns and things like that.
I know, I gotta agree. Like, it feels like everybody plays their fighter a little differently.
Hmm.
Like, you can put, even if you run a little experiment, imagine if you put like 100 Rashid players in one room.
Yeah.
Like, sure, they're gonna have some like common like set play or combos that they'd like to rely on. Maybe a lot of them do some like crouching light punches into the light spinning mixer, stuff like that.
Hmm.
But everybody always plays their characters a little differently. You'll find maybe one of them likes to focus on getting jump heavy punch in order to keep themselves in the air for a little longer and rely
Hmm.
on that more. Maybe one of them will over abuse their OD spinning mixer in order to get a nice reversal. Or maybe another one just abuses their somersault to keep mixing you up with a jumping medium kick and a crouching medium kick into the light spinning mixer. They all can
Exactly.
play it a little differently.
Yeah, I always tell people that like picking your character is like the language you speak, but the way you play is kind of your accent. So you kind of got to get used to everyone's dialect.
Exactly. Like you could be playing just like the most grappler fighter in the world, but maybe you don't even play them like a grappler. Maybe like you
Just
still use
playing
the pros a
footsies.
lot. Yeah, literally play footsies. Maybe they have a projectile and you try zoning with them, what have you. Everybody plays a
Mhm.
little differently.
All right. Well, checking out the bracket right now, we do see in Yoshi, we were talking about earlier, did punch their ticket over into top eight. We were getting a word from Mothership.
Okay. got the word from Mothership. Looks like Easy is going to be giving the win to Jimmy DR. And also, here we are, Non-Factor. We're finally seeing Blanca on the big screen.
All right, it was worth the wait. One of my favorite Blancas, Rufian MX, is going to be having a matchup against a JP. This being one of those more peculiar matchups for Blanca. You got to take a big guesses off of the purple stuff you see there with the OD ball to get through.
Looks like they're making the right guesses, though, with some of these rolling attacks.
Great neutral jump there to get way of the Amnesia. Another one, OD Amnesia, puts himself in a burnout, but is going to be able to get a lot of mix-up going here in the corner.
Little bit no drive gauge right now. Perfect opening right now for Ruffian. Is starting to make something happen, trying to roll attack into some lights. This needs a little more, but it looks like Rosek is keeping this defense up with these anti-airs team.
Open, no drive gauge there and no health to go ahead and fight back off of that DI. Roofy and MX find themselves the first round. Raja right there just completely on the back foot the entire time, but right now answering with that crouching medium punch to go ahead and get the party started.
Literally just trying to break Ruffian's defense, but they just keep parrying or blocking, but they're starting to find something here now with some of these light jabs.
Nice, I like the dismissal there to keep the pressure going. Using the mix-up on the mix-up character. Great OD up ball there to break themselves out of jail, but another cane to the face is going to be able to close things out. Now 1 round apiece in game number 1.
We're seeing here that Rasik is trying to show that they're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to keep themselves alive against Ruffian, and they're always going to try to mix them up. But it looks like Ruffian is seeing that and starting to get a little bit of some nice attacks getting in there. Boom, flipping in the air, keeping it going. The level 3 off the rolling attack too. All right, we're laying on the damage now.
Yeah, I like the choice to catch out there. Was almost putting themselves in burnout as well. Should be able to get close to 3 bars here. Jumps over another OD Amnesia into the lift, and that should be enough to close out game number 1. Roofy and MX putting an exclamation point on.
My goodness. If that was Guilty Gear, you'd be seeing that going straight into the combo trials uploaded, something like that. That's literally what we saw on display. That's what you want to be seeing from your Blanca mains coming out here.
And it looks like Rosek's going to want to put a little more muscle on his character, switching from one villain to another. Heading over to the head honcho is going to be making the move to M. Bison. And this character we were talking about earlier just continues to put out damage despite any nerfs. And when they plant that Psycho Mine, the entire game dynamic switches.
We're going to be seeing how it goes up against Ruffian, against their Blanca, because they definitely move a lot, especially trying to set up the Blanca-chan, but we're already seeing the Psycho Mine on them, and already in the corner too, as it's going to explode and lay waste on Ruffian.
Great choice there to break out of jail. Employee of the month is still on the floor. Go ahead. He's trying to keep him out of range from it. It's like he's playing a game of soccer here, trying to, playing defense, keeping him away from the Funko Pop there to keep them from going ahead and cashing out the damage. But Rosek turns the tables, looks for an OD up ball, and pays for it with his life.
Literally proving here that Rosek really loves the Bison and might be the better choice for them, as they're already diving in here. There we go, making the grab with, but already Blanca-chan putting in the work, but not for that level 1 to hit though.
Yeah, it's one of those things Bison players will pull that trigger when you least expect it. Not a character with invincible reverse will kind of have to rely on that level 1, but right now just relying on the movement of Bison to keep Ruffian in the corner here.
There we go, getting a nice kick in. Pretty good neutral button in order to get some nice range, especially that perfect parry coming out too. But Ruffian was watching for that drive rush, able to do an OD vertical rolling attack here, trying to find their way in, but both of them are just kind of feeling each other out right now.
Yeah, Rosek giving up a little bit of space here. Ruffian finds himself in the corner, might have just one more hit to guess. Here comes the wild beast. Blanca turning blue, getting the dog going. What's going to be the mix-up here? Throws Rosek into the corner, and a baited out level 1 off of the parry. Might pay for it with his life here on the next mix-up.
There we go. We're just rolling everywhere right now, Blanca-chan, but we just let ourselves open for a little bit too long as we're seeing Rosek taking that game. Now it's 1-1 as we're getting here into the pit.
Yeah, the character swap paying dividends there for Rosek. Kind of playing a very peculiar playstyle. You see them standing full screen and using the drive rush in, almost playing like a jump scare tactic here. Gets the Psycho Mine, and Ruffian MX is now on the back foot.
They can't find a way out, especially from those throw loops coming out from Rosek, but it looks like Rosek is giving up a little bit of space and getting caught there by Blanca-chan after missing that move on Ruffian. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, you can see here Ruffian too not wanting to take a lot of this damage, continuing to use the OD up ball to get himself out of bad situations. In the corner here, gets the mine off of him, and right now Rosek is in burnout. Should get a lot of corner carry off of here with the medium up ball.
Coming back in, trying to get some kicks, trying to get some nice stuff too, but tries to do the DI in the corner in order to get the stun on Rosek, but left themselves open to that level 1, and coming in from the sky, that's going to be the hand taking you out and leaving the advantage to Rosek now.
Yeah, it's one of the tougher parts of trying to throw out the Blancachon in neutral. It does have a really long startup, and Rosek able to catch him there with the Devil's Reverse. Right now, Ruffian in the corner, getting himself some space off the light conversion though.
Trying to rush it down, but it looks like a Psycho Mine's going to be planted onto Ruffian, and it's going to be exploding on them too, leaving them in the corner, and just nice Oki coming out here too from Rosek, just laying waste.
Yeah, it's one of the tougher parts about playing against Bison is even once you get hit with the bomb, they can combo directly right into another one. As you see right now, Ruffian MX was stuck in the corner, chooses to go drive reversal, does have the critical art, but gets caught with the low forward, and that's going to be able to close things out for Rosek, able to use this drive gauge and get the kill combo to finish it off.
My goodness, beautiful stuff there coming out from Rosek. That was pretty much the spelling that I've seen a lot of times in tournaments, and that was a perfect match to show it too. Sometimes it's really just the matchup. You can know everything you want to do against your opponent, but if you're playing the wrong character, it might feel a little rough. We saw it with JP starting out with Rosek. They had some nice stuff going for them, some nice mix-ups, of course, nice projectile trapping work, but it never truly paid off. Ruffian always got what they wanted, but once Bison was coming in with the Psycho Mines, and especially some of those level 1s, it was just an entirely different story.
Yeah, you kind of turn the game on its head, and you turn Ruffian into the guy that has to guess in the middle of all these interactions. We've seen it each time that the mine was planted. Rosek was just able to catch out with so much damage, and that's what really made the difference, was just being able to cash out those opportunities a lot bigger than Ruffian was.
Absolutely. Always able to keep their combos going too. Able to take advantage of, as you were saying before, Blancachon being a little bit of a heavy commitment, especially in neutral, as Rosek was able to take advantage of. And because of that, they're going to be punching their ticket, moving on to top 8, as we already got 6 of our top 8ers locked in. And it looks like we're going to be starting to watch some of them in just a second, as we're starting out where Jimmy DR versus Ray, going to be seeing the Marissa versus the Zangief.
Yeah, and this is one of those matchups that I know the fans at home love to see. If you see one of these on like a big stage where there's a crowd, every single hit you have people popping off in the crowd, because in the blink of an eye, a match can really get turned on its head with both of these hard-hitting characters.
They're hard hitting and they got big bodies. That's always some of the funnest matches. If you're a Guilty Gear head like me, that's quite literally the meta right now, but it's still such a fun thing to see. See a Potemkin versus a Gold Lewis, to see maybe somebody else coming in there too, off the top of my head, like a Sin, not a big body, but still something very devastating. That's always just such a fun tournament to watch. And it looks like we already got our 7th entrant in 2. Don't count EC out just yet, as they're still going to be in that top 8, just going to be on the loser side of it.
Yeah, and always dangerous, as we saw. It look very, very solid with the jury. So very excited to see what they do over in top 8. Also see Ruffian MX, we just saw on stream, has to go up against Polynesian Sauce to try to get their ticket into top 8.
Yeah, Ruffian versus Polynesian Sauce. Going to be seeing if we're going to be seeing the Ruffian later on in this bracket, trying to make their way back out from losers. But yeah, either way, we are prepping up now for Jim. We are in the top 8, and now we're in the winners semifinals of it. Of course, whoever wins these matches now, we're in that first to 3 territory now, and whoever wins these is going to be moving on towards those winner finals, which is a pretty good seat to sit in.
And this next matchup is very interesting too. We saw Jimmy DR when he was playing against EC, kind of calm, keeping space and everything, looking for his air-to-airs. But against a character like Zangief, you don't really want to give him too much space, because he can go ahead and make you pay, walk you down to the corner, follow up with drive rush, and get that Oki we were talking about earlier. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Jimmy DR changes the dynamic of how they play. Same thing with Ray, had to go up against a Mai the last time we saw him, and it was kind of the chase down. But the question is, do you want to get too close to Marissa and open yourself up to damage? So it's kind of the unmovable object against the unstoppable force we're about to see on stream right now.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. Both of these fighters, they want to be up close and personal against their opponent, but at the same time, their opponent is also something scary to be up close and personal against. So it's just a matter of which one is going to be stronger. It's just both kind of that same force coming in here. Just a matter of time until we find out as we're getting into the streets of London, going to figure out who's going to be taking the first game.
All right, a lot of muscle on screen right now. It seems like they're both getting in a particular range in neutral, trying to get to the furthest button right now. Ray finds himself and jumps in, gets some nice damage and some corner carry, finds an SBD as well. Jimmy DR, almost half his life gone already.
Oh my goodness, trying to break out of it though, using armor to their advantage, and there we go, starting to get some hits in. Jimmy DR is not down and out just yet, getting a throw of their own as we're going around the world, but the DR coming out from Ray is doing some nice work. They're still in that corner and no drive gauge too.
Yeah, this is one of the tougher parts without having that invincible reversal. Gets himself stuck in a bad spot, gets hit with the DI, and this should be enough to close things out. Jimmy DR looks like they were on the back foot to begin the round, but just found the momentum to keep on going and put that damage on Ray to the point where he pretty much couldn't answer.
Literally just made Ray uncomfortable in that first round there. Even when they had a way to get out, they were just like, do I do it? Is it safe? And ooh, that nice cross mix up there coming out from Jimmy DR to keep the advantage against Ray as we're already in another corner. We have no gauge, but it's fine because we're getting to level 3. And oh my goodness, just look at how much damage that Jimmy DR just melted there. That was amazing.
Was that 2 hits that just closed it? Do we just see a 2-hit on a Zangief right now?
I think we did.
That's actually insane. Marissa, just one of those characters like we were saying earlier, a lot of people kind of gave up on, but still absolutely hits like a truck. Zangief, the character with the most health in this game, but Marissa just made it look like that was Akuma on screen.
Literally just said it. Yeah, no, you don't have the most health. You have like very little. As we're just like, we're still plowing through. We're already half, third, a fourth in for Zangief. My goodness. I mean, the point just keeps being made.
Yeah, putting Ray in the corner as well, just continuing to put the momentum, jumps out of an SBD range there, but finds another whiff punish off of the DI. Jimmy DR is facing monster right now, making Ray look a little bit lost here in the corner.
I feel like Ray knows what Jimmy wants to do, the amount of just pressure they can put into the corner, but Ray just still hasn't figured out what they wanted to do to get out of defense in these situations. Tries to jump, has to stay in defense, and gets opened up by this drive rush too. They have to figure out an answer, especially as this Oki is on point.
Yeah, continuing to mix up the buttons, and Jimmy DR looking for a nice little mix up there off of the reset. One more hit should be able to close out the match for him, and he finds it. Jimmy DR looking absolutely dominant. He's going to be punching their ticket over into top 8 with a quick 2-0 on Ray.
Oh my goodness, we are in the top 8, so we still got one more game to go because we're trying to figure out now.
In top 8, there you go.
Yeah, we're in top 8. We're trying to figure out who's going to those winter finals here.
All right, well, looks like Ray is going to have another opportunity to go ahead and try to get things going. They're not sure if they have another character, waiting in the wings, but getting put in the corner there just kind of lost for an answer at some point. So let's see how they have a chance to breathe here, heading back to the menu, calming things down a little bit, but a nice uphill climb for them this time around.
We'll see, too, as both of the fighters were convinced that they were still in the 1-2 setting, too. So they're probably just going to be coming back in with the same stuff, but at least a little bit more time for Ray to kind of breathe in a little bit. I have to, okay, we're getting into it now, so I was about to ask, what do you think Ray can do here in order to break out against Jimmy? Because it feels like Jimmy just keeps having answers, especially to their defense.
I think with Ray, it just comes down to kind of setting the pace immediately as the round starts, using that drive rush to try to get in, look for a knockdown, and try to put Jimmy in the blender instead of the other way around. But jump in there to go ahead and get the damage. We saw that in the first round of the first game this time, but more the drive rush we were just talking about right now, setting the mix-up and setting the tone.
Oh my goodness, that might actually have been the answer. My goodness, look at that, literally just jumping and getting the initial start. We already just went to a perfect that fast.
Wow, gets an SBD in the middle of a dash there, and Ray right now is throwing caution to the wind and it's just coming out swinging.
Beautiful work in defending everything that Jimmy's trying to do and blocking the drive rush too. That is perfect there. Trying to parry, but it's okay. Ooh, nice armor on that hit too. This might be the round and the game here going for Ray. Just needs one more little hit, but they don't have a drive gauge right now. They have to be careful.
Yeah, in the corner, no drive gauge. Got to watch out for the wall splat there. Does have the level 3 if they choose to wake up for right now. Jimmy DR goes for the DI, and he finds it, steals the momentum in the middle of a Bray dominant round, and steals it to go ahead and put themselves on a match point with a level 3 on deck.
That was looking like Ray's round there. That was looking so perfect for them, but Jimmy DR said, nah, I'm getting you down. I'm getting you out. I'm knocking you down. But trying to get the level 3, that's not going to hit. Jimmy says, okay, cool move. I'm just going to keep you in the corner. I'm keeping juggling you, and I got a level 3 of my own. You want to see it? It's pretty cool. I'm going to kiss my fist. You're going to look scared, and I'm just going to send you straight to the wall for a perfect, my goodness.
Yeah, it's just absolute domination in that round. It's just a freight train that did not stop moving forward, and we pointed it out last game, and we see it here. That damage is just surprising every single time you see it there. One big swing, and it was batter out for Ray.
Literally, this was just Jimmy's world, and we were all living in it. How many times have we seen Ray having such a good position, and then Jimmy just pulls from the sky, pulls from their rabbit's hat, and just, okay, I'm just gonna do this now, and then I just win. That's literally what we saw in that last game. That's felt like how it felt like so much. You saw how it started there in the streets of Metro City. Such an dominant showing from Ray. And then as we get to this round, this was such a turning point. Able to get the stun after the oppression Ray was getting, and then the level 3 whiff, just watching it happen and getting an OD combo into their own level 3. Just like always one-upping, always.
Yeah, and always optimal as well from Jimmy DR, getting the most out of their resources, cashing out that level 3, it seems, every single time just to get that kill. It's like 60% is disappearing at any wrong guess, as we saw in that last highlight there. So Jimmy DR will be moving on over to winners finals. The very, very dominant showing over Ray Del Tequino.
Of course, we're in the top 8 now, so Ray Del Tequino, they still have a chance. They're just going to be waiting in the losers quarterfinals to see who wins between Inyoshi and whoever wins that top 16 match. But flipping over to the other side, we got Rosic and Jewelman, seeing who's going to be trying to come out against Jimmy DR. That's who they're trying to fight to beat.
Yeah, we're going to get right into it right now. More Jewelman on the screen. Bison and Honda, this matchup right here is just absolute pure chaos. 2 charge characters who can throw their entire body at you. But when you have a pilot like Jewelman and Rosic, anything is possible at any second.
Ooh, there we go, slowing it down for the DI call out there, leaving Jewelman on the low, and there we go, nice little anti-air off those flurries of jumps.
Yeah, I love the way that Jewelman just kind of, sometimes you see him just like say, screw it, I'm gonna go for the jump out. If I get hit and put back in the corner, I'll figure it out when I get there, but I'm gonna at least try to jump out for free.
Goodness, that was the perfect answer from Rosic there. They were in the corner, they were about to get DI'd. They just said, okay, we need to use this level 1 because if we get stunned, that's going to be it. And we're leaving Jewelman in the corner, especially with no drive gauge. They might try to DI this too, but answers the butt slam with a little jab there too to keep him out of the air. With the slaps coming out from Jewelman, that's going to be the first round for them.
Yeah, able to pull him out of the sky and make him pay for it. That's one thing we talked about earlier with Jewelman, just able to clutch up in situations like that you're not used to seeing. There's a lot of times when you see Devil's Reverse come down and people really don't know how to react to it, but Jewelman, minding his P's and Q's, able to pull out the reaction and find the kill there.
Uses the DI even if it didn't hit Rosic too, just to negate the damage from that Psycho Mine. That was a pretty good move there.
Finds the perfect parry. Rosic plants the mine. Jewelman on the back foot here. Using that DI once again. He looked for it the first time around, and this time it finds its home. Does have the level 3 whenever he's ready to cash out for some damage.
Something I noticed there too, it was once again trying to negate the damage of a Psycho Mine. It just had that bonus of catching Rosic a little bit off guard and getting some damage there too. Not doing it this time around. Doesn't want to get too predictable with it.
All right, Jewelman in a bad spot here, heading towards the corner. Does have the 1 round advantage. Rosic finds a straight hit to go ahead and close things out. 1 round apiece here in game number 1 with full sticks of butter on both sides of Scooper for players right now.
Both of them have level 3s at their disposal, and already Rosic is trying to go all the way over to try to go to that crepe stand right there. Try to see some crabs, whatever. We're getting a perfect parry here. Punish, counter, doing some slaps, doing some butt slams, keeping it going to the command grab too. Okay, Jewel Man.
Yeah, there's the Jewel Man special there, getting the pressure in. You got to be careful with that stomp. He's known to Kara cancel it right into that command throw. A DI there, but Jewel Man passes the vibe check, does have the level 3 on deck, and the meter to burn. This might be all she wrote, looking for another mix-up. Rossek getting an opportunity to find himself out of the corner.
Ooh, okay, and that level 3, that is going to be the perfect answer for Rossek in order to tie this health at the very least against Jewelman, and leaving that gauge a little bit on the low might be Rossek's chance, but Jewelman doesn't care. They're still laying the damage, torpedoing in, has to find one more answer, and oh, the slam in order to do a little anti-air there, especially with that little health. Jewelman clutching it out at the end.
Yeah, we saw from Jewelman in round number 1, able to use that chop to knock the Devil's Reverse out of the sky. That's 2 times he's clutched up and found that straight hit.
Exactly. Goodness, and we're already getting Psycho Mind in the corner too. This might be Rossek's time to shine if Jewelman doesn't get out.
Gotta watch that drive gauge, burns himself out, looking for the low forward, does plant a mine though. Jewelman has his back to the wall, finds his shimmy for his trouble, gets the explosion, but no follow-up after it.
KO too. Rossek's already up 1 round. That was much more of a dominant game coming out from before, especially off these OD kicks. Jewelman just has to find an answer because they keep getting knocked into the corner with a Psycho Mine on them.
Yeah, they're being forced into these guessing situations, and so far this game, Jewelman has been guessing wrong. Another mine for his trouble right there, using the OD headbutt to go ahead and get himself out of the corner. Does have a lot of drive gauge to work with, but a perfect parry from Rossek.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, Rossek just keeps in the advantage situation, always on offense. Nice little whip throw there in order to negate that Psycho Mine at least a little bit, but a few more jabs in there. Yeah, that's going to do it. Rossek going to be tying up this set 1-1. Now we're in 1-2 territory.
Yeah, we're seeing some great adaptation from Rossek's side here. Jewelman has been looking for these little micro shimmies with the chop, but Rossek has been answering with either a crouching medium punch or a low forward every single time. We see him get another check right there to go ahead and plant another mine and put Jewelman back into the corner, spending it all here, putting himself in a burnout, but in a very, very good spot.
And look at this Oki coming out right now. Well, now it's down and out because the torpedoes are starting to leave Jewelman at least in a better spot, but still Psycho Mind. They have to watch it, but they're fine. They're going to cancel it. They're going to get a throw in there, and we went around the world to the other side of this military base as we're keeping it up right now. Throwing Rossek into the sky. We're tying the health. Could we see something more coming out here? Oh, nice throw.
Yeah, that was his only option of defense that was coming out of burnout, but there's that sneaky command throw from Jewelman we've been talking about all night, and it goes ahead and closes out the round for him here.
Perfect stuff from Jewelman, using just the right move at the right time in order to keep themselves in a nice advantage. And here we go, nice Oki coming out, leaving Rossek in the air. They're still in the corner, and when they wake up, they're coming down to a bunch of slams and the sun coming from the skies in order to lay on more damage.
Rossek trying to turn the table though. Jewelman low on drive gauge, finds himself in the corner, does have the level 3 on deck. Will Rossek pull the trigger at some point with the DI? Jewelman fighting back, finds the 100-hand slap and confirms it directly into the level 3 to steal the round. Jewelman putting himself up 2-1 in winner's semifinal.
Perfect there coming out from Jewelman. Just such a different beast in this game. Always felt like they were carrying to one corner or the other, and the Oki was on point coming out from Jewelman there. Needs one more game in order to try to go to the winners finals to try to take down Jimmy DR, but they still need to take down M. Bison from Rossek first.
And now a perfect parry starting off the round, looking good for him. Another chop finds its home, and that's a lot of corner carry. Rossek went through a lot of their drive gauge and finds himself in a bad spot. A neutral jump from Jewelman here, finding its home, and that's big damage to set off the round quick.
Ooh, and the OD command grab too. This might be a perfect. Rossek does not find an answer here. There we go. Nice lows. Keeps getting blocked. Rossek is probably just like, how do I get in here? Perfect parry. That's going to be the perfect option in a punish counter in order to set up the Psycho Mine. Doing another 2. We're getting the explosion. We're going around the world. The Oki's on point tonight as another comes out too.
Continuing the pressure and baits out a super right now. Rossek, is turning the tables, gets one more mine. It's going to be one more guess for Jewelman. It's coming down to the wire here.
Able to block that Psycho Mine too. They're both just kind of sitting at each other. Even health, trying to come from the sky. Rossek needs to find an answer, both with no gauge, and Rossek does, and able to get that round.
Oh, it's top 10 anime battles. These guys are just flying through the air right now like a Dragon Ball episode.
Absolutely. They were just both always in the same situations. It was literally down to the wire.
All right, Jewelman getting his offense going here in round number 2, trying to put himself on match point, but Rosic is continuing to fight out of the corner here. We saw him last round go coast to coast, finds the explosion off of the Cycle Mine, does have the level 3 on deck, chooses not to go for it, but Jewelman in a bad spot.
Rosic trying to make their way out, but Jewelman, once again, they don't care that they don't have no drive gauge. They're still going to rush you down. Throw escape too. They're using the right answers here, always blocking what Rosic wants to do, but they don't have much time left. As there we go, able to get one more hit. They just need one more little jab in order to take this round and tie up the rounds. There we go. That's going to do it. Jewelman now on round point. They win this, they win the set.
Back in down to the wire there, Rosic being able to find himself some damage in these clutch situations. Jewelman just able to find the last hit there. Rosic being very smart right now, using the level 3 early to try to make Jewelman fight from behind here so he can kind of control the pace of the match going forward.
And also, we're already here at the corner. Just need one more throw, and this is a really good spot for Rosic to be in. It's just a matter of can they keep it, and already Jewelman is just hearing me in the booth and saying, nah, I do not want to be in the corner.
All right, well, here's another bind from Rosic. Jewelman in the corner again, using the OD headbutt to go ahead and get himself out.
Okay, nice pick from the air, and we're using some palm slaps into the level 3. Wait a minute. Did Jewelman make their way back and said nah to Rosic from taking it from them? Here we go, diving in. The damage, just one more little hit, and Jewelman takes it all, able to block that, and there we go. One little jab, that's going to do it. Jewelman taking that game, and they're moving on to the winners finals.
Absolutely no surprise from the clutch moments from Jewelman. That is what he was known for, and he put it all on display there, taking the dub over Rosic.
That was beautiful. It felt like an ego battle. I saw that Burrito Supreme said that in chat earlier, and I feel like that was just the entire set there. Both of them had so many moments where they had clutch plays. They had good options, good reads. They had good moments, and also domination. Like this stage especially, this was Rosic's time to shine, and it was. But every single time, Jewelman always just had that little more. Always had the better Oki. Always had the better corner pressure. Always was able to block what Rosic wanted to do or get like little jabs in those tight moments. The level conversions, especially to their supers, was on point.
Yeah, it definitely pays off to be as familiar with your character as possible. And as we were saying earlier, Jewelman just embodies that sumo style in the way that he plays. And he showed it here, just an undeniable will. Closes things out 3-1 over Rosic, and that is going to be punching his ticket into winners finals.
Great stuff coming from both players there. Again, Rosic still has a chance in order to get a higher ranking. They're just going to have to fight who wins against EC Isabella, which will be coming up soon alongside a lot more matches. But sadly, that is going to be the end of me and Non-Factor's time with you guys today. There will be 2 more lovely casters in this booth to take you through the rest of Street Fighter 6 Week 22 here. But before we leave you guys, where can people find you, Non-Factor?
You can find me over on the Twitter/X at Non-Factor FGC, and over on Twitch at Non-Factor FGC. And you can find me online, probably trolling with some Blanca.
Gotcha. Make sure to check you out a bit then. And of course, you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Ninstar123. A big convention coming up this weekend over here in the RDU area of North Carolina. We got Iba Shokan with Gohan Kumite. You can catch me tomorrow on there. I'll be tweeting out everything. I'll be casting some Tekken and then wrapping up on Sunday, casting some nice Grand Blue action. So make sure to tune in for those. But with that, I've been NM. That's been Non-Factor. And we'll catch you another time. You have a good one.
His back hits the block.
His
He
getting
blocked
slashed
it.
up! No, carries it! Oh, kicks the air here. Oh, this could be huge.
Holla, why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, now hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. We already know that we the coldest. Watch me heat it up, let me focus. I'm going toe to toe with foes. I know they notice. I kick in doors, they only hope for closing. Why? Cause they know I go again. And when they get it dry, I'm the one that can make it flow again. Talk to me nice, my team they ready to go again. Running into us, we'll gladly send you home again. Yo, we don't talk, better know the grind gon' match my walk. I'm a cheat code, I don't take no loss. Making no sense, run up the scope, cause all I do is win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no L's, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I'm winning again and again and again, and it's all on repeat. I'ma just sit at the top 'cause I'm running it, dog. On me, I don't know defeat. Had to get back on the phone. I told them don't play with my name 'cause I know that it rings. They want my spot at the top with the crown and they ask who's a rocket. I tell them it's me. I'ma always win. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's okay. It's okay. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it. It's a promise and a threat. Yeah. Really.
They try to take it, I'm getting it back. And if they hit me, they gotta get taxed. I'm making hit after hit after hit, and I promise you, boy, every one of them slaps.
life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. The game is in trouble. I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle. I got it for real. Still keep me going. I wake up and hustle. You won't see me buckle. I've been in the field. Man of the town. You been in your fields. I'm adjusting this crown. Call me your majesty. Either that or your tragedy. We shutting everything down. I've been hot like somebody put a candle on them. Off top, I don't really stand opponents. This mine. The moment is run out and start a bunch of pandemonium. More game, I got some. The skill is bar one. Y'all done. The game in the coffin. Referee screen, rest in peace. And think twice if you next to me. It's West. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring. You know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. It's our repetition. I'm stacking these trophies. I'm good with addition. I spit like a pastor. I give you the vision. Up early morning, enough for the sleeping. My life is a dream, but you wishing you lived it. Haters get livid. My pocket's Pacific. That's deep if you get it. So Tempur-Pedic. I sleep on the critics. Don't feel like competing. I'm hearing these tickets. Whoa, let me switch the flow. A new bounce. Coming to the den with a lion. I'm gon' pounce. Know I've been a king for a while. Got a ring and a crown. That's the bling with the blow. What the team is about. Champions. You can tell by the ambience of this sound. Referee screen, rest in peace. And think twice if you never see me. Just no doubt. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring. You know what I mean. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right. This ain't no regular thing.
Gosh!
Knuckle Dude's keeping up the pressure.
But the level 3 comes out! My pack!
What's up, everybody? And we are here with some of that great top 8 action at Breakout. I am Cujo Kate.
Hello. I'm Orbital here, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. We're going to have some absolutely fantastic matches here coming up, Orbital. You know, we just saw Jimmy with his unbelievable Marissa playing against Ray Del Ticno with his Geef. It was an extremely strong, intense match. Marissa versus Geef. A lot of heavy hitting.
Mm-hmm. I've seen Jimmy play a few times, and I've been lucky enough to catch the matches, and honestly, I've had a lot of fun.
Yes.
I've never seen such a I almost want to call it one-dimensional kind of play. Like Marisa doesn't really do much. Marisa or it doesn't have a lot of variety. It's hit and hit hard. That's all you do with that fighter, and yet Jimmy makes it look so fun.
Yes.
Whenever it comes to beat falls, whenever it comes to just straight up plant your feet and swing, I think Jimmy does the best of them. So I'm really, really happy to see that they've made it into these upper bracket finals, and going up against Jewel Man will be a test on its own.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, this whole top 8 bracket full of very strong, very historic Breakout competitors here. You know, we're seeing a lot of strong work here by Rasic, by Essie, Jimmy in there. Fantastic players.
Yep. All of these players have been here for a while, but I mean, you just talked about Rasic. We have to give credit to Jewel Man, who has played the E Honda for a little bit, which everyone kind of takes a look at these top played fighters whenever we show the graphic, and this is why we have such a weird dynamic every so often. There is always gonna, I swear, there's always gonna be one or two fighters that kind of step up, and you're like, why is that in our most played? Why did it randomly get selected a bunch? Well, this is why. I mean, Jewel Man piloting the E Honda to very coveted success, not just comfortable, but just as Jimmy was able to take a 3-0 over Ray, we're looking at the E Honda that was able to take a 3-1 against Rasic, and very, very commanding. As you said, these heavy hitters are going to be making the ground shake when it comes to that winners finals whenever we get there.
Yeah, and you know what? It's also good to see somebody having such a fantastic control, a character specialist in using Honda. We don't see Honda that incredibly often.
No, we don't. And one of the big reasons, it's the same reason that, Marisa sometimes isn't seen that much. Now, Marisa, I think, has, I would say, a little bit more flexibility than an E Honda, but Honda themselves, number one, they're big. It can sometimes feel like the hitboxes are a little bit wonky, which is number one. So you can get tagged a little bit. The errant hits can stack up though. Honda, I mean, you can do some work, but you have to close the gap. And when you try and close that gap, you are easily punished. I mean, the ways in for a Honda are also very one-dimensional. It's a little bit slow, and you just kind of waddle your way forward. I give credit, because if you get close, you're great, but
that's
you're
right.
Elite Honda at the end of the day. You face off against anyone that has any sort of projectiles, that ground coverage.
Better
that we've seen
movement
before.
speed.
Yep, there's no way around it. So there's a reason why E Honda isn't around, but every time I see one, you have to give them credit.
Yes. Yeah, completely. So we're going to check also here. We're going to have... we just talked about Rasic and Jewelman. Let's see here. Coming up is Jewelman versus Jimmy. We're going to have that for our winners finals. So most likely a Honda versus Marisa situation there. And then in our losers round 1, it's going to be Ruffian versus Inyoshi. But... here we go into our next match here. It's going to be Tatsune Miku versus...
EC. Yeah, this is Isabella and EC actually going up. So this is the other lower bracket losers round 1. So 100% we're still in that same line, which I'm very, very excited for. This is the Yuri that we mentioned before, but I want to say Isabella making this run, by the way, all the way from opening round. But I believe they lost to Polynesian Sauce, all the way back in round 1. So the fact that they're here in the top 8 is a wild story.
Yes, completely. A fantastic run there. And speaking about running the gambit with Ken in the corner, but Ken just narrowly making his escape now.
Now having a little bit of a breakout, but of course EC has been so strong at playing kind of this neutral game, and there we go. And also punishing, I feel like. Whenever I see EC on the Yuri, you're blocking, but you're also just playing that bait game, and that's why we see this first round go their way.
That's it, great stuff there for EC. And stalking up some of those Fuhajins, Ken, man, really excelling with those Genrai kicks, keeping the pressure up with the Jury in the corner.
This is just opening turn. You have to be able to keep up that pressure. We've seen Isabella do so, but there's a reason they kind of lost out in the early stages. Already breaking out here. Was that a level 3? Is that the level 3 off rip? Okay.
That's right. That's Ken bringing the heat there. Here you go with that, trigger level 3,
Very nice.
Keeping that pressure up with that crouching jab, going to tie up the rounds.
I mean, I like it. We just mentioned that for Isabella, you need to keep that momentum. You need to keep kind of that layered aggression down, and that's one of the ways. Of course, to me, it's always surprising. I feel like you want to use that at the end. You want to secure the round with that, but expending level 3 and basically creating space, and now even getting that counter out to continue on the opening charge. EC is looking a little bit lost after that round 1.
And here we go, Ken. Keeping up that pressure once again, and Jury trying to get the cross up there with the head stomp, and combo straight into her level 3 of her own.
Always fun to watch. Again, glorious cinematics, but of course, this is EC's turn at the fight. Great counter yet again. And there ain't no way out. Isabella stuck in this corner in the Ken. Getting a good block, though. A little bit of a short you can up. Go ahead and be tapping into this punch. Isabella, this is going to be a little bit of a test, but EC, how are you going to win this out? You have the HP lead. What's a little bit of a question mark here is going to be a nice KO. Just waiting for the perfect time, and Isabella is going to be out. Is a great test. Right back into the next round. As this is going to be, oh dear. So, of course, EC did take that one. That was going to be game one their way, but they immediately chanced once again. And right now on the open up, they just wait yet again, go into the air, forcing Isabella back off the initial charge. And, I mean, Kate, this is explosive stuff. This is very, very fun.
That's right, and here we go. Being patient in the corner there. Once again with that cross-up. Baits out the OD Shoryuken. Drops the follow-up, though, from that point. And here we go with Ken in the corner again.
I mean, this is a roll reversal. That's a 2-toss. You were waiting for a second, but a great block here. No levels expended as Isabella's like, I was waiting for that. Goes ahead, ODs, and says thank you very much. Goes out there, but not OD, but still very nice round win for Isabella. Of course, EC ready to fire back.
Sorry there, I'm trying to, my stream is a little behind yours there. Just trying to catch up to yours real quick.
It's all good. There. Yeah, go ahead and keep working on that because this is heating up. Sometimes it doesn't even need words on how strong some of these players are. That's yet another grab as EC is getting tossed around not once, but twice. A little bit of Hadouken to come out here, and right now, Isabella is just on a roll from corner to corner, side to side, now in the neutral. KO out Isabella. Going ahead and hanging on, and that is going to be a round for round, pound for pound, game one apiece. Very, very challenging here as EC is going ahead and not enjoying this opening salvo right now. Isabella going to go ahead and have to fight their way out, but in a Yuri versus Ken matchup, Ken being that kind of overwhelming chance, but if you mess up once, EC on the Yuri knows how to stack up, trying to go ahead and get that coverage, and once again, playing that spacing game. Take a look at this, not trying to chase forward just yet, not trying to get over aggressive in that stance, but saying, okay, look, I'll wait for you. You have to come to me either way, and it doesn't matter if you're going to come in late or early. I got all the time in the world. I have the HP lead, meaning if we take a 50-50 trade, it's going to be okay for the moment. You're still winning. That is now like the 5th fireball that was sent out, and that is going to be punished. EC with the roll, but a nice roll back as Isabella gets the toss down, now forces EC into the corner, but that Shoryuken says hello into the wall splat. Isabella bided their time and said thank you very much. Well done to Isabella, who is now on that run. The OD was so good. Now Isabella opening up again, another 3-piece kick, being able to force EC back, and EC looking a little bit lost, only getting a chip here and there. Finally gets a foot stomp into that leg grab and forcing Isabella onto the other side. Now let's see if EC can bring up any type of advantage. You're waiting, but no, you get hopped over and you don't even have an anti-air to deal with that. So EC is now stuck in this position of, well, what can I get? So far, Isabella has been on a tear with these combinations, with these kind of with these turns of the tide. EC is just kind of fighting it out, but Isabella getting those blocks down yet again. Opening punch, 1-2, make it a third, make it a fourth, empties the gauge. That just might be it. Bring on the level 3 as Isabella takes their second game.
All right, fantastic stuff there. And Ken closes it out in style against Jury. Jury has another chance here. You know, she's going to try to work hard or she's going to be heading home. Nice little check with the crouching low forward there.
Yeah, this is that test, and again, Isabella has been so good off rip, and I love that. But finally, the counter out for EC. EC trying to get some momentum going, and that's all the gauge gone. Right now, Isabella fighting on fumes.
That's right. And here we go. Jury, you know, trying to throw Ken into the corner there. And here we go, once again, trying to get that corner control, and with a quick drive rush after that. Fantastic stuff there. EC gets round on the board.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time, and again, you dropped, what was it? I think it was 4 rounds in a row total after taking game number 1. So it's been a test, and it's been an uphill climb, but finally finding your own footing. And again, these little moments, these chances, you're learning that it's going to be the chip. You're not going to get free combos out, but maybe you do. A little bit of a ground and pound there.
That's right. Here we go. Ken really at this point keeping up the pressure once again with those Gen Rise, but here comes the interruption once again with that crouching jab, and Ken trying to go also for the air-to-air. Everybody is playing an extremely active and aggressive match here at this point. No one wants to give up their turns.
Nope, not at all. And honestly, for me, Isabella is actually looking a little bit frustrated with this. You got 2 games in a row pretty quickly, and now you finally get a twist of your own, trying to go for the aerial, but it doesn't happen as EC was ready for it. And Isabella goes down. That is now meaning we are going to a game 5.
Fantastic stuff there. You know, that anti-air trade worked out in the favor there, and here we go, all tied up and ready to roll.
I mean, I'm sitting here going, this is chaotic, and right now, Isabella, what a spam right now. 4, I think that was maxing out. It goes right back to 7 or so in the opening seconds. Just a salvo to try and piss off EC. And I think it'll work because EC sends a shockwave of their own, and now dodging out on that Shoryuken is not going to happen as EC takes their turn. 3 stacked up right now, forces the gauge empty. And now Isabella's just like, please give me a chance, but no, the counter comes on out. This is going to be massive damage.
That's right. Great aerial juggle there, straight into that level 1 Fuhajin, and man, that's it. Dashes straight up into that standing jab.
Oh!
Great stuff there for EC. Very strong ground there. We're going to see if Isabella can make the adjustments to be able to stick in this loser's bracket, or going to be heading on out, heading home.
I mean, I'm sitting here going, man, this has been a wild ride. EC finally getting the turn in, but this is Isabella on fire. Whenever we see Isabella with these opening turns, they actually do very, very well. But of course, the jump over can mean one of 2 things. 1, you put yourself in a rough position. 2, it could be the turnaround, and that's going to be the kick out.
That's right. Great follow-up there after that fireball. You know, Ken trying to use that a little bit as a shield, and now knowing that he has to try to get Jury to the corner, doesn't even worry about that, uses Shoryuken for the anti-air.
Down to the final game, final round. I mean, Kate, I wouldn't ask for a better way to kick off the lower bracket side.
That's right. Yeah, these are unbelievable matches here, and everybody right now, you know, fishing for their turn for a confirm and enhanced fireballs here from Ken. You know, and we're seeing a break from the action right now, but there we go. Ken picking up the pace.
Oh, what a steal of a turn. EC said no thank you. You've thrown one too many fireballs, and now you're going to get punished. 60 gone in the blink of an eye, and now you back away. Once again, EC playing this bait and wait game, just saying, that's all I need, and rushes that. I don't know if that's going to be the finish, though.
I don't know. I think there might be a little bit of scaling one there, and Ken still has about 10% life left, but that wake up OD Tenrin Shin closes it out. Fantastic stuff there for EC.
I mean, that last round felt like it was EC all day long. Again, we mentioned with the Yuri, you want to almost play that waiting game. You want to play that patient game so I can get that counter punish. And that last round was everything on its head. Now, in the opening rounds, I give a lot of credit. EC made the right moves, again, forcing Isabella into the corner. But as we see later on, you will watch Isabella just turn up the heat. Again, over-aggression was the name of the game. Corner pocket, over and over again. It was just in that game 5. It felt like EC was like, okay, original game plan is not working. I have to change.
Right. You know, and one thing we did see EC really capitalizing on that Isabella was doing was whiffing throws. Once that whiff throw came out, here come those cooldown frames. And Jury's was all over that with the confirm. So that was some easy damage for EC to be able to capitalize on. But this was an extremely big back and forth game. You know, we just saw there another whiffed uppercut there from Jury, whiffed uppercuts from Ken, but in the end, EC was able to close it out. So very, very strong play. Very well done.
I mean, it was so well done that Yuri turned into E Honda. That was how good it was. It was so amazing at the end of the day. But honestly,
that's right.
I loved every single moment of it, and the fact that we're already getting a round 3 in a game 5 means that I have a feeling this lower bracket is going to bring some of the more surprising turnarounds. I mean, we're about headed over to Ruffian in Yoshi. And Ruffian plays a nasty, nasty Blanca. I mean, we all know that. And Yoshi is going to try and take them down for it.
That's right. Yeah, this is going to be a match taking it all the way back to 1991 Street Fighter 2, Blanca versus Ken. I'm excited.
Man.
This is going to be technically Charged versus Full Motion, right? So Blanca's a little bit of a mix. He's a mix of everything now, but it'll be interesting to see if his enhanced movement will be able to overpower the rush down that Ken has. What are your thoughts, Orbital?
I mean, the times that I've seen the Blanca, I mean, the enhance is there, but I would say it's almost rush down versus rush down. I mean, we've seen Blancas try and take space pretty much immediately, especially with the electricity. You're trying to get a little bit of a zap into an extra combo piece.
Right.
So the times that I've watched, I think Blancas and I would say Blancas want to accelerate more than a Ken at the time. Kens, I feel, they are fast, but they're stalwart. They tend to plant and kind of overwhelm. Blancas always feel like they are just out of left field a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Like, that's what it feels like whenever I see a Blanca. And
yes,
in this matchup, I'm expecting it to go very, very quickly. And if someone gets a turn or someone sees an opening, they're going to try and take it.
Okay, so here we go. Ruffian versus Yoshi. Perfect parry. So that throw is going to be his turn at about 50% less damage at that point.
Honestly, there it is, right? Ruffian just going absolute man mode. Gets a little bit of a stun as well. And then Yoshi just kind of has to eat him. This was what I mentioned. When a Blanca kind of picks up, they just kind of keep going. But as soon as the Ken is allowed, if they're allowed to, they can try and make some magic happen of their own.
That's right. Nice parrying here, too. And what we're seeing there with Ken checking some of those Blanca balls, that also shows how much matchup knowledge and Yoshi has of playing against other Blancas. He knows how to properly time his normals and Shoryukens to try to counteract those Blanca balls.
Can't block them all, though, as that's going to be the grab and done. Well done to Ruffian with a very nice opening in that round, just kind of overtaking as well, and then reading this charge in. Such a smart move, and you're already taking about 20.
That's right. And here we go, Ken, with the cross up there with the jumping forward. Nice. Boy, it's a short Blanca ball to the back throw there. Baits out that OD Shoryuken.
And I mean, this is going to be Ruffian just being so happy. Even throws out. That's what we were talking about. Little bit extra on the back end, and it just extends the combination that much further. You might as well throw down a little bit of a level and a little back kick for flavor.
That's right. I'm going to have to say that game was Ken's bad day. He was stuck in that player one side the whole time. But here he goes. He has another chance here to get some of those wins against Blanca.
Yeah, but Ruffian knowing this matchup so well, and again, as I mentioned, this kind of has the time. Look at this, just a low blow. Saw the fireball come out and said, nah, you're not gonna get away for free. Of course, answered back, a little bit of a blaze, but yet tripped up once again. And Yoshi's getting caught by these same movements, and then concussed yet again against the wall.
That's right. Here we go with that wall pressure and fantastic aerial juggle. Got the second Blanca ready to roll here and closes it out with electrical style. Fantastic stuff here for Ruffian. In Yoshi, it really is trying his best to hold his real estate now in the center of the screen. Oh, man. I think that's also where Ruffian is really excelling, too, is taking Ken's turn in those perfect parries.
Just like slipping under, it feels like every time that we watch Ruffian, it just feels like they're slipping under everything else, not just with the parries, but just with the surprise factor on top of it. We're about to see another wall come out. It's just Ruffian's just like playing for free. It feels like might as well see the level 3 come out just for a bit of flavor. I mean, as you mentioned, the jungle is so good, but in Yoshi getting a little bit of freedom, but you're right back in there, as that's the perfect KO.
That's right. It doesn't get any better than that. And here comes Blanca and Blanca-chan. Yet again, it is going to be 2-0. So Ken, here we go with his perfect parry here. Tries to get the, his chance at that point. But here comes the pressure from Blanca once again.
And that was like a little bit of a fake out, even as Ruffian is playing a little bit of a closer game. Normally you'd want to create a little bit of space. You want to kind of get a ramp up on the speed, but instead you've been playing close quarters, keeping within arm's reach, and finally Yoshi is able to get a toss down. Corner might be your friend, but so far the pause and the mitts are doing enough to force you back. Ruffian blocking just about everything.
Right, and this is the amazing thing is that Ruffian is constantly taking his turn, and in doing that, he's using up all of Ken's resources in blocking. But here you go, quick access to that level 1 Dragon Lash, and Ken's still in burnout there.
I mean, this is going to be rough. Right now, Ruffian's going to try and take advantage, and that's a read and a half. Said I knew you were going to throw it out. It ain't gonna go your way. Round 1 of this game 3.
That's right. Here we go. And this is match point. Here we go. Oh, we're going straight for the little Blanca chance set up there. Here we go. All right. Quick Amazon slide for the knockdown.
Oh.
And that's it with the crouching strong juggle combo.
Yep. The setup is too good. Once again, a second? A second, make it a third. Yeah,
that's right. Here we
Ruffian
go for the
3. You got 4. You got 4.
Finding himself in the vortex here. Yeah, and that was a conditioned into a Shoryuken. Fantastic stuff there for Ruffian. Very strong Blanca. Absolutely.
Illegal stuff. Illegal at the end there. You should never. Twice, I understand. We've seen the Kens toss twice. 4 times in a row is brutal work. Ruffian knew this matchup inside and out. I don't even put it on Yoshi. Yoshi, you tried your best to get out, but that was just good reads from Ruffian, being able to take this match 3-0 and what looked like comfortable fashion every single round.
Yes. And so many times Ken was being push blocked into the corner. Ken was constantly trying to figure out a way to take his turn back and losing his resources in the process. So going into that burnout state, and then at that point, that is when the stun city would happen, and the next thing you know, it's the end of the round. So very strong play there by Ruffian, but it was really good seeing Yoshi in the brackets. Very strong, Ken.
Mm-hmm. And again, it always feels bad that sometimes this is how quickly they have to exit the games. In Yoshi tried their best and they just ran up against a really good Blanca. I mean, anyone that's been in the Breakout series has seen, I think, Ruffian play once or twice and also knows the history of Blanca in some of these tournaments. You sit there and go, in the Breakout area, if you see a Blanca, know they're good and know there's a reason it's made it this far in the bracket. So really, really well done. And Yoshi with a run of their own, and we hope to see them more.
Absolutely. So, speaking about seeing some more, we may have up next Rasik versus Essie in our losers quarterfinals.
Okay. This is going to be a test of their own. Rasik had a little bit of a tough time against Jewelman. Once again, I forgot what exactly they played. I think they tried to play around a little bit, if I remember. I might need to go back to my notes because I was trying to remember what they played, and they played the JP as well as the M Bison. So JP, such a great middle ground character, and then M Bison, once again, a great space taker as well. So went from heavy hitting to space taking. I mean, JP is one of those that you watch and it's like, yes, you can have a melee ground, but JP excels in the mid game. And if I'm watching EC,
right,
EC needs to be able to close that gap. And with a character such as Yuri, I am going to be very slightly worried about that.
Yes, if we're going to be seeing Dictator out on the screen, it's going to be closing up the gap using those plus frames with those normals, keeping the pressure up with those scissor kicks. And then the next thing you know, push blocking Jury straight into the corner and then possibly trying to mix in one of those drive impacts for the wall splat, right? So we're going to have to see if Jury's going to be able to slow down some of that Dictator pressure, or especially, if we are going to see JP at that point, it's all going to be an obstacle course of Psycho Power. What are you going to do? Crazy.
You're gonna pray that you get a great start to the round. One of the things that I've seen JP's actually falter with is off rip, if you can close the gap and actually stick with them, I think some of the best have been Kens, in my opinion. And I say that with all the love in my heart because we did just see a couple Kens, I believe, fall. But it's that ability to stick with the JP, even if they use a little bit of transitionals. If you can stick with the JP, you don't allow them to set up, because as soon as you create, what was it? I want to say like half a screen length, then it becomes the problem. Then JP just starts throwing out everything. It's like the psycho powers are just like, yeah, we're good. But if you stick with them from turn 1, you can actually do a lot of work, and then you kind of test the JP player's knowledge of, are you going to fight me melee range, or do you know how to get out of this sticky situation? So for me, if I'm looking at EC, if I'm looking at the JP versus Yuri matchup, you cannot be reactive in these matches. You have to be very, very proactive, which, of course, I've seen Yuri play, I've seen Yuri's play, and I've seen EC play. Like, you know how to do it, but you have to be willing to gamble a little bit at the start. Of course, the M Bison matchup, I don't know too much about with the Yuri, though.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And then, of course, EC doing traditionally very well in these competitions and everything. A lot of this is playing against these other players, and so there's a bit of matchup familiarity at this point. So they may have watched some of their previous footage and said, "Oh, I remember this setup," or this. They try to condition me to do X, Y, and Z. So it'll be interesting to see how these matches are going to go.
I mean, they've also placed very well in previous tournaments. I mean, if you look back in their history, they've done very well. I mean, placed top 16 in quite a few other tournaments as well. I actually played against Ruffian a few times in those tournaments. I was taking a look through the match histories and just like,
oh hey, yeah,
very, very fun. Yeah. So again, these, as you said, these players have a lot of match history, and not only that, I would say a lot of them are also training partners. You see them play against each other. Just, I mean, you gotta play within your scene, but also within those of your own threshold. I will always say, I mean, we sit here and say the FGC will always have a great community. I will always say, if you want to hop in to any esport, FGC is like your best home. Everyone is so welcoming. At the same time, if you are aiming for the upper ranks of any tournament, you play a select group that are top 8 or above. You consistently practice. So I for sure know Rasic and EC have met at least a time or two, not just in tournaments, but outside as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably. So that is something, really to look forward to. Actually, as we are looking forward to this match here, Street Fighter League is going to be happening, the Street Fighter League US Finals on Saturday, tomorrow evening for US. Yeah, so that's going to be something very good to see. But here we go, straight into the action. We're going to have AC versus Rasic, Dictator versus Jury.
It's off rip. And for those that also tuned in the last week, this is, a rematch of the grand finals last time, and Rasic had taken it 3-0, but for them to meet in the lower bracket, I believe, quarterfinals here, it feels bad, but one of them has to go, and Rasic already showing why they were the tournament winner last week, saying, yo, this is going to be that, we're going to show that ability of taking over the game.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And here we go. We're seeing a dominant round here by Rasic with that, and closing it out with a standing forward. Very strong against EC in the corner there.
This is, I mean, you were talking about the M Bison just being able to become almost that obstacle course, being like, hey, can you block this? Can you dodge this? Are you able to kind of read this? And it's that knowledge test at the end of the day as well. So EC losing out on round 1. This time got a great turn in the second round, but unfortunately kind of gave it back, and now trying to go for that block almost with that drive. It's Rasic just overwhelming.
That's right. And one thing that we're really starting to see also is, besides the constant turn taking and pressure that Rasic is doing, trying to get the confirm into those psycho mines, what he's doing is he's also using Bison's movements to try to bait out different things from Jury. So he tried to bait out a throw earlier, and then he baited out a neutral jump at that point. So he's trying to make Jury make errors at this point, but Essie is not falling for it right now. So here we go with some patient blocking.
Very nice. Kind of weight as well. Easy was throwing out some, but only a couple pieces off the guards, and now Rasic just waiting for their own chance. You can see a couple of these jump ups. The airs are just not being answered, and finally, for level 1, I mean, Easy is just like, get out of my face. Tries to chase forward. There's only a little bit left. Both jump, and neither try and commit, but it is going to be Rasic to find, and I think this might be that round finish. Opens up so well.
That's right, big damage there into that knee press. And here we go. Bison hits the game on the board.
There's going to be another chance here. Once again, Rasic doing their best, but in this opening round, again, EC going, okay, let's go ahead and play a little bit of a game. How well can you guard against me when I have the control over the wheel? Dances, gets the grab, and it's a perfect KO.
Fantastic
what feels
stuff.
like out of nowhere.
Absolutely. You know, I'd have to say that whole entire round was nothing but punish counters for Jury. Fantastic stuff there, keeping the pressure and forward momentum on her side with this little bit more of a neutral play as of right now, changing up the tempo. But you can see, here we go once again with the neutral. Jury still trying to keep that pressure up on Bison.
I feel like Rasic tried to get a little bit cheeky with it, tried to do a jump over, and then got punished for it. So Easy's like, yeah, we're not doing that game anymore. I am so sorry, but it is gonna be Rasic to still. Once again, you're in round 3. You already have a game up. If you win this one, you can go ahead and put yourself in a 2-game win area, and you catch the air. Very, very nice, but you weren't able to follow up. So Easy gets another chance at that jump that they used in the previous round. Of course, these tests are not exactly going in your favor. Both blocking very, very well.
Right, you know, everybody's fishing for a solid confirm, and that was going to be a confirm into that level 3, and here we go. Fantastic stuff. It's going to be a good amount of damage here. Fantastic stuff there. Jury down to about her last 20-25% at this point.
I think you can do some work here. Again, Easy has been so good on the block, and that's what we talked about. Great response back, and Rasic is going to be on that low HP as well. Not as much as we overall thought, but it is going to be close. Last little turn here. Empty on the gauge, and Rasic is like, dang, I can't believe I got broken right there. Going to try and throw out a few chips if you can, but blocked a little bit too low,
stuff.
so Easy able to get a game back.
That's it. You know, and that's why we also saw Bison was trying in that burnout state to interrupt Jury with those standing jabs. That's Bison's fastest ranging move, but it wasn't enough to overpower that drive rush to DI. So here we go. The board is now tied.
Just like that, you're in a first of 2. It's that easy, right? You just reset. That's all you have to do, Forehead.
Okay, good cross up there with Bison now, fighting his way out of the corner. You know, EC healing up her resources pretty well.
I wonder, how far are you going to be able to get with this? I mean, EC has been taking most of the punishment, but that's just an open face combo. Rushes straight in, and Rasic had no response. That's going to be another grab to come out here, and you're just pinned in the corner. I'm pretty sure that was a 90-0. From EC right there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. That was a very strong round there. Great stuff there. And, you know, and it's really amazing to see how some of these rounds started very heavy momentum, and now it's more of a respectful, slower pace to start. But here we go. Jury, you know, keeping up that pressure on Bison, and Bison, you know, not getting any mileage, so that's why he got the throw there.
You were just, I think you're almost fishing for a different option there. What a chance. Great counter to come out here. Rasic saying, no, we're not having that situation occur. Once again, gets another grab to toss Rasic, to toss Easy into the corner, and even gets the wall stun. This should be very close to finish. Gets about 20-25% left. And now EC is going to try and fight for their life from the corner. Brings it back to neutral, but no real damage behind it. Rasic's like, all I got to do is tap one.
Okay, a little bit of trade there with the standing forwards, and Jury gets the combo into her critical art at that point. This might knock Bison out.
Just a bit left. It is going to be a 1 to go, and that's the wait!
That's right.
You knew EC was going to rush. You knew EC was going to rush. Well timed by Racing.
Fantastic stuff there, and here we go. Rounds are tied.
All right, now
Psycho Crusher to that level 3 for that extra damage.
Can you just do it to get the HP lead? I think Racing is just like, yeah, there is not going to be a chance for EC to get the gauge back either, to get any of those levels back. So you go ahead and just expend, and that gives you the HP lead, meaning now you can take some of those 50-50s that maybe you were a little bit worried about. EC trying to gather a little bit more, took about 30% off, and Racing's now just kind of waiting. You have all the time in the world, 74 seconds to go ahead and claim just a moment's access. He saw a break in the armor. Racing just needs one more catch like that.
Not getting any mileage with the jump in there, and that's why Bison ended up going for the throw at that point for the Oki. But here we go, those jabs making their way through, and Bison being push blocked into the corner there.
No way.
Ooh! OD Crusher, my goodness.
I mean,
fantastic
I love the call,
stuff.
I love that call. You saw a little bit of the shockwave go along the ground, and you've hopped over it before. And I just don't think EC was ready, especially from that corner position. So Racing really, really well timed and going into a match point right here.
Okay, and you know, that was an interesting exchange right there. Jury just happened to get the cross up over Bison's low fierce at that point for the anti-air, but we're seeing Jury still trying to keep that pressure up. Nice interruption there with a low forward from Bison.
And interrupt back. Racing eating a lot of that damage, and the EC is just like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Well played, well timed. EC up around, trying to keep themselves alive going into game 5.
That's right. You know, we're seeing Racing, you know, once again, a little bit of pacing here, a little bit of mid-range neutral play, and now a nice low forward combo from Jury at this point. Yeah, you see, and there you go. And that's the feint. That's the fake out right there with the Psycho Rise. He's trying to bait out those Tenrenshin up kicks. He's trying to bait execution errors here. Okay, nice little bit of pacing. And Jury fully stocking up her Theologians.
You know, are you going to be able to use them all? I mean, this is going to be a great expenditure here, Racing. Watching as that life might deplete. You're going to be living on a sliver, I'm fairly certain. I mean, you're just like, dang, okay. Things are really heating up here. Uh-oh.
She's whispering him some sweet nothings.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, no.
She's like, I'm gonna take this game off of you.
Yeah, this. Oh
no!
There it goes.
Oh,
we all saw it happening. I mean,
funny.
obviously,
That was
but
good,
dang.
though. That was good. Yeah.
What
Bison
being whispered?
Bison could not get out of harm's way with that one. Jury had him in that level 3. But, you know, either way, it's going to be some big damage for sure.
Yeah, that was. It's going to put it close. And I mean, we've seen both Racek and Easy come back from, I think, like 10% before. But it's just a little bit overwhelming. The last time that we saw that, I mean, EC went through that, I think, the round before in game 3, where it was just an opener into a level 3 into chip and death is basically what it was. So EC kind of responding in kind, which makes sense. And I wouldn't be surprised to see us going to a game 5 just with how these two are playing and contending.
Completely.
Each other the entire
Completely,
way.
yes. Yeah, I think so. It's very interesting to see how Reese is really using everything Bison has to try to bait out moves from EC. You know, we were seeing those enhanced jumps, the short stomps right in front. He's trying to bait out with the grabs, or he's trying to bait out uppercuts, basically. And then we see Jury then trying to do a combo and then do a neutral jump. You know, she's trying to bait out and condition Bison. So it's interesting to see some of the mind games that everybody's going back and forth with there on trying to get these different confirms.
I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw a shockwave bait coming out of EC on the Yuri. I mean, we've seen the multitude of times that Razek is willing to kind of hop over, as you were talking about, kind of expending some of that drive and just saying, hey, I'm going to send it. Can you do anything with that? Honestly, I'm not the greatest aficionado of it, but as we reach later on into these games, it's actually something that both players do have to think about, is what can I exploit? I mean, that's what I feel a lot of these games come down to, is what can I exploit out of the opponent before they recognize that I'm exploiting it? And I love the fact that you were talking about a lot of these neutrals, a lot of these kind of regular jumps in. The M Bison is starting to look a little bit more and more picked apart by EC as the rounds go by. So far, we've seen the rounds get closer and closer, and EC started to take more control. So I do agree with you. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting matchup if we go to that game.
Sure. Yes, completely. You know, one thing too that we're really seeing is we're also seeing that Racy is really capitalizing off of the combos into Psycho Mine, into the Crusher, right? The Psycho Crusher. But we're not seeing too much of the scissor kick pressure. Because usually Bisons will do moves that'll be a lot of plus, and then they'll start building up the scissor kick pressure and sort of work you into the corner there. It could be that Racy doesn't feel as comfortable with that and just wants to go straight for the Psycho Mines. But here we go, straight into that losers quarters finals once again. And we're just balancing out the life bars at this point. Oh, he's going all for it here.
Yeah, we're going back to the restore point, so we're back to where we were, I believe, when we disconnected, when the levels were expended, and unfortunately, you can't really reset the levels easily. But very kind on both players. EC is now going to try and just take, what is it, the last 15-20%, which honestly shouldn't be too bad. But Razek saying, I've done this before, I've fought from this lower ground before, and I'm gonna try and do it once again.
That's right, and here we go. So Jury now fighting her way on that player 2 side and getting the throw mix up. Fantastic confirm there into that OD scissor kick. Great stuff there. This is match point for Razek.
You mentioned before that this is just kind of overwhelming strength from Razek at points where they need it, but right now EC is getting some of the better turns. Finally, some answers to those jumps. The air is not going to be a safe spot for EC to utilize. I mean, we've seen those head stomps quite a few times to kind of break the ice and break through the guard. It's been challenged once or twice, finally gets through with one. And are you going to use it again? I mean, Razek has to be ready for it.
Yes, completely. You know, and speaking about ready for it, that air-to-air right there was fantastic. Keeping the pressure up and comboing into that level 3, because Bison's anti-airs are not necessarily the best. He does not have a solid reversal, so that's why we're seeing EC trying to constantly jump in on Bison there and try to get these confirms.
Okay, Razek really opening up and waiting for that moment. Kicks the land, and that's Razek to go ahead and move on, as that's a 3-1 scoreline.
Fantastic. You know, very strong Bison play. Was able to counter the jump-ins, you know, some of them that we were seeing, trying to crouch fierce, trying to air-to-air. But here we go into the actual match itself, and some of that great elusive movement here and pressure in the corner. Fantastic combos to that level 3.
And it's such a overwhelming pressure, it feels like. Again, this is one of those moments that I was mentioning that Razek was able to dig out of, what, a 10% HP left. It's very, very frustrating to be in those situations if you're on the other end of it. EC just being like, yeah, this is going to be great. I had it all, and then boom, make one mistake. The M Bison comes back with a Fury, and then it happened kind of at the end once again. So Razek just putting on a really good class, and is now kind of awaiting on that on the lower bracket semifinals for a potential rematch against Ruffian if Ruffian is able to win out against Ray.
That's right. You know, and just to say, EC, fantastic jury showing. Absolutely great stuff. really using their knowledge of how to play against Bison and how to try to capitalize and optimize on what Jury can do in that matchup. I really feel that EC did everything that they could in that situation.
I mean, there's not much. You played an amazing game. And again, as we mentioned, the chess game was starting to unravel. You started to see EC get an upper hand on a lot of these combinations. And so I feel like Racek was like, yeah, I got to finish it off here. I have to finish this right now, or else game 5 could go completely south. So as you said, applying a little more pressure, maybe getting a breather even in between. You saw they paced out a little bit before jumping into the full combo at the very end. So I loved it. But moving on to this next matchup, Rey del Tequino and Ruffian. This is that Zangief versus Blanca, and it's heavy hitter versus very speedy heavy hitter.
Right. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup because Geef can counter, well, all the characters can counter Blanca Ball, right? But the problem is that if Geef counters it and you land right in front of him, then that's when the pain really hits because he hits like a ton of bricks. You know, he's going to get those SPDs and that's going to be lights out.
I mean, if my head was driven straight into the ground by someone like Zangief, I'd be lights out too. I wouldn't. You know, some of these fighters can take like two or three hits like that. I can take like half, maybe. So I don't doubt it. You really do not want to be in a situation where you do land in front, and as you mentioned, kind of falling short. Now, granted, Ruffian plays a high caliber Blanca. I feel like, and I feel very confident saying that as well. You should know spacings. I mean, we watched. It was a masterclass. It was a clinic of how to dismantle a Ken. And a good Ken, by the way. And Yoshi has played a really nice game in the times that we've seen, but we know that Ruffian knows these matchups. And I'm sure going up against a Zangief, it's not new to you. I think that's the best way to put it. So we'll see if we are correct or wrong either way, but I think it's going to be a good matchup in either.
Oh, man. Okay, the first drive rush there interrupted with the slap.
That's the most disrespectful way to get knocked out of a drive, by the way. That is very disrespectful. That's it.
Great launch combo there. Blanca Chan is ready to go and helpful here. Ooh, man, catches the start up with the drive impact. Awesome stuff there for Ruffian.
So he said knowing how to dismantle some of these rounds and some of these positions is really, really good. Even taking to the air, look at that. Multiple aerials and even getting over that tornado. Saying, yeah, I'm okay. Waits it out and waits for that big swing. As you mentioned, ample opportunity as Ruffian takes advantage.
That's right. And we're seeing a very active Zangief here. And nice perfect parry on the side of Ruffian at that point. But Geef knows when to try to interrupt, when to try to hit his buttons, and he's able to save more of his resources in doing this. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing Geef doing a little bit better here in this situation.
Yeah,
but a Geef in the corner is never a good thing.
Yeah, a little better is still not at the point where we can say you have gotten better, if that makes sense. Rey was still a little bit struggling, as you said, into the corners, and as I mentioned, just Ruffian feels like you know how to pick apart any of these players, and as soon as Ruffian kind of gets into your brain, it's not even a fighter diff, it's a player mindset diff. We're seeing these grabs come out, freebies. We're not even seeing the Blanca Chan come out at all. Like, this is just raw output coming from Ruffian and his control from start to finish.
Yes. And we got Geef going for that super punch there, getting a little bit of breathing room from the corner. Woo! Just out of the way of that drive impact. Unbelievable.
That feels like cheating a little bit. That felt a little bit cheat heavy. I mean, Ruffian bounced off land. We literally just mentioned at the beginning of this matchup, hey, you gotta worry about spacing. You gotta worry about that ability of landing in front of the Zangief, and that was the perfect way. He just bounced right off, landed, got some mallet, and now Rey is in this position of, crap, I gotta fight back. Finally gets a turn, but only gets a 2-piece, and now Ruffian right back, sending Rey sky high.
That's right. And Blanca Chan helps lock Geef down for that forward throw. Constant pressure here from Blanca as Geef goes for the sunset wheel, and oh man, Pierce to the spinning pile driver whiffs. So fantastic. Confirmed to end of round combo there for Ruffian. Fantastic stuff. Oh, here we go. Horse Dynamite.
Oh. Great job to go ahead and open up with this. I mean, Ray needed an explosive opening to kind of feel like they're getting back in control, but Ruffian, cool, calm, and collected, even gets a swap around and says, hey, what's up? Now you're on that side of the ring.
That's right, and good stuff with the check with the low forward here for Ruffian, and he's really trying to get the mix on Ray, but at this point, Ray being very aggressive, and he knows he's trying to throw Ruffian off. Oh, he tried to attempt the lariat at that point there. Great stuff there with the Wild Fang command grab, and what's the mix-up going to be?
Oh no, it's enough.
Oh,
there
man,
it is.
High
drop kick in, and that's free, it feels like, but the opportunity, Ray bites back at the last possible moment.
Fantastic stuff there on that counter DI, and here we go. Oh man, yeah, the throw there was a little too early to do. Still in recovery frames. Oh, here we go for those throw loops.
I think they'll be okay. We're watching this kind of chill out here right now. This is Ruffian going, hey, you took a round from me. Let me go ahead and take my round back. Very nicely done.
That's right. That was closed out in style there. My goodness, that was some wild Blanca Chan work. Fantastic stuff there for Ruffian. Here we go. Okay, so we're seeing Ray really taking command of this round here. Fantastic stuff. First time we've been over in the player 2 side, and a huge amount of damage for Ray.
Of course, I think that's a catch. One more strike. That's all you need. Anger coming out, though. There was just a cry of desperation for Ruffian, and Ray gets their first game of the set.
That's right. Great stuff there for Ray, you know, and baiting out that level 1. Great stuff. But here we go, Ruffian trying to get that mix-up off of that forward throw. Oh, everybody just out of range there. Fantastic meaty jump in for that punish counter.
Oof. Brutal. As Ray, for some reason, feels like they're just coming out of the woodworks here. Brand new player, well over aggressive, and Ruffian isn't sure how to deal with this. What a jump read!
Wow. Fantastic.
Oh, Ray.
Blanca trying his best to get out, ends up baiting the reversal, and then gets punished in the end for it. Fantastic stuff there for Ray.
That was a great wait, though. Very, very calm and collected. Said, hey, I know you're going to go for some of those breaks. Waits again for the big opportunity, but, I mean, you're reading these right, but you're not finding the ability to strike back, so the spacing just isn't really there. Tosses out the doll, gets a little bit of just in. Now it's your turn. Secondary piece, and that might be the turn that Ruffian needed to try and steal back this game, or feel like that's going to be the round, and it is. Very nicely done.
Yeah, unbelievable. Fantastic, elusive round there for Ruffian. You know, it's really neat, too, to see the amount of doll usage at this point. Man, the Lariat is going to put an end to those neutral jumps very quickly. Okay, great confirm there with the back medium kick into that level 3.
Should be enough, it feels like. Ray's going to be, you know, fairly lower, but yeah, it really invites this kind of over-aggression. I think Ruffian's going to feed on that by a mile. Took the hit, immediately jump back, gets the jump, and then some backflip for style. It will be Ruffian to go ahead and take the series 3-1.
Unbelievable. You know, fantastic stuff there. Fantastic stuff for Ruffian, but also, man, very, very strong play here by Ray. And in the end, it was, you know, trying to be a little too aggressive and closing up the gap so that Blanca couldn't get his momentum going was what gave the round over to Ruffians. So very close games.
I think it could have gone a different way if Ray was able to get into that game 5. We could see that really big turn, but again, Ruffian had a good understanding of what needed to be done in that final round. I love the bait, and then the level 3, which again, we hadn't really seen out of either of these players, I think, the entire time.
Right.
It was only until this game 3, game 4, where we saw expended in a much higher capacity, and that's why I think it kind of surprised the likes of Ray and saying, oh, okay, so now Ruffian's deciding to get serious. Ruffian knew what was going to happen. So very, very well done. I expect to see more of them, but Ruffian now gets a rematch against Raysick from far earlier on in the bracket. I believe that was back in round of 16 when Ruffian was knocked down the lower
there.
bracket.
Very good. Yeah, that'll be exciting to see, how that is going to turn out there. And our next match is going to be also two of the heavier hitters, Jewel Man with Honda and Jimmy DR with Manon.
If that's actually going to happen, I'll be very surprised. I don't think we've seen any of those. Oh no, you are correct. I remember from earlier. I think my brain was like sideways, but I would agree. This is going to be heavy hitters. This is the matchup that we I think mentioned before. Is going to be kind of that, just like plant your feet, swing as hard as you can. See who gets the big blows. And I'm not gonna lie, I've rooted for Jimmy before, but I gotta give my Yokozuna a lot of flavor. Jewel Man is gonna try and run it out with that E Honda, and I can't not root against the man that is going to be trying to lay down a couple palms.
Yeah, absolutely. The key about Honda is Honda will hit you with a pile of pressure and specials in trying to melt away your resources. But the key with Marissa is she has access to fantastic charged normals that she doesn't even have to use her resources to use. So we're going to have to see how Jimmy and Julian are going to do against each other there.
I think they might be having a few struggles. I'm kind of curious about this. I think they might be waiting on something. I'm not sure why they're doing this, but they're having a bit of fun with it. If this is the match, this is hilarious.
I think they're trying to test the
I think someone might be having lag issues.
Yeah.
I have a feeling someone's having lag issues. So we'll get confirmation as it looks like they both kind of stalled out, but I do like it. And
yeah.
I mean, this is still going to be a test. By the way, I do want to give a big shout out to everyone that is tuning into this matchup, really showing their stuff, and not only that, claiming a lot of those Matcherino codes. Thank you for supporting, and again, giving a lot of credit to these players that have been really playing their hearts out. Again, on a night like this, really running the bracket. We had 23 amazing players showing up here. Big shout out to everyone who decided to tune in, and if you're still tuning in, please stay tuned for the final, I believe, 4 matches that we have ahead, possibly a 5th if we get a bracket reset.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be, some fantastic matches coming up and, getting ready right now. But shout outs to Matcherino. Matcherino doing so much in, matching to a certain extent how much you can donate towards the pot, the side quests, or what are they called? Sponsor quests that they have in addition to that. They have something else too. It's called a side quest or a sponsor quest, but you can do those also to help earn and raise different bits or incentives at that point. And very, very cool stuff that Matcherino helps provide for the community. So very neat there. Very neat.
And big shout out to those that have donated as well. I know I know that prize pool has been donated into as well. We have a little over $30. So really, really big shout out to those that have been very, very kind and continuing on the Breakout series progression. I mean, we have so many tournaments. As we mentioned, we're just here for the Street Fighter side, but next week there's going to be more, even Tekken. I know, Kate, you and I were talking about Tekken a little bit. We do love it so much, and there's so much depth to it as well that you and I we're still almost learning to get our heads around how much there is to play there.
Tons and tons. And actually, I think just yesterday, Breakout had a City of the Wolves tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
times.
Very good. Very good. Very fun game. Very fun game. Yeah. And you guys, everybody can try it out for free. The demo is until the 24th. You can
huge.
play ranked, online, and an online lobby type of thing. And then there's a tutorial. Yeah, it's very fun. It's very fun.
I can only assume that we're gonna see more of these games as well. I think one of my favorites is 2XKO. I mean, there's so many amazing games, but the fact that Breakout is willing to step into those scenes and provide a lot of opportunity for the players. I mean, we talk about this all the time with all the different tournament options out there, but Breakout, I feel, has been one of the most consistent in operating and keeping up with these from week to week and to really ensure. So please go ahead, give yourselves a pat on the back if you're watching, as we are getting into the winners finals here. One of these players is going to go ahead and be sitting on that grand finals matchup, waiting for a chance to claim their crown.
That's right. We've got $30.25 on the line, and we are readying up right now, readying up those matches.
We're right back.
Yeah.
We're right back. We're chilling.
You know what? And this is as good as online is, which is extremely convenient, right? To be able to play anybody, pretty much anywhere from, your own house or wherever, you get the internet, right? But at the same time, there are going to be, some connection issues and everything. So at the end of the day, you can't have it all. You know what I mean? That's my argument. You do as good as you can, but, I think we'll get to perfect internet issues in probably about, you think, like 10 years? What do you think? What do you think?
I'm not going to step on that one. My internet still decides to go out every like 4 hours. I'm not testing that with a 10-foot pole. I kind of live in a weird spot where it's just like, internet's its internet thing. But
sure.
I love the fact that you mentioned that, because there's also a respect factor in these tournaments. Sometimes it can be hard, and of course everyone wants to win, but the camaraderie that comes out in a lot of these tournaments between all the FGC players, hey, you're having connection issues, well, your opponent will more or less be willing to be like, okay, take it back, let's go ahead, wait. I mean, that's what we're having happen now.
Sure.
Where Jewelman and Jimmy are both just like, respect. Hey, we want to play a good game.
Yeah,
I don't want to take this match just because you had connection issues, especially with how, as we mentioned, throughout the entirety of the tournament and through this entirety of the top 8, every frame matters. Every single input will matter. And if you are off by, if your ping is 20 instead of 10 or, 50 instead of 40, it can make a drastic difference in how you respond to some of these attacks.
Well, let me tell you something. If I'm in that match up there and I'm in that situation, you better believe I'm picking Modern Geef. And I'm going in. I'm going in with that SPD button. Absolutely, yes.
Just listen. We don't care if it lands or not. I said press the button. That's a great way to look at it. That's a great way. I will second that, actually. I'll sit behind that and say the same. Honda, I'll sit in the corner and just throw a jab and pray I land. I'll be honest. I'm not the most technical player out there, and anyone that's played against me knows I play by instinct, even though my instinct is like 70 years late, if that makes any sense.
No, it's very viable. It's very viable. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially the more that you get a feel of playing against people and everything. I completely agree. Yeah.
The problem is that the 70-year instincts are still trying to catch up to this modern day and age, and that's the problem. The disconnect between the brain and what the body wants to do at that point is a whole different story. So we'll have to work on that one.
That's funny. Yeah, it's I think it's nice that a lot of the games now have brought in a more modern style, a simple style as an option. An option to do. It's good for people that are new. It's good for people that, might just want to do it. It's a good option. It's very cool. Very cool.
Of course. And I think with the modernization of games, as we see kind of this new reign of I don't know how to
accessibility?
Accessibility, but also this newfound enjoyment of games. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I always like to bring this in, but you talk about esports in general. I mean, yes, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, yes, we had like League of Legends and a lot of these other games, but you talk about the eyes that are now on gaming ever since, 2020 or 2021, it
Mm-hmm.
really got brought to an even larger light than before. And it does feel like some of the games recently have been really branching out and saying, hey, we have a
Right.
brand new set of audiences. These are people that have not played our games since the originals. These are not the same players that have
Yes.
picked up the same title every single time it releases. These are not the same people that are watching. These are fresh players. This is someone that
Mm-hmm.
randomly
Mm-hmm.
crossed into our box or walked by a concert hall and saw 70 setups down a row and said, hey, what are you guys doing down there? It's
Mm-hmm.
the players that are just wandering into, and again, when we talk about, Street Fighter, from Street Fighter 5 to 6, I think the accessibility went straight up. But the
Yes.
fact that they
Right.
still have a bridge from
Right.
the
Yeah.
accessibility into the more advanced is what takes it even further. When you look at any of the FGC titles, it's amazing that they still say, no, we're not like dumbing the game down. We're not bringing down this level of complexity. We're giving you an easier gate in, but there are still going to be the top 10, the top 5% that are really going to show you how it's done. And to
Oh,
show that's
right.
not a wall.
Absolutely.
It's just
Yes.
it's a very steep cliff, but you're able to still try and reach to the upper bracket.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. And with with modern, we're seeing players that are picking modern and classic. Hitani,
Yes.
he's using modern and classic Chun-Li, modern and classic other characters, and is very good switching back and forth between the both. Um, Chris G, who is a really good classic player, and he plays multiple fighting games. He's playing Modern Mai. He's doing really well with her. He's the number one Modern Mai in the world. It's really something to see. Or not, I'm sorry, not even the number one Modern Mai. He's the number one Mai.
We
You
got to give
know?
respect where respect is due, right? We
Yeah,
gotta say
yeah.
like what it is. And I kind of pose it to you because obviously, like as you can tell, I'm not in the FGC as much. Would you is there a major factor in your opinion when it comes to the modern versus classic? Because obviously classic allows more versatility. We talk about it
Mhm.
all the time. Like classic brings a lot more I would say agility and versatility and kind of that sauce that we love to watch. And yet, as you said, these modern players are really picking up. Do you think it's that drastic, or do you think it still relies heavily on the player input themselves?
I think it's a mix of both.
Hmm.
But the key is that what you start to notice is the modern players start to play with their reaction times. So say you put out a button, it's got a big startup on it, like a heavy punch, right? Or an overhead. And they hit an instant level 3, right? So you're going, oh, okay, and they do that, and they do that, and they do that, and you're ready for that instant level 3. But then all of a sudden you put out a button or you're being a little bit more cautious, you think they're going to do it, and then they pause. And then they start messing with your timing. They're conditioning you also through your timing. It's just I've been sort of seeing that in some of the high level modern matches that people have been doing, and it's been interesting to see that play because we never had it before because everybody was roughly the same input timing in classic. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's different. It's different. Yeah.
I never really thought about it that way because I always thought about it just like it's easier inputs, you still have the same factor, there's so much still to know, the knowledge bank, the understanding of the game, it's all still there. So why is there such a big hype over modern and classic? And I understand that there are intricacies, but I didn't really fully consider how deep it can run. The fact that you don't have not even the overarching macro combos, but the fact that the micro expressions in there, you don't get to tailor in the modern inputs. You really don't have that. It's the same as like swapping out, a fruit on top of a cake or anything like that. You don't get that ability. It's like going to a store and just like grabbing, the basic piece off the front website. You don't get the versatility. You don't get the flavor in there. So
Yeah.
The fact that you mentioned that these classic players are finding ways to be annoying and actually force the modern players to think a little different. Reaction time.
Yeah, it's different. It's different.
How hard
I didn't realize it so much until I was watching the Esports World Cup, and I was watching Tachikawa, who was using a modern Luke against Kawano's Akuma and Zhao and he was staggering his timings. I was going, wow, I can't even believe. And then he would pause sometimes and then do it to try to catch, because everybody was ready for the instant. You know, it was interesting. It was different. It was very different. Yeah.
And to go into that, it's the fun part, because that we see it across every single title. You know, FGC, literally everything. It's all about, you know, one, a higher level battle. I mean, you're seeing now it's just not the inputs or anything. It's quite literally you're playing a game of chess. And I love using this analogy because at the end of the day, the game is a knowledge check.
Right.
At its base. I mean, when you, at the beginning, it's very basic. Yeah, it's a brawl. You just throw punches, you hope it hits, and you, that's how you learn. Once you get to the mid game, it's a little bit more reactionary. You're like, oh, I see a punch coming and everything like that. Great, I'll try and duck, or I'll try and do this and that. At the highest level, we're watching 3 or 4 moves in, even if the common viewer, you're seeing only one move. You know, if I'm sitting here and I'm watching, let's say, Dead or Alive, and I'm watching a tournament, which I have very, very little experience in, I for sure am saying, oh man, that was a great counter, but the player up there, I'm sure, is saying, I read that move 3 times ago, because the earlier game that I played against this player in round 2, I saw them do this move. It is a consistent game of chess that evolves over the course of a series.
Yes. Yeah, completely. Yeah. And we may have our next match here. It might be Rasic versus Ruffian. So Blanca versus Dictator there. This will be very, very interesting to see if Ruffian is going to be able to get his rushdown mix-up on Dictator right away.
Yeah, and I'm curious how this went, because I don't know. I'm trying to double-check my notes, but I don't think we saw this one on stream. Oh, no, we did. It was, okay, so this is the one that I was wondering about, because this was the matchup that I was JP 2 times in a row for Rasic. Ruffian was still going Blanca, and then it went down to a 1-1, and that's when Rasic pulled out the Morgan. I was kind of surprised about this, because character swaps in game 3 always, no matter what, even if I know the player has it, and now that I know Rasic has an M. Bison, the Dictator in there, I'm like, yeah, okay, you have it. It still feels like a Hail Mary. At the end of the day, it always feels like you are tossing it out, and the fact that we saw the M. Bison come out here, I am very curious if Rasic is going to open with it, or if we are going to see the JP to start things off and see if it's going to be that test.
Maybe. Yeah, we may see. We may see that. It'll be interesting to see who he is going to be leading with in that point there. Because especially we know that Ruffian is a very mix-up heavy Blanca, and the more comfortable that he feels, that's when the Blanca chance setups start coming around. So let's see what we're going to have here for Rasic versus Ruffian.
I like how we were waiting so long that both Rasic and Ruffian were like, yeah, we'll just stay in the training. Oh, we're gonna start in the training room. Okay, that's what we're gonna do here. So it's appreciated, but as we said at the start, Ruffian, as you mentioned, the mix-ups, but just off rush, getting a great combination down, and now Rasic's on the attack, on the return, and the juggle is amazing.
That's right, and seeing Blanca stuck in the corner there is not a natural place for Blanca to be. Here we go with the low check into that forward throw, and Dictator with that oppressive power here, sticking a whole bunch of hits over Blanca's way.
I could see this going either way, honestly. Both these players are so good at the combination game, at the combos, and being able to kind of force their opponent out. I wouldn't be surprised to see just one touch kind of skyrocketing around, as you love to see those counters come out here. Finds the one strike, as we mentioned, and now the juggle could come about, but Rasic able to find the aerial and stomps right back.
That's right. Psycho Punisher closes it out. Fantastic way to stay cool under pressure in the burnout state. Racek closes it out. Very strong round.
Honestly, that's going to be Racek feeling really, really good about that round. You saw it start off really rough. I think, and then you were able to bring it back. He's the king of having those comebacks ready to go. So Ruffian just wanting to keep their turn up. Look for the mid, not going to find it, and now turn on in the corner instead.
That's right. And the start of this round is not what Racek is going to be wanting right now, as he's in a health deficit down to his last 10% here. And here comes little Blanca-chan. Ooh.
Oh, what a rush. Oh, that's...
Oh, fantastic.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Racek's playing on a sliver. This is quite literally a 50. He is all you need, and there it is again. The counter to bring about the boop with the foot. It's that simple. But Racek, I mean, both these players, there's a reason it went 2-1 previously. I couldn't see it going any other way.
No. And here we go. Blanca back in the corner again. Gets anti-aired on that rainbow ball. Fantastic punish counter for the confirm. Big damage here back into that Psycho Punisher level 2.
May not be that much, but it's just the continuation of damage is really what you're looking for. You go ahead and force a little bit of a burnout, and Ruffian is just not in a good place right now. Racek going, hey, I got you for free. Gets the wall stun as well. Perfect finisher here as Racek takes game 1.
Fantastic stuff there, you know, and that stun is not what Ruffian wanted, so he's going to be trying really hard not to get locked down in that corner again in this second game. Man, great counter hit jump in there.
Electricity. Ruffian opening up strong here, continues with that grab and chases forward with the lows, but I mean, Racek was ready. They'd done it before. They're able to kind of bounce back here. Great shots to the side, and Racek just great counter. It's been answered before.
Right.
Ruffian's done that to them, and of course they do it once again. Round 1, yet again to Ruffian's way.
Very good stuff there. Racek, you know, close to closing it out, but not enough. So here we go. Nice little neutral start to the game here. And right over the Blanca ball. Bison, drive rush for the overhead into that OD scissor kick. Psycho Mine is planted. And he baited out that horizontal Blanca ball there. Oh man, we're going to capitalize off those whiff throw frames. It was a little too negative into that knee press nightmare level 1.
That's just never ending. That's Racek showing off here yet again. Controlling round 2, looking for a round 3, and I can see it happening now. Both players actually very, very scared, and they both meet in the air.
That's right. Yeah, whoa, that's a great interruption there, using some of those invincibility frames to bring a little bit of a reset to the pressure. And fantastic confirm here into that back fist Psycho Mine once again.
That was so good for Racek to be able to pull that off, and massive damage points here. But Ruffian, we've seen them do the exact same. Expends 2. I'm gonna try and charge up here. Now, how much are you going? You're gonna follow in and actually really like that, but you chase wrong, and Racek will punish here heavily to go ahead and take game 2.
Fantastic OD crusher into the second Psycho Mine, closes it out there for Bison. You know, and that was a little bit of a difficult game there, you know, with Blanca, but he has another chance before he is sent home.
I think Ruffian's done some work, but right now I think Racek has their number. They were able to take the earlier game as well after swapping to the Bison, after getting kind of this overwhelming control in those in some of those punish combinations. And I mean, Ruffian can open up strong, but it's always that finish that seems to elude them in these rounds.
That's right. And now, because of that, we do have Bison in the corner here, getting quite a bit of pressure from Blanca, and Blanca gets the answer, closing it out.
All right, Nick Fury starting off this fight here. Gonna go ahead and trying to Trying to catch some extra, though, as Racek reads that opener and sends this time Ruffian to the corner. Great ball out, though. And now the chip. Here comes the chip game that we've seen Ruffian do before. It's kind of the mix-ups and the chase factor. Racek was ready. Tries to get a stomp, but it's blocked out. Ruffian getting up now. Racek with the slow roll to the corner once again, but Ruffian said no thank you.
That's right. We're being very patient here, trying to use some of those scissor kicks, planting the mine for that additional pressure once again, and we confirm there with the crouching strong. Bison in the burnout at this point. Fantastic perfect parry. Taking his turn back is Blanca. Sometimes it's best just to take the throw instead of a whole combo. And catching those negative frames, those unsafe frames with that knee press nightmare. And this is match point here for Racek.
Racek feeling really, really good about this one. Doesn't want to drop it in the last moment either. We know how quickly Ruffian can take over and kind of take control of the flow of this game, but Racek saying, nah, the flow is in my favor. I got the wind in my sails and the heat to back it up. Great strength here. Vertical, though, from Ruffian, and they're going to swing out with that level 2, trying to get a little bit of electricity. They're going to toss out. This is what we expected. They've done this before, but that's the chase. Racek tried to use the timing, but unfortunately it was baited out. We mentioned the mind games before, and it feels like Ruffian baited this fight.
That's right. Fantastic pressure here, and we got a comeback here, and this is going to be big damage for Racek. I don't think it's going to knock Blanc out there. No, he still has about 5% of life left. Racek just healing the last bit of his burnout there and closes it out with the roundhouse. Awesome stuff there for the Dictator.
Well played. We mentioned before that this is a situation that occurs every so often, and where a player matches up earlier on and they really figured out the way to beat the opponent. We mentioned before that this level of understanding of the game, this kind of this knowledge check can bleed over into extra rounds, and I think that's just what happened. Ruffian just got kind of outclassed in there. Racek was like, hey, JP obviously doesn't work against you. I'm not going to take that again. I'm not going to disrespect it. Bring out the M Bison, bring out that strength, and every so often you saw flashes of glory, but there it is. Those stomps and those level 2s were just overwhelming, it felt like.
Yes, it was really something to see, and we could really tell Racek was doing a good job in being in control. But the interesting thing was that a lot of those psycho rises to the head stomps and the devil's reverses that we saw Bison doing, in the most recent patch, it has a larger hurt box on it now. So when a Ruffian was trying, Ruffian was trying to anti-air those, his Blanca balls were just going a little off kilter at that point. But if he was able to land them, there's a really good chance he would have either have won the trade or just gotten the confirmed period because of the most recent update.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where we just go, dang, that could have been it. Honestly, that could have been the turnaround that you needed. That could have been that extra inch that you're trying to take to go ahead and start running on the miles. So it's a tough one, but Ruffian still made it into I believe top 4. I want to say so. Still very, very nice.
Top
very,
4,
very
top
well
4
done.
there.
I hope to see more. And again, with the Blanca picks, it gets silly. I'm amazed no one's tried to replicate it, but maybe there's no one else like Ruffian that's tried to make it this far, or at least been this skilled in the fighter.
Yeah, it did fantastic Blanca representation there. And of course, we're going to have Racek moving forward into that losers finals. In the winners finals, we're going to have Jewelman versus Jimmy. So it's possible it would be that Honda versus, Marissa. We did see them, trying to take care of some of their internet issues a little bit earlier. I don't know. I'm sure that they would have figured it out maybe while we were, we'll have to see.
Well, yeah, and especially when it comes to heavier characters, in my opinion, you need to have the good connection. Reason being, you don't throw as many punches. At least it feels like. Okay, let's say it this way. It doesn't feel like you're throwing as many punches, so every single one of them has to connect. And I will say, I played games where it's like, if I only have 3 turns in a difference of like maybe 8 or 9 when it comes to, you know, some of the faster characters out there. If we're talking about Ken, we're talking about the Yuri that we've watched, you know, excel in the reactionary game. I want to know all 3 of my turns are going to be taken when I want them to. So
sure, yeah, completely.
Take all the time you wish. If you got to set up, you got to get it. I respect it, especially when you reach the winners finals. You know, there's a lot on the line, and you really don't want to fall to that lower bracket.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. So we have gotten word that we are still testing, as you said, Kate. Very understanding of the players and of what they're trying to do. They're just going to go ahead and keep kind of working on this as best they can. So we'll keep here and talking. And I mean, for you, Kate, which would you prefer to come out here? Because I mean, we've seen E Honda for ages, as you mentioned, all the way back in the past. But I mean, Marissa is one of those staple fun characters that you just sit there and go, yeah, it's a silly one. Not exactly silly. I mean, it's a very like, you know, very powerful overall, but if you were in this matchup, which would you be expecting to win, the Marissa or the Honda?
Oh, geez. If Honda's going after Marissa's ankles and he's trying to get the jump in, then I think he'd have a better chance. If he's just going to try to go with headbutts, I think the armor's going to win out. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
What do you think, Orbital?
Oh, well, this depends. Am I playing one of the characters, or am I watching from the sidelines? Because those
anything you want.
Those are 2 very drastically different scenarios there. If we're playing, whichever one I'm picking, the other's winning. That's all I'm going to say here. I've tried my best, but I'm terrible with any of these characters. I will say when it comes to the all-out modes, I will land in the Marissa camp. I have seen Marissas be able to kind of box their way. As you said, the armor can sometimes come into play. Just the ability to kind of ramp through. It's the same sometimes when we see Zangief's kind of bleed through some of those strikes, just kind of bluster their way through. And I think Marissa has a little bit of that in their Hondas.
Right.
Again, they're heavy, but they don't have that same safety mechanism, I feel like. And granted, I mean, you talk about the kits, you talk about the strengths in there. I would have to agree. I think Marissa's are going to come out on top as long as the nameplates are off. I think I think we need to make sure to have that caveat on the end of that statement.
Yeah. I think so. We'll have to see. You know, what would happen in that matchup. It's not a matchup that you see that terribly often. It's a very unique matchup there. But yeah, we'll have to see. A Marissa that really knows how to buffer their Gladius armor timing with that super punch. She can time it against those headbutts. That would be a big pain. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see how you know, Julman is going to try to get around some of that. We may see more access to the hands then at that point, you know, to try to hit her out of that.
A little,
yeah.
I would agree. But at the same time, I'm sitting there and also looking at the lower bracket. And Rasic has one of the more difficult paths that I think I've ever seen in a lower bracket finals to the grand finals. You're sitting there going, either I rematch against Jewel Man in the lower bracket finals or in the grand finals. And so you're sitting there going, man, I worked my way through, and it's a tough time. And not only that, you're someone that has played both the JP and the M Bison. I wish I had, because I had to step away for half a second, and I didn't get to really watch the Racek versus Jewelman matchup in the winners semis, and I'm sitting there going, man, I really wish I had, because I'm very curious if they're going to be able to pull out this type of victory. I think they played the JP once or twice, and we're trying to play with that range again, but as we mentioned, Racek, Jewelman really playing this annoyance factor of I'm going to keep you at range and I'm just or either stick close, one way or another.
Right. Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And a lot of the matches that we've seen so far tonight have just been very entertaining, very, very high octane matches there. And it's such a good thing. It's such a good thing to see, especially from some of the players that like to make repeated appearances and everything. It brings those rivalries along to the brackets.
Oh yeah, I mean we talked about the fact that I think it was I'm trying to double check which it was, but I think it was Rasek and EC facing off once again. You have these kind of turnabout motions where Rasek was in the grand finals last time. EC met them in the grand finals, and it was a 3-0. Rasek kind of igniting that fire, and yet previously we've seen Jimmy actually fall out, I believe, in some of the earlier rounds. I mean, for them to make it here into the winners finals and trying to move even further up, where they've had consistent placements in the top 8. I mean, in the last few tournaments, I've seen 4th, 3rd, and 2nd, and yet they're still chasing first.
Right.
They themselves,
right.
I mean, we're talking about these players that have returned. We're still waiting for them to kind of fight back and actually claim that crown. So many players, so many competitors have made it so close, and yet when it comes to, I think in the FGC, it's even more prominent, where you get highlighted as second best everywhere, and it hurts that much more. In the competitive scene, it's like, dang, I was always so close. I was one step away,
Right.
one single player away from taking the crown, and yet
Yeah.
I have placed second, third, and fourth. So I can foresee not just the rivalries, but the fight against themselves, against almost the entire world to try and make it to that championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely at that point. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting to see there. And actually, speaking about, well, we were just speaking about, a couple of matches ago, having those competitions and rivalries in Tekken also, or in City of the Wolves and everything. There's multiple games that Breakout is having tournaments for. So if anybody's interested, you can sign up for Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. City of the Wolves, while it's, at the time it's on the beta demo, but when it goes live, they'll have their regular tournament series on for that. They'll be very, very fun to do. Very fun.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure there's going to be more in the future as well. I mean, these players will have multiple chances to step up and claim, a little piece of the prize. This is going to be that kind of test, because we mentioned even the $30, which graciously has been kind of given by those that have claimed the Match Arena codes. Which, by the way, there are still a few more to grab if you love what you're watching. I mean, we're getting down the nitty gritty. But we're seeing some awesome Blanca play. We're getting some awesome extra play out there. I mean, the M Bison. We're going to see possibly Honda as well as the Marissa. Go ahead and just grab a code. It is easy. It is just, you go ahead, log into the Match Arena and claim the code. Although, heads up and shout out to anyone that has donated throughout the course of this tournament. If you like what you see, we appreciate you. Same with previous tournaments as well this entire week. This entire 2025 season, I think, has been amazing so far.
It has.
Breakout sessions. We've seen so many amazing plays. You even saw the highlights, right? Like, you and I got to watch the opening clip and get to see some chaotic finishes.
Yes, completely.
In this tournament alone, we've had chaos, but glorious, glorious chaos.
Yeah, and that's what sometimes those scramble matches make things just so unpredictable and fun at the same time. You never know what's going to happen.
I like the fact that you pointed it out, because we've been talking so much about chess and this love of info digging and being able to do all that. I will say I'm such a big fan and proponent of chaos. I will always, like, across all the games, and you and I were talking about this. You and I have been in the scene for quite a while. You and the FGC, I've had the fortune and the pleasure of casting multiple different titles. I cast League of Legends, I cast Valorant, and all these different games. And I will always say, people that diverge from the written script, this constant, what we like to call the meta, the understanding of the game, of what's strong, what's the best, how to do it well. I love people, players, teams those that are willing to step outside the bounds of regular knowledge.
Yeah.
And sometimes even if it's a known weakness, even if we sit there and say it is not good, it is not that strong, you shouldn't do it if you want to win, and they still attempt the chaotic, and they throw everyone in behind. They leave just chaos in their wake. There is no written path. There's no written script. They're not following. They're not following the song that's been written out for them. It's just they play. And I'll always sit there and say I love that way more. Well, okay, I love clean gameplay, but I will say I love the chaos factor, and I love players that are willing to step up and do what is necessary to have a little bit of glory and fun.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And that is the fun thing too. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. That's why a lot of times when it's a new game and trying to watch the pro players, make their way with a new game, and there's a lot of fumbling going on, or mirror matches for new characters that nobody really knows what's happening, is so entertaining to see. Yeah.
I think one of the best expressions of that is the fact that I knew Tekken from way back in the day, like way back in the day, very, very simplistic. And I don't think I was, and again, okay, to go back into it, I was never really big in the fighting games. And even back when I was younger, I didn't really own a lot of those. So my first experience has been the more recent iterations of the game, and a lot more understanding of the Tekken world and everything. What I did know is in Tekken, Kuma has never really been relevant. Whenever you look at games, you sit there and say, what characters are there for competitive play and what is there for fun? What is there to bring the audience in? What better way than a big old bear being thrown into a fighting game tournament? Like, that is the best part. And the fact that Kuma, in the most recent iterations outside of Tekken 8, was always kind of seen as a joke. You look at the character, it's a big, sloppy movements, heavy overhands, massive lag, it feels like, on some of the strikes. And it just felt like you could punish it. Again, it was, I don't think it was seen as like the strongest top tier. And then you look at Tekken 8, there are champions right now running the Kuma, being like, we can optimize this further. I love it. And it's because of, as you were talking about, those theory crafters, those people that at the beginning of a game want to experiment, want to find the meta or anything like that. But it doesn't start by those that are being conservative. It is those that are wishing to pioneer the excess, the chaotic, and the amazing.
Completely. Yeah, completely. I completely agree. And that's, since we're, diving into Tekken a little bit there, that's the crazy thing too about Tekken, because we went from the access to the heat system and pulling from Tekken 7 the rage, the arts, bringing over the rage art, and the two of them can be in the right hands, very round swaying in how you use them. Yeah, very crazy there.
It can be one of the most oppressive systems out there. We've seen these are again, when it comes to Tekken, I feel like there's a lot of versatility in there. And again, when it comes to straight up 2D kind of fighters versus a 2.5 or 3D, it gets chaotic. And the fact that you introduce so many systems, it has brought a certain level of competition in that you do have to have a deep understanding. So I love the fact that you brought up the rage arts. I mean, we're seeing it even here in Street Fighter. There are always innovations moving on, and there are always adaptability, even through difficult connections or difficult moments, even in a tournament setting.
Yes, completely. Well, it looks like we may have our losers finals here, and it will be Jewelman versus Heisk.
Okay.
Very good there. Very good. So it would be Honda versus Bison there. And it seems that Ruffian has lost out in the loser semifinals.
Yes, and I'm double checking all this. It looks like yeah, okay. So I did. Okay, I got two different things, but yes, as you are saying this correctly, Ruffian did lose out in the loser semis, but Racek is now moving on, and we have gotten word that I believe Jewel Man is in the lower bracket right now. So Jewel Man will be facing off against Racek, and depending on how it goes, things could go a little bit sideways. So we'll keep you updated when we are getting into the match. It is going to be a rematch of the winners semifinals. So those who have been watching, thank you so much for being here with us. It is M Bison versus E Honda.
Oh, here we go. In this losers finals, man, first confirmed straight into that drive impact. Let's go. Everybody trying to go for an air-to-air at that point. Another big confirm there with that drive impact, and a lot of use of our Psycho Mines.
It's, I mean, you're trying to open up as quickly as possible, and it makes sense. I mean, we saw Racek really take control of the early stages, but this is where Jewelman might excel. You get the brutality with it, butt slam if in range, and unfortunately you try to charge forward, and I don't know if it really worked, because that's going to be blustered out with that punish. Great break. So, it will be Racek. Go ahead and take round 1.
Great stuff there. And here we go with the butt slam. Nice crouching fierce against that butt slam for the anti-air. Sumo Spirit's going to give you, a little additional power and connectivity for those hands. Oh man, here you go with the counter DI once again. Those initial drive impacts not getting much mileage here because Racek is all over them.
And it feels good, I will say, for Racek. I mean, this almost feels like a revenge. This is a revenge match. I don't know why about it feels. It is a revenge match at the end of the day. But Jewelman fighting back, fairly strong, but getting eaten up in this game.
That's right. Here we go with that OD Psycho Crusher and with the juggle underneath it. Great stuff there. Closing it out in style is Racek.
It's a very neat game 1 as well. Now we're looking for 2 more in a row if you can, but a big opening by Jewelman to try and close the gap and just be overwhelmingly aggressive. As we mentioned with an Honda, you get up close and you just kind of flail as much as you can, but Racek was ready. Very nice blocks, almost no damage from that, and now punishes back.
Here you go. Bison with the confirm, and the Psycho Mines are planted and ready to go, keeping that pressure up. But here we go. Sumo scoops at that point. And a little bit of a bait there. Great stuff there with the Sumo headbutt to reset the neutral at that point. Nice air-to-air for Bison. He's trying to safely heal up and closes it out. Even with that third of life left against Honda, Honda can close out that damage in no time.
Oh yes, it can be done, but right now you do have to close it out at the end of the day.
Right.
We're finally seeing some answers back. Jewelman got a turn, but Racek was ready to fire right back. Gets a toss. Are you going to get a second? No, you block the lows. Blood Slam is going to come in once again. Drop from the sky might be enough, though, as Jewelman seems to have found the glory once again.
Ooh, that's it. And that second Ochio throw is going to take Bison down to his last 5%, but here we go. Honda trying to be as patient as he can in that burnout state, and strong confirm here for Bison. He's trying to take that last little bit, and he's going to try to chip Jewelman out, and he does. Fantastic stuff there for Racek.
I think that's the first time I've seen someone basically force through a burnout block. That was one of the rougher ways to take it around, but it worked, it felt like. Racek, very, very nicely done. You're now looking at 2-0, and all you need is just one more round, really. Like, that's all you really need. You're going to be able to kind of take over, and it feels like you found that wind in your sails. Great opener, Jewelman trying to fight back.
And here we go, trying to close up the gap there with that headbutt, but here is Bison once again juggling Honda straight into the corner with that knee press nightmare and closes it out with authority. That is not the answer that Jewelman wants, and this is match point for Racek.
Style points is what we call that. We call those style points at the end of the day.
Is it?
Yeah, it looks good. And again, for Racek, I feel like this is a statement match as well, as you're already pushing for those grand finals. You were in the lower bracket since winter semis, and you are fighting back against the one that put you there. Go ahead and take your due rewards. Toss one, meets in the air, catches a corner, plus the ground and pound, expend those levels to take it all. 3-0 Racing.
Fantastic. Great use of knowing when to use certain specials certain times. He was using the OD Crusher as an anti-air on some of Honda's jump-ins. A lot of great use of the Psycho Mines for some of that additional pressure. Great stuff there for Racing.
You saw some glimmers in there from Jewelman, but this time around it just felt a little bit too heavyweight for them. This moment here felt like one of the worst, right? You had the opportunity. If you weren't in Burnout, I think you could have made something happen, but still it was going to be almost inevitable at that point. Racing almost gets a buff when they're on that low HP. It feels like they get kind of that anime level buff to their strength, and it's great. Very nicely done for Racing to get a little bit of revenge, and now you face off against Jimmy DR, and this one's going to be a toughie.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to have to see how Racing is going to do against Marisa at this point. So it's going to be interesting to see. Once again, Marisa is probably going to be trying to access her armor against Bison to try to counter some of the things that he's doing. I bet you there's going to be a lot of scissor kick pressure and Psycho Crusher pressure against Marisa. Her anti-airs aren't necessarily the best, but here we go into this grand finals, and it is Racing versus Jimmy DR.
They're opening up right away, but Jimmy DR is saying, yo, I know you beat Jewelman. I know you had a time, but I've been waiting. And it's a perfect KO to start.
Yeah, she's the muscle mommy. Don't count her out. She's ready to roll here.
I didn't expect that from you, but it's so real.
Okay, Marisa really chasing Bison down. Even in that burnout state, she just does not care. And catching those recovery frames from that scissor kick straight into the meteorite of Marisa, level 2.
I mean, right now, Racek is starting to get a little bit of a chance back, but look at that breakthrough, just forcing a little bit of burnout, and catches him again, open palm, if you will, and 1-2 combo, knee to the face, breaks through again, but the chase from Racek has done it. That's a shoulder toss, and can keep up this momentum. You might be able to take a round back, another spiral in, but what a twist! An answer by Racek! You read the blow well!
Fantastic stuff there as the rounds are tied, and Marisa closing up on that damage, forcing Bison on into that corner there. A lot of Gladius pressure.
Of course, with the level expenditures, it's going to be a whole other problem. If we're taking a look at Jimmy, you don't really have much to work with, and Racek still has that level 3 in bank if they wish to extend it, especially in this corner. If you break open the guard, you get a freebie, and there it is. Expand and dominate here. It is going to be a rough one. One more punch to put you on low life, 10% or so.
That's right. And Marisa being in burnout right now, it's going to be a very difficult situation. She pushed herself more into the corner there, but the jump in closes it out there for the round. Great stuff there for Racek.
Soft Jimmy. Trying to inch forward right now, just trying to break up that fast-paced action that we saw earlier. Really kind of testing the limits of how far they can get away, and opens up with the front kick. Tries to go for the grab, but can't really reach, and Racek is back into that corner. Has blocked out a majority share of this before. Tried to throw out a foot, but doesn't work instead. Now gets beaten down and punished for it.
That's right. Fantastic confirm into that Diametrix up and down swing. And here we go with that wall splat. Keeping it up, and accesses the Javelin level 1. Marisa, she's in burnout. She still doesn't care. Bison. Great stuff there with that drive impact.
That felt rude. That's all I can say is it felt rude, and now this is going to be that chance. Trying to break out as much as possible. Racek has done this before. but with an empty gauge, I mean, it's just a one tap, and we finally get to see it happen. Jimmy is able to bite back. Once again, round to their victory, but they need 2 to take the game.
That's right. Great neutral jump confirmed there with the punish counter. And here we go. That Psycho Mine does detonate, but Marissa able to hold her own. Perfect parry. Here we go. And the confirm. Great stuff there. Okay.
Oh, and it.
Empty jump throw.
I like it. It was a little bit of a twist, and now you bait that out as well.
That's right.
Racek has relied on that for a majority share of their rounds. Jimmy, as we mentioned, are you going to condition your opponent? And Jimmy DR said, yes, I have gotten it. 1-1.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. Fantastic showing of Marissa being very clutch under pressure here that Bison is giving her. So we're having a little bit more of a neutral start to the round at this point, and the crouching strong gets the confirm for Marissa.
Honestly, great opening. Yet again, Racek tries to hop over, be a double kick into the wall. Obviously, no splats come through, but a nice shoulder throw. Looking for another look low. This is Jimmy fighting back. Great catch with that single arm. Of course, Racek firing back with a couple low blows themselves. Keeps him in the corner. Big open swing, and you read through that hit.
Fantastic stuff here. Trying to go up for the cross-up pressure and fishing for a confirm at this point as Racek slows down the speed of the game, trying to slow down some of the momentum that Jimmy has on his side. So here we go. Bison now in control. And that's it. Anti-air on that Devil's Reverse.
He got dropped. It got dropped by Jimmy, and it feels so bad. And Racek took advantage. Came down to the wire, but Racek still looking alive.
Okay, Sutum unable to get the command grab from that, but does get the command grab off of the low. And Bison accesses his knee press nightmare as a little bit of a reversal, trying to give himself a little bit of breathing room because Marissa was all over Bison.
Now it's about that read game. Who gets that first kind of turn? You can see the big overheads, and that's the catch. You saw the air coming through. Try to rush forward, and you get the grab again. Toss to the ground, and now you get to follow through. Racek living on low, but that's what they love. Yet again, getting a twist, turning it all around, and Jimmy now in burnout has to fire away and finds it. Great, great recovery.
Strong round there for Marissa. And once again, she's glowing green. She wants all that pressure. Bison, once again, trying to give a little bit more of that neutral play, that mid-range play ready to go because he sees how aggressive and active Jimmy is being right now. The issue is Bison was working his way over to the corner there, but Marissa closing up that gap again.
Both sitting on a level 3 means this is a very dicey around the mid game. If either shows, I think, any certain level of aggression and problem like this, they're going to take Racek will expand, as I mentioned, get about, I would say, 50 to 60%, maybe a little bit less, but we'll see what type of damage. Yeah, about 50% total. Now Jimmy's like, okay, can I respond in turn?
That's right, and you know, we have Marissa in a burnout state right now, somewhat close to the wall, but here we go. The 1-2 is going to fight her out, and she is healed up and ready to roll here. And she's push blocking Bison to the corner there. Took her turn right back, and here we go with the wall splat. She's going to combo right there. You go into that level 3, and this is a bad day for Bison.
It's not going to be the finish. Will just be one more tap, and you rush it. I was wondering if Jimmy was going to rush or wait, because Racek has had moments of brilliance where they're able to turn at that ending rush. But this time it wasn't red, and Jimmy's like, yeah, that's mine. We are now looking at, I believe, game 4 for Jimmy. Jimmy wants this win.
That's right. Fantastic corner juggle combo there, and keeping the pressure up. The more that she's fishing there, she's fishing with some of her fastest buttons, and you know, same with Bison too. Is he's starting off with his jabs. He's trying to interrupt what she's doing.
And I really like the low play as well. There are multiple times where Racek is just kind of keeping those lows up and just saying, hey Jimmy, you got to pick my level, but Jimmy said no. I'm the doctor. I give the prescription. That prescription was for the round. Jimmy DR looking for just one more to take this tournament.
That's right. And here we go. Marissa, ooh, drive rushes herself into the corner, but that Gladius into the switch gives a huge amount of damage.
We haven't seen that yet. Jimmy is saying it's all mine. Feels a win in their bucket. Just has to get through this break. And Racek trying to work for it. As you said, kind of fishing for a moment. Both playing a very careful game. Look at this. Both giving so much space. Neither wants to make the wrong move.
That's right.
They know it can end in disaster.
Yeah, especially... You know, Bison, he's trying his best to stay out of harm's way, but he's slowly working his way to the corner there. Fantastic stuff. Devil's reverses his way out there.
Right now, that might be the opening Racek, getting a huge combination off, and Jimmy reaching back. That's going to be the burnout. Chance and a half. Jimmy needs to apply that pressure now. Chases, goes for the low, doesn't find it. Now Racek just backing away, tries a little double kick, chase forward Jimmy, chipping away now. This feels like that last burn attempt. Jumps out, there's Rush, but an answer back. Racek catches the level 3.
Fantastic reactions there for Racek as he gets that round. Fantastic stuff. Now he is going to be starting with no resources at that point, but Jimmy does have access to a full level 3. It is still... tournament point here for Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, Racek's playing on all cylinders right now. Great opening, great chance. Went from mid to corner, and it looks like you're going to keep up the pressure. Jimmy is in burnout. This might be the option. There's no answer. Racek is sending us to a game 5. Quite possibly, you read that perfect KO.
Unbelievable stuff. Bison capitalizing on those whip throw frames, closes it out in style. Great stuff there. Racek gets a game on the board.
I mean, it took a while. It took a very long while, but in this game 5, I have all eyes on either end. Racek seems to have found the win in their sails, and Jimmy DR seems to be floundering, has been waiting for a chance to break through in that armor, and finally hits one, but only in this first round.
That's right, and Marissa's trying her best right now to push block Bison into that corner. She is manhandling him over on that side now, and that drive impact straight to the stun.
How much more are you gonna get? Is that gonna be the finish? Yeah, just hitting the back of the head. And honestly, that was a catch for Jimmy. I want to point that out. That was the last little bit of burnout, by the way. That had to be. That was a little bit of a rush, and Jimmy DR felt that one. Very nicely done. Racek,
yes,
that's a little bit lost, but now you can fight back. We've seen them do it before.
Yeah, and here we go. Baits out that level 1 meteorite. Level 2 meteorite of Marissa here, and we're trying to reset the neutral once again, and drive rush, watch the toes into the Psycho Mine.
Another breakthrough as well. Racek has that level 3 if they wish, but they don't want to expend it at all. That's going to be a KO. Oh man, Kate, we're going to the last game, last round.
That's right. This could be a big reset here for Racek, who's taking momentum onto his side for this third round. Combo straight into his level 3.
I mean, that's such an easy call. They've done this before, and there's no response. Take a look, Jimmy. Still sitting at level 1. I mean, when are you going to get to that level 3 at all? At best, it's a level 2 or it's a fish with the level 1. I mean, you're going to have to try everything, but what a kick! What an option! Racek finds the golden spots. I don't think Jimmy has any response. A quick shoulder toss, so you're going to get another one. Look at that, quick mile driver, but the counter comes out. Jimmy, you got to do something. You got to find the option, but you went for it, and Racek was ready. We got a reset.
That's right, awesome stuff there. Fantastic stuff, Bison closing it out with that scissor kick as Marissa was trying to punch back, used his fastest frame moves, the jabs, to try to fish through some of that Marissa last second desperation pressure and resets the bracket. So awesome stuff there. Awesome stuff for Jimmy, and we are going to be seeing and Jimmy and Racek, we're going to be seeing, you know, what are we going to have? Both players are in the loser side of the bracket now.
With the momentum that's currently carrying, I would have to say Racek is going to start off, again, very, very strong. Jimmy, we started to see some frustrations come out, and it felt like desperation with that last charge. It felt like you got off pace a little bit. You tried to slow down the game around game 2, game 3. But yeah, and now it felt like he tried to rush it. He tried, but Razek is doing so well in his reactionary guards and being able to punish. Look, again, another shoulder throw, and you still open up the guard. That is now the second time you've done so. Make it a third?
That's right, and we're seeing Bison really trying to get the resets here on Marissa. She's fighting her way back, and she went for the neutral jump throw to try to mix up her Oki. At that point, Bison in burnout. Now, funny thing is, Marissa, even though she's this low in life, with Bison in burnout, she still has a really good chance of bringing it back, but that is going to be it. The standing forward kick gets the round for Razek.
Razek is doing so well. That opening turn was gorgeous, and again, it happens once more. Jimmy DR tried to go for a strong slaughter at the start, but Razek was ready, and yet going with these lows. You mentioned Hashy ankles catch the toes. It feels like Razek took your advice to heart.
Yeah. You know, Marissa, she has a harder time, especially with some of her armored moves when you go after her feet here, but nice combo into that level 3, and this might be it here. Nope. Okay, Marissa still has about 5% life back. Oh, man, drive rush forward throw. Unbelievable. Great stuff there for Razek. You know, Jimmy's going to have to try to figure out a way to slow this momentum of Bison down. Good air to air.
Wolf. I mean, I'm not sure it can happen because this is finally a chance for Jimmy, but it feels like this is their one chance. I have to see it again. I mean, it was a perfect round for Razek, and Razek is just waiting right now. We've seen them fight back for much, much less, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. It feels like Jimmy is actually back into this. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yes. Yeah, I think, you know, right now, here you go. A very dominant round there for Jimmy as he gets that first point on the board. She tried to capitalize the cooldown frames to that scissor kick there. But here we go, Marissa. You know, a little too far for the reversal. Yeah, everybody's trying to play with punish right now. It's interesting.
I mean, that's the guessing game at the end of the day, right? This is a huge tournament opportunity, and Razek's going to take advantage, both sitting very, very low in those gauges, and I'm not sure they're going to enjoy it. This is another chaser that's Razek forcing the burnout on themselves. Jimmy is just going to try and punish, but I don't think there is an option. Take a look at this brutal hold on the head. What a grab and a chance! Razek is starting to read this like an open book.
Great stuff. That was a good interruption there by Razek, and Marissa making a great comeback at this point now, and she's using those plus frames from her strongs to get that drive impact. Catches the startup of the drive rush. Knee press nightmare closes it out. That level 1 for Razek.
All right. Jimmy's got a full stack. Level 3 ready to go. Catches might be enough. Jimmy really needs this game. Or this game, I feel like. I mean, needs a round, needs a game, and needs to be able to bounce back to force a first to 2. Razek just kind of waiting in opportune moment. Yet again, he gets another toss, forcing Jimmy even further back here.
You know, and we're seeing Bison really fishing with some of his fastest moves, and he's catching Marissa on startup. So she was lucky to be able to access her level 3 at this point. But now, fantastic stuff. Baits out that level 2 Punisher. And catches Bison once again. He is stuck in that burnout to stun. Sotum for that command grab. Here we go. It is 1-1.
It took a while. I mean, honestly, that entire end of the first series really looked like it was Razek's game. And now Jimmy is starting to fight back. You're seeing that expansive explosiveness is kind of timing-wise, and both take to the air, but one jumped higher than the other, and that's going to allow Razek to get a first throw, maybe even more. How much are you going to expand? Not much. Full expenditure by Jimmy.
Okay, great tech to help break up some of the pressure there. And Marissa, you know, keeping up after those plus frames that she has. She's trying to put Bison into a little bit of a frame trap with some of those. And here we go with the drive rush pressure from Bison in burnout. And he knows he only needs a tiny little bit to close out the round against Marissa. He's waiting for Marissa to do something stupid is what it is. Great stuff there.
I mean, that's been the game for Racek. We mentioned how they love kind of, I don't want to say love being in those kind of difficult positions, but
right
when you see a gap, when you see the opponent take a larger swing than usual, that's how you punish
yes.
him. I mean, M. Bison, you mentioned just kind of this bully tactic. It's obstacle course of sorts. It happens again. At this point, Racek makes it look easy to read those runs. Of course, Jimmy
That's
had
right.
a little bit of an answer.
And we have Bison, stuck in the corner again, and Marissa really fishing at this point. She's at just the right range, just right there, so she can, get those anti-airs if he tries to jump out. Oh man, try to combo into that DI. A narrow miss for Bison. Neutral jump combo here to the Crusher for Bison.
Got time to play with, at least a little bit. You can see Racek just like, hey, I got seconds, I can make it work. We actually want to expend that far, and there's going to be another grab, and you could try and turn this into a level 3 if you wish. Of course, the rush might be enough. You're just waiting. You're using that as a break. You even force a burnout yet again to get the toss. You do it a third time!
That's right. Great stuff there with the throw loops for Bison. You could really tell Marissa at that point, she was doing the neutral jump and then trying to go in for a hit because Bison's anti-airs aren't necessarily the best, but it worked in Racek's favor. So here we go. With pressure on his side, here comes Bison.
Racek just chilling and no... I feel like there's no better place to go to than this shrine, this golden opportunity to show off in front. I mean, Racek can do some work, but Jimmy's not done just yet. Great hammer arm here. The overhead is going to do so much work and forcing the spatial take. Jimmy watching as Racek jumps over the head, and this is that bully moment. Racek says, thank you very much.
That's right. And one thing we're really seeing here is Bison capitalizing on the meaty jump-ins and keeping the pressure up on those Gladiuses. He was able to counter some of those Gladiuses that Jimmy was putting out there. So, you gotta watch the toes for that combo.
Okay. Catch on the foot. Racek, one step away from glory, and we know they love playing that the counter attack. Jimmy trying to force the position, yet you gave up a gap. And we know this song and dance. Racek has played it yet again.
And as this critical art is going, that's level 3 is going through, Bison is healing up his resources, pretty much done, and Marissa in that burnout is going to get chipped out by that Psycho Crusher. And that is it. Congratulations to Racek, who is the winner of this week's Burnout.
It's crazy work. The Breakout series here, the Street Fighter 6 tournament. I believe number 9 or so. Number 22, week number 22. I'm so sorry. I mean, this was fantastic. Again, Racek running the entire gauntlet, going through the entirety of 2 series just to take the victory. And Jimmy, again, I have to say, it felt like a little desperation. You started to feel the series slipping away at the end of Series 1, and then Series 2, it felt like everything was in Racek's hand.
And that's one thing. Jimmy providing terrific pressure, unbelievable combos, huge damage, and staggering that armor. But it was Bison being able to get some confirms around that. And a lot of it was due to going low, trying to get jump-ins, and also using his plus frames right there, and getting some of the confirms into those bigger damaged combos. So shout outs there to our winner, Racek, but extremely good matches there by Jimmy.
I mean, the fact that Jimmy was waiting here in the grand finals, I think, speaks to their own volatility and their own ability to kind of carry with this Marissa. I feel like we always talk about it. When you have such a damage-heavy character, someone like a Marissa or like a Honda, it always feels good when you're able to kind of make it through the bracket, because it shows that this style, this ability to carry a heavy hitter into a lot of these matchups it shows your skill and understanding of the game. Yes, it might not have looked glorious because Racek took a 3-1, but Jimmy still played a fantastic series, and honestly,
absolutely,
Racek just came out better
absolutely.
on the day.
Yeah, he did. He did very, very well. Very, very well. And, Racek, unbelievable Bison there. Let's take a look at that bracket. Wow, what a stacked bracket that we had. So many upsets and players that are tried and true breakout competitors in this bracket. Shout outs to everybody that competed tonight.
Yeah, I will say I want to give a big kudos to Jewel Man. I mean, I'm so sad the Honda wasn't able to make it further, but I love the fact that we even got into the lower bracket finals. Still a top contender, of course. Really huge. I'm at least a new fan, of course. So I hope to see more of them. I hope to see more silliness, as well as everyone kind of played this awesome game throughout. And as you mentioned, great top 8 run. We had in Yoshi down there in the lower bracket 1, Isabella making an amazing lower bracket run all the way back from like losers round 1, I think all the way at the beginning of the tournament. So amazing job to everyone that stepped up here in this.
And here we are for our monthly top 5, the top 8 in February. So here we are going to have Bison with 40 picks at 17.6, Jury with 35 picks at 15.4%, and Mai with 30 picks at 13.2%. What do you think there, Orbital?
I'm just amazed we didn't get to see Mai in the top 8. I think that was really
That's true.
I was like,
that's true.
I was so excited.
Completely.
Excited, but as we mentioned, some of the unique picks that tend to come out here in the breakout series, it makes me very, very happy. I very much enjoy it. I love the fact that we got the Blanca, obviously M. Bison, Zangief, Yuri obviously being a top pick, but we got some silliness here. And the fact that this type of diversity shows up even just into February makes me excited for the rest of the year.
Completely. And this is a great versatile amount of top 5 here. We're even having 29 picks for Blanca there, roughly 12.8, and Zangief 18 picks is 17.9%. A very great diverse group of archetype characters here. One grappler, a couple of rushdown, a couple of setup, one movement heavy, and a power character. Absolutely interesting to see that variety of characters.
I hope to see more as well in the future. I mean, I think every time that I've been here on the desk, I've seen a change in the top 5. Like every single time I've been here, whether it be Tekken or Street Fighter, it's been like a pretty consistent change of at least 2 to 3 of the top played. So I hope to see even more. I hope to see a lot of silliness as well, because that's what I'm here for. For the breakout series, it's a point to break out. It's a point to get fun. It's a point to show your stuff no matter what.
Absolutely. And these have been some absolutely fantastic matches there. So we hope you guys had a wonderful time tonight with us. Congratulations to Racek. Yeah.
It was a good time.
And feel free to join us for Tekken 8 and in the future some more City of the Wolves. I'm Kuja Kate.
This is Orbital.
And we're going to be heading out. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. We'll see you. Bye.
Contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, 2 options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? looking for handouts. I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the goat is, me hands down. Yeah, no time for arguments. I cut out the politics, no. It's on my competence. I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak. Get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to see. Find a way. With or without your end. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say. Cause I'll find a way. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say. But I'll find a way. Ambition ain't for the weak. I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me? Oh, you try to make me stay. No, there's nothing you can say. Cause I'll find a way.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's how to be nice. I play with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We have creative.
This is what the Cycle Crusher 2 has. One more next.
Fuck the level 3 comes out!
Gosh!
Muscle Bills keeping up the pressure.
He has a Hail Mary. And holy cow! They did it!
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's how to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. The game is in trouble. I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle. I got it for real. Still keep me going. I wake up and hustle. You won't see me buckle. I've been in the field. Man of the town. You been in your fields. I'm adjusting this crown. Call me your majesty. Either that or your tragedy. We shutting everything down. I've been high like somebody put a candle on them. Off top, I don't really stand opponents. This mine. The moment is run out and start a bunch of pandemonium. More game, I got some. The skill is bar one. Y'all done. The game in the coffin. Referee screen rest in peace. And think twice if you next to me. It's West. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring. You know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion. It's our repetition. I'm stacking these trophies. I'm good with addition. I spit like a pastor. I give you the vision. Up early morning, enough of the sleeping. My life is a dream, but you wishing you lived it. Haters get livid. My pocket's Pacific. That's deep if you get it. So Tempur-Pedic. I sleep on the critics. Don't feel like competing. I'm hearing these crickets. Whoa, let me switch the flow. A new bounce. Coming to the den with a lion. I'm gon' pounce. Know I've been a king for a while. Got a ring and a crown. That's the bling with the blow. What the team is about. Champions. You can tell by the ambience of this sound. Referee screen, rest in peace. And think twice if you never see me. It's no doubt. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring. You know what I mean. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This for my city, yeah, this for my team. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Big dreams, a whip clean, a shift mean green, sip lean, and the ops don't know. Free up my team with a big dream, and a me man never go pro. See man up in the trap, but I know how to react, po, no, I never so cold. Come run up in the back, get a bap, you don't want this. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Sexy sturdy, come and get murky, got girl begging up mercy. Sexy sturdy, come and get 30, wibble it, wobble it, curvy. Come run up in the back, get a bap, you don't want this. I'm loving them dick and them juicy. Airless, Chris Akabusi. Got 5 links like Tyrone. Now they all trying to recruit me. Pop sherry and cherries, I'm fruity. Got Sally and Debbie and doobies. On Monday it's Megan and movies. On Sunday it's Steph and them groupies. Too easy. I come and they leave me. I'm the boy that they see on the TV. If it's me on the cake, they would eat me. Now they want a slice for the appetite. Yeah, honeys, they be where the bees be. Don't give it a ring to them Gollum guys. My precious, they wanna believe me.
God, that was a bad bitch. Looked in the mirror, oh my God, I'm a bad bitch. Give me what I want, ooh yeah, I'm a savage. No, that's right, XYZ, I'ma have it. You know that's right. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go now. Hold up, wait a minute, here I go, wow. It's all over before you finish when I show out. Got him staring at me when I pull up, roll out. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute, hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. I see me coming through, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business. I hate what they think about me, I don't care though. Too busy getting money, getting pesos. Big business, bitch, I'm stacking up my Legos. If you ain't up on my level, then just say so. I'ma paint the town every color of the rainbow. She thought she could do it like me, but she can't though. Still a bad bitch in designer or in plain clothes. They love my husky ass voice, so they wanna throw me bankroll. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. When you see me coming through, wait a minute, hold up, wait, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. I see me coming through, yeah. Wait a minute, yeah. Hold up, wait a minute. Bitch, I'm feeling brand new, cause I'm big business.
No time, gotta go. Left out, I mean my song. Yeah, you know I keep you quiet like a sleep mode. You can keep on, but I got it now. out now. I might just sleep, y'all can catch me when I leave out.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it glow as I go. Cause yeah. If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it glow as I go. Cause yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah. That's how I go. Yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah.
I just thought about it twice and it don't make sense. How you living it like that? You just gotta progress. Is it snowing outside? Just tryna be a flake. Damn. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Said you need a little help. Yeah, I think that is evident. If you think that's easy, then it says a lot about you. When you feel a little slumpy, that's a part of reality. You better gotta let it go before you do something.
If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it glow as I go. Cause yeah. If I leave it, then I go. You just think it, but I know. Make it glow as I go. Cause yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah. That's how I go. Yeah. That's how I roll. Yeah. If I leave it, then I go.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb break sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the cover, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so good for the go. There's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Don't got no heart, I got an icebox. Brand new roller, swipe out the G-Shock. Moving slowly, I know the street hot. No more double, go ahead and detox. Yeah. Came from the trenches, they ain't showing us no love. Dagging in the city, all we wanted was a hug, yeah. We on the block like every night to catch a buzz. Get the cash and take my family out the hood, that's a must. Was a hood baby with no soldiers. Bad past never left my mind, it's taking over. No, I should've died, that's why it's hard to stay sober. Glad to see the sun, but my heart getting colder. Life's so crazy, what we been through. When you die, the only time that they gon' miss you. Told my mama no more tears, no more tissue. Ooh, just some hood baby with some issues. Hood baby from the struggle. Long time had a hustle. Glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Hood baby from the struggle. Long time had a hustle. I'm glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Ooh. Pull up in that rain, see me ballin'. Yeah, 30 piece on my wrist like I'm Harden. Either they love me or I'm a target. Cause the ice on me is flawless. I've been busy and picking up when you callin'. And on purpose, I hate the fact we ain't talking. With anything that you need, dog, I got you, I mean that. All this pressure make it hard not to relapse. Build up aggression, make it hard for me to relax. To the hood, baby, ain't no way that I'ma lead that. My dogs need hope, step it up, I gotta be that. Cause life's so crazy, oh, it been through. I'ma love you way before I gotta miss you. Hold this mama by my side, give her some tissue. We were just a hood, baby, with some issues. Hood, baby, from the struggle. Long time had a hustle. Glad we made it through. I'm just glad we made it through. Hood, baby, from the struggle. Long time had a hustle. I'm
Top 10 radar, yeah, we on your radar. Never miss, dog, and that's on occasion. Yeah, we on your radar. Yeah, we on your.
Look, top floor lifestyle, chef and boy, I'm cooking up. Way too high, ain't coming down. You see me if you looking up. I don't really talk too much, I show them run the numbers up. Lucky that I'm strolling up, I'm going off, they know what's up. Wrist too silly, yeah. Numbers crack the billy, yeah. Don't need no dilly, I'm too fresh, I feel like really, yeah. Feel the duffels up the sign, I need a milli, yeah. I'm about to take off, and I know that I'm on they radar.
Top 10 radar, yeah, we on your radar. Never miss, dog, and that's on occasion. Yeah, we on your radar. Yeah.
Look, I know God got his hand on me. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. So when they know my name overseas, that is something God oversees. Living life they think is make believe. It ain't magic, nothing on my sleeve. Never noticed what you had to give, but want a piece of what you do receive. Wrist too silly, yeah. Numbers crack the billy. Yeah, don't need no dilly. I'm too fresh, I feel like really. Yeah, feel the duffels up the sign. I need a milli. I'm about to take off, and I know that I'm on they radar.
Top 10 radar, yeah, we on your radar. Never miss, dog, and that's on occasion. Yeah, we on your radar. Yeah, we on your.
We have creative. They try to take it, I'm getting it back. And if they hit me, they gotta get taxed. I'm making hit after hit after hit, and I promise you, boy, every one of them slap. Hop on a verse and I body it quick. They never work, and it's why we don't mix. I don't got time for the fake, and I swear that I'll always say real, something they never did. Oh, they saying that I'm up next. I told them that I'm up now. Promise I came for the next. I'm needing honeys on honeys, cause that's what I'm worth. Show me the finish, I'm getting it first. Show me the best, and that's me and my worst. I need that money, I'm getting it now. I'm at the top, but I started way down. I told them hundreds of times that I'm really done waiting. I swear that I came for the crown. Oh, you should go ahead and write over. I was in a 4 leveled up.